Welcome back to the Encore Audio YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. Well, tonight I've got some Joe and Charlie here. I found these cassette sets that I've had for some time, and I've already transferred them and digitized them to MP3s, and I'm going to make MP4s and upload them. So let me know if you like Joe and Charlie, if you want to hear more. I have a few more sets back in the wings, and I want you to have a good day if you want to.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Big Book Study meeting Friday evening in Houston, Texas. I'm an alcoholic. I belong to the Pompano Beach group, and my name is John Williams. How are y'all doing? Hello, John. It's just good to be here. It's always good to be somewhere, especially amongst recovering alcoholics. We're about to embark on what we call a Big Book Study. For the next few hours of your life, it will be dedicated to perhaps an understanding of a way of life and a way of living which will bring about recovery from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. And I feel very privileged, and I want to thank those people responsible for getting me here to be part of this Big Book Study. This is the first time I've been been with Joe and Charlie at a Big Book Study, although we do a lot of Big Book seminars together and have for the last 6 or 7 years. And Charlie's always accused me of being a fluff-off, and he didn't like the idea of my just coming out here for 3 days and doing very little or anything, so other than talking tomorrow night. So he thought it would be a good idea if I would just introduce to you, or to do a tee-up, as it were, about this big book that we're about to study. And to give you just a little bit of background, because that's usually what I do at a seminar. I take a pretty good chunk of time and just set the tone for the big book, to tell you where it came from and how we got it and how it got its name, et cetera, et cetera. But tonight I'm just going to do a brief summary of the big book, and and that will also be enhanced by what Charlie and Joe will say about it as they begin their big book study in the beginning of the book. You know, alcoholics have always been around. Alcoholics have been around ever since, I guess, man learned that he could crush those grapes and ferment them. And ever since that time, about 1 out of 10 of us have had this thing called alcoholism. It's just always been that way. And alcoholics throughout the ages have been the plague of society. Society hasn't wanted to do a lot with us. And we haven't wanted to do a lot to society. So a lot of times we haven't gotten along. And over the ages, people have tried to do things to alcoholics, and alcoholics have tried to do things to people. And we've just always been a problem until the mid-30s, when a solution to the problem came into being. Now, what we found was that in the early colonial times, someone had part of the answer to alcoholism. His name was Benjamin Rush. He was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. He said that alcoholism was a disease and that the only answer was abstinence. He had 2/3 of it, didn't he? But he didn't have the rest of it. The temperance people came along, and from that the Washingtonians came into effect about 1850 or 1860. And they had part of the answer. The only thing they didn't have were the traditions. And they didn't last long. Along about 1930, there was this alcoholic from New England. His name was Roland Hazard. Had a lot of money. And I know he had a lot of money because he went over to Switzerland to be with Dr. Carl Jung for 1 year to have his alcoholism treated. And he spent that year with Carl Jung, and Dr. Jung gave Roland a lot of information about those things which triggered his drinking. And Roland came back to this country assured that he had enough self-knowledge about his disease that he would never drink again. But guess what? After he got back in a short period of time, he was as bad as ever. And he went back to Carl Jung. And at that time, Dr. Jung gave him the verdict that if he'd probably have to get a bodyguard, or he'd have to be put under lock and key, for if he was to continue drinking, he'd probably die. And Roland says, well, isn't there any hope? Well, Dr. Jung gave him the answer. and it's written on page 27 of this book. Joe and Charlie will get to it, in which he said that, yes, every now and then a person has had what he's called a profound personal spiritual experience. And he said, I've been trying to do that with you, but I haven't had any luck. And Roland said, well, what is it? He says, well, it's a huge emotional displacement and rearrangements. Whereas you get rid of your old attitudes and your ideas and belief systems, and you pick up a new set, and you become a new person. That sounded to Roland apparently like religion, and he said, well, that ought to be easy because I'm a man of faith and I'm a man of church. And Dr. Young said, well, that really doesn't make a lot of difference. But what Roland did was to come back to this country and got involved in the Oxford movement, which was very popular at the time, the early to mid-30s. And it was there that he got involved in the Oxford movement and never to drink again. Roland had another old buddy that was also having trouble with drink. Seemed to be popular in New England in those days. Another Vermonter. His name was Abby Thatcher. Abby and Roland had been buddies in school and college and had done a lot of drinking together. And Abby was getting in trouble on a regular basis, to the extent that he was told that if he was to have any more trouble with drinking, he was going to be put in jail. Well, he did have another episode, and as he was standing before the judge, Abby sent two of his buddies over, or Roland sent two of his buddies over to intercede, got the judge to release Abby to these guys, and the judge consented to do that, and then these two fellows who were friends of Roland's got Abby involved in their Oxford movement. They sent him up to New York City, to the Calvary Mission, to be with Dr. Sam Shoemaker. Well, Abby had another friend who was a college and high school buddy that they used to drink together with, and his name was Bill Wilson. When Abby got to New York, he heard that Bill was having some trouble on Wall Street. He was also having some trouble with his drink, and he decided to call on him. And so he called on Bill Wilson, our co-founder. Bill was glad to hear him and invited him over. Figured it would be a good excuse to get drunk again, having an old buddy over, to renew old friendships and to renew old times and to talk and drink about the old days. Well, Abby showed up. Bill invited him in and to have a drink, and Abby said, no, I don't drink anymore. I've got religion. Well, that probably stood the hair up on the back of Bill's neck, as he described it. But he invited him in anyway, and while he was in there, Abby gave Bill what he had found as a solution in the Oxford movement. He gave him those 6 steps that we'll get into. Well, the Oxford movement had a vehicle, the vehicle that Roland was allowed to get sober with. So now we have 2 parts of the problem, 2 parts of the solution. We have the solution, which is a profound personality change or spiritual experience as they knew it. And they also had a vehicle that was in operation at that time called the Oxford movement, a planned program of action which brought about a personality change. Well, Bill didn't buy Abby's bill of goods right off the bat. He was to drink a few more times, and in the December of 1934, while he was in Towns Hospital for the last time, he had heard Dr. Silkworth, who was his treating physician, and this was about the 3rd or 4th visit for Bill at Towns Hospital, tell Lois, gave him the same diagnosis as Carl Jung had given Roland, that unless he had a bodyguard or was kept under lock and key, if he was to drink, he had acute alcoholism, he was going to die within a very short period of time, or he was going to go bonkers. Well, Bill heard that. Of course, the story in the book says that he had this profound spiritual experience in that hospital in December 1934, and he was released. Bill got involved in the Oxford movement. Bill was to never drink again after December of 1934. So Bill had, and was for the first time, the first man to have all 3 parts of the solution. And Dr. Silkworth had given him the description of the problem which he needed. Dr. Silkworth told him he had an allergy and an obsession. So now we have all 3 parts to the solution. We have this 3 parts of the solution to alcoholism. The problem is defined by Dr. Silkworth. The vehicle for recovery is provided by the Oxford group, And the answer to it all is given to us by Dr. Carl Jung. All non-alcoholics. Well, Bill stays around New York City for 6 months trying to get somebody sober, and he doesn't have any luck. And Dr. Silkworth finally tells Bill, has a conference with him about 6 months into the program because he's not having any luck sobering up drunks. And because Bill was going around telling everybody about his profound spiritual experience in Towns Hospital, and these drunks were looking at him like he was about half cuckoo and saying, I think this guy's nuts. So Bill was talking to Dr. Silkworth about the problem, and Dr. Silkworth said, son, he said, you're not, he said, what you got to do with these drunks is get their attention. He says, you're telling them about your spiritual experience. They think you're crazy, and they don't even know what you're talking about. He says, you got to let them know that you know what you're talking about. You got to tell them about the allergy and the obsession. Well, it was about this time that Bill goes to Akron, Ohio, to become, at least he thinks, the chief executive officer, some big officer of some company out there. But the thing falls through, and he's marching. The deal fell through, and he's in the Mayflower Hotel on Mother's Day of 1935, and he hears the music in the dining lounge, the tinkle of the glasses, and he has this sudden urge that he knows that he either has to talk to a drunk or he's going to drink. So he calls through a set of circumstances and gets a hold to Henrietta Seiberling, who puts him in touch with Dr. Bob. And when he meets with Dr. Bob is the first man that Bill gives all three parts of the solution to. He tells him what his problem is, an allergy and an obsession. He tells him that what the answer is, a profound spiritual experience. And he tells him about his experience in the Oxford movement, which provides a vehicle for recovery, which alcoholics share their experience, strength, and hope with each other. Well, that wasn't too new to Dr. Bob. He was already a member of the Oxford groups, but he didn't have the part of the problem which gave him the diagnosis of his problem, allergy and obsession. And Dr. Bob was impressed that a layman would have that kind of information, which provided ultimately the sobriety for Dr. Bob. And then these two men ultimately put that to the test when they go to the Akron City Hospital and try it out on the third member, Bill Dodson. They identify the problem as an allergy and an obsession, the answer as a profound personality change or spiritual experience, and the vehicle that was providing that outlet was the Oxford movement. And then they tried it on the next guy, and they tried it and tried it. And ultimately in 1937, Bill was again back in Ohio to see Dr. Bob, and they counted up the numbers of alcoholics who were using the program that they'd put together. Problem, solution, plan, program of action, and they discovered that there were 40 alcoholics sober. And they knew that there were millions of us out here, and they wondered how they could get that message to all of us. Well, they thought about hospitals, but that was a racket. They thought about missionaries, but they didn't have any money to pay them. And they thought about the literature. Maybe they ought to write a book of their experience. Why? Well, so that the message that they knew was working would not become garbled and twisted. Well, they tried for the hospitals, and they tried for the missionaries, and of course they tried for the book, and the ultimate outcome of all of that was the book, which was published in 1939, written basically in 1938 by the collective members in the Akron and the New York City area. And the story of how that book comes together is a profoundly interesting story. You'll find it in AA Comes of Age. And you'll also find enhancements in the book Pass It On, which is a sort of an objective look at how the book was written rather than a subjective look at how the book was written. And so what we found that was working was the three parts to the total program of Alcoholics Anonymous. We have the problem described, we have the solution described, and we have a planned program of action described. And that book came out in 1939, had trouble getting rid of them, couldn't get rid of them until the major event which occurred, which allowed us to begin to expand, was in 1941 with the Saturday Evening Post article. And then we began to grow by leaps and bounds. And today, there are almost 2 million of us at any one time sober using the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. And so what we're about to get into right now, and I'm going to introduce the two gentlemen who are going to carry us through the book in a way which I think is absolutely phenomenal. I've been listening to these guys since May of 1983 and before that on tape. And every time I hear them, the understanding which comes to me as a result of just listening allows this book and the program of recovery to really unfold for me. So first of all, I'm going to introduce Charlie, who will then introduce Joe to you.
Thank you, John.
You on?
Now I am.
Yeah, you are.
Thank you, John. My name is Charlie Parmley. I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic.
Charlie.
Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and by the grace of the power that I found in the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink for 7,271 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. I was sitting here listening to John talk. He should have felt like Jesus Christ. He's sitting here between two thieves all the time he was up here at the table. Which reminds me of the joke about Texas, and I'm just going to tell one, I promise. I won't tell no more. Did you all know that George Washington was really born down here in Texas? He got up to be a teenager, and his father came home one day from work, and somebody had cut his father's cherry tree down. And his father said, "Who cut that tree down?" George said, "Father, I cannot tell a lie. I cut it down." And his father said, "Son, you'll never make a living in Texas under those conditions." And that's why they moved to Mount Vernon. I won't tell no more Texas jokes all weekend. We're very pleased to be here tonight. We've been in the process of trying to get a big book study down here for Joe and I to do in Houston for about 12 years. And we almost had it a time or two before, and it fell through a couple of times. And finally, we're down here in Houston doing a big book study for Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, we've done a couple for another fellowship, but this is our first one in Houston for Alcoholics Anonymous, and we are really, really happy to be here. We've been looking forward to coming down here for a long time. As we start this thing, we always like to say first that we do not consider ourselves to be the gurus of the big book, certainly not the experts on anything at all. We're just two old drunks that met together several years ago, found we have a mutual interest in the book, and studied it together for a long time. And hopefully we've learned a few things about it, and what few things we do know we love to share with other people. We most certainly do not speak for AA as a whole, and you are free to agree or disagree with anything that we say as you see fit. In fact, if we say something that can't be reconciled with what's in the big book, we suggest you just don't pay any attention to that at all. We also always like to say that we believe our book when it tells us that we are meant to be joyous, happy, and free. And we love to have a good time. We love to laugh, we love to cut up, we love to tell jokes, we love to see other people laugh also. And we try to keep these things just as informal as we possibly can. And I think if we could all approach it from that angle this weekend, not only may we learn something about our book, but we can have a good time while we're doing it. We also know that the mind will only absorb about what the rear end will stand. And some of these sessions do become quite long. And if you feel the need to get up and walk around a little bit, please feel free to do so. That won't bother us at all. If you feel the need to go back there and get a cup of coffee, go right ahead. Or if you feel the need to get up and go get rid of a cup of coffee, feel free to do that. It won't bother us at all. And since it's non-smoking in here, if you feel the need to smoke a cigarette, well, go on outside and smoke it. That's all right. And let's really just enjoy ourselves this weekend. Let's have a good time, and let's see if we can learn something about our book while we're at it. Joe?
My name is Joe, and I'm a real alcoholic. And through God's grace, and because this program works for one day at a time in my life, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink since March of 1962, and for this I'm grateful. Again, as Charlie says, it's good to be here. It's good to have John with us, God that's setting up the history of the big book. But Charlie and I are, just for a minute, are just two people who came together we've been together about 15 years. We began to study the big book by accident, like everything else comes about in our lives. I was studying the book. I work with alcoholics, and I had started working with alcoholics, and I wanted to learn more about the book so I could help people. So I began to study the book, and it was kind of frustration. This was back in 1972, 71, I believe. And I began to talk to my local other people in AA around about the big book. It seemed like no one was really interested in the book. I mean, I just couldn't find anyone to talk to. And I become somewhat of a nuisance around my groups because I would start talking about the book and they would all run off. So I began to wonder, because a lot of older people in the program than I was at that time. I had about maybe 8 or 9 years sobriety. And I began to kind of wonder, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, I'm taking the wrong approach to this. But this went on, and I continued to study. About a year later, in 1973, I met Charlie in the spring of 73 at, of all places, an Al-Anon Convention. hate to admit to that. That we did meet at Al-Anon Convention. Charlie he and his wife were going to be the speakers that weekend, and they asked me to introduce them. I had never met the guy before. See, people think that we live together, but, actually Charlie lives 225 miles from me. He lives way up in North Arkansas, and I live in Little Rock. So he had been in the program, but I had never met him at this time. And that night I was introduced to speaker, Charlie, so I introduced him, and I never forget Charlie. I introduced him that night. I told him I was very disappointed in the speaker because I saw on the program where his name was Charlie P, and I thought he was going to be Charlie Pride. And this guy wasn't even the right color. But after the meeting, how everybody comes up to the speaker and congratulates him, and that's the time for the chairman, whoever it was that night, to get out of the way. So I did my thing. I got out of the way, and after everybody got talking, I got back when Charlie and I got to talking. When it was all over, and I pulled out my favorite subject about my big book, studying the big book. And Charlie was very interested. He said, I've been studying the book at home myself. He had been by myself. And he said, we just came together that night over the big book. And we made plans to kind of get together. And we would meet at conferences, different conferences or different AA functions we'd go to. On Saturday evening, we'd always get the big book and sneak off into the rooms and spend some time together. We began to make notes. And the big book study, as you're going to hear this weekend, this was really kind of pieced together as we studied throughout the book, seeing pieces of the book come alive, fitting it together like a little puzzle. And this took us 4 years. And during these 4 years, we had a lot of great experience. We spent a lot of great time together. Some weekends I'd travel to Charlie's farm, and we sat in his kitchen on the farm and we studied the big book. It was during this time that other people began wanting to, for a while it was just something personal to Charlie and I. And I'll never forget the first time Charlie approached me at one of these meetings and said, this guy Tony would like to sit in. He would like to learn more about the big book. And I felt kind of like somebody was barging in on us because it was such a personal thing. But I said, well, I guess it'll be all right. And Tony's still part of our lives today. But then next time it was one more and another one, and pretty soon the rooms would be crowded. Finally, it was 18 or 20 people sitting on the beds in a room at a conference, studying the big book. It was at one of these conferences, and I believe it was in Tulsa, that there was a guy there from Lawton, Oklahoma, and he said, you know, I believe my group needs to hear this. Well, we couldn't imagine a group wanting to hear this. But we did. He asked us to come out to his group, so we went out there on a Saturday and a Sunday morning. And this is where we did really the first formal presentation of the big book. There was some tapes made of that, and the guy that made the tapes called the tapes the Big Book Study Tapes. So this is where it's got its name from the tapes. Now, these tapes begin to go all over around, and Charlie and I began invited to go many places. We began to come to Dallas and certain areas of the Midwest, you know, around Little Rock and Tulsa and places like that. And maybe we would invite to go do this 5 or 6 times a year. In 1980, we met Wesley Parrish, John's sponsor and a great friend of ours, who has passed on. Wesley was a great student of the book. And they asked us to put a big book study out in Omaha, and Wesley was going to come up to speak. And Wes met us, and he was very, very impressed. He had never heard the big book. Although he was a student of the book for many years before Charlie and I sobered up, he had never completely unlocked the plan of the book. And we became instant friends that night, and he got involved with us. He was over he said this message in some way has got to be gotten out, and you had to really know Wes because he really knew how to get the job done. At the International Convention, he asked Charlie and I, could he give away 100 sets of tapes? We told him we didn't care. They didn't belong to us. We didn't have anything to do with them, and we still don't today. But so Wes had 1,500 people at this luncheon. He put it on. He set up the luncheon and paid for it, they said. And these 1,500 people were invited. And as he decided to give out 100 sets of these tapes. And these people always, yet today, most of them think they won these tapes, but they didn't really win them as door prizes. Wesley was cunning and baffling and powerful. He had picked these people out. And he picked out people from every major city, you know, every state, all over the world. There's so many people from all over the world. And so this is the way he got these tapes to go back. As they left the conference that year, these big book tapes went out, and they began to be copied, and they began to be spread out to other people. And Charlie and I began to be invited more and more to go do the big book. Today, you know, it's kind of insanity, but we'll probably do close to 35 big book studies a year. And we have done them in every major city all over the United States, and I think all but about 3 states, and all over Canada. And we've been into Australia, New Zealand, and England. And next year we're going to Germany and Sweden and back to England. So I think it's been an exciting thing for us, and we feel like we're just 2 drunks. I think one of the most exciting things in my life is being some part of what I think is the real, as John said, the things that we have. The things, we have a great fellowship. We have great meetings. But at the root of all of this is our program. Without our program, we would not exist. And to be a part of, I think, going back, taking Alcoholics Anonymous, I think I see a great trend, not because of the big book study, but a great trend all over AA is putting Alcoholics Anonymous back into Alcoholics Anonymous. And that's what this is about. It's all about the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, back into the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous.
John set this thing up for us a while ago when he talked about Dale and Bob and Bill Dotson and the first 40 people. And John talked about the fact that those 40 people had to know 3 things. in order for them to recover from their disease, they had to first know, well, what is the problem? Prior to Dr. Silkworth giving this information to Bill Wilson, everybody assumed that it was weak will, moral character, or sin. And Dr. Silkworth was the first one to really not only recognize it as a disease, but to be able to tell us what the disease actually was. And he explained to Bill his allergy to alcohol. The fact that when he took a drink, he reacted abnormally. He talked about the fact that 9 people out of 10, when they drink, they get a slightly tipsy, out of control, nauseous feeling. And he said that's really all those people want to drink. But he said, you alcoholics react differently. He said, when you take a drink, there is a craving, which is a physical craving set up in your body, which makes it virtually impossible for you to stop drinking after you've once started. And he said that craving is so strong that it overcomes the ability of the mind to stop you after you have once started. And he said, since this is an abnormal reaction, it only happens to 1 out of 10, that I'm going to say that you're allergic to alcohol. That's the physical side of your disease. And then he talked to Bill about the obsession of the mind, the idea that somehow someday he'd be able to drink. And he said that obsession of the mind is so strong that it'll make you believe something that isn't true. It'll make you believe that this time it's going to be different. And he said that obsession of the mind is so strong that it will lead you right back into taking the first drink. And he said then that drink will trigger the allergy, and then you'll be unable to stop drinking. He said people like you have a hopeless condition of the mind and of the body. He said if you can't drink successfully because of the allergy, and if you can't quit because of the mind, then you're absolutely powerless over alcohol. And for the first time, Bill understood what his problem was. We also see that through Roland H., from Dr. Jung, through Ebby, Bill learned about the solution to that problem, the vital spiritual experience, the personality change during which old ideas are cast aside and replaced with a new set. We could also see, as John talked, how Ebby brought to Bill the practical program of action from the Oxford groups and told Bill, if you'll apply that in your life, you can have that vital spiritual experience. And Bill did exactly that. And Bill recovered from the disease of alcoholism. He took the same 3 pieces of information to Dr. Bob, then to Bill Dodson, then it went to the first 40. Now in 1937, Bill was back in Akron again trying to take over this company that he was after. Not much doubt that Bill Wilson was a real alcoholic. Now, he went there in 1935 to take it over through a proxy fight. It failed and he almost got drunk. But now it's the middle of 1937 and he's still back in there and he's still trying and he's back to take it over again. While there, he decided to visit with Dr. Bob. And Bill and Bob and the 18 people who were sober in Akron sat down and decided what they would do with the information that they had, those 3 pieces of information. And as John said, they decided first to build the hospitals. They decided to hire and train the missionaries, but they didn't have any money to do either one. And somebody said, well, why don't we write a book? And the book will be the first definitive book on alcoholism the world's ever seen, and we'll make literally millions of dollars. And then we'll build the hospitals, and then we'll hire the counselors or the professionals. Yeah. And also the book was to take this information that they had learned, these 3 pieces of information, and put it down in a written form so other people could use it, and so that it would not be changed and become garbled in the future. Now, this decision bore fruit. in the spring of 1939. That's when the original first edition, first printing of the big book came out. We happen to have one of them with us. It's quite easy to see why they called it the big book. If you look at it, you'll notice that the width and the height is much larger than the book is today.
They can't see it in the back.
Hmm?
You're looking for it in the back.
There it is, right there. Now, the printing inside is no larger than it is in your book today. But if you'll notice, the margins on the pages are quite wide. Being cunning, baffling, powerful alcoholics themselves, they knew that if you made the margins wider, the book would be bigger, and the bigger it is, the better it would sell. Printing size is exactly what you have in your book today. You'll notice also it's a very, very thick book. They got the cheapest paper they could buy to print it on, because cheap paper is thick paper. And the thicker it is, the bigger the book's going to be and the better it's going to sell. Actually has less pages in it than the book does today, but it's a hell of a lot thicker. So. And they put this dust jacket on it. They call this the circus jacket. And if you'll notice, it's quite bright with the yellow and the red and the white and the black. Can't you just see some old drunk in New York City walking down the street with this under his arm, trying to remain anonymous at the same time? This book sold in 1939 for $3.50. You know what it sells for today? Group price, $3.50. 50 years later, we're still getting the same price out of it. This book may be ordered from the publisher on a free examination basis. Send $3.50 or instruct to send COD and pay the few extra cents money return cost. Examine for 7 days, and if not satisfied that the book will be helpful, return, and money, including postage, will be refunded. We originally sold it with a money-back guarantee that it would work. So it'll be up here on the table this weekend. If you'd like to see it, please feel free to look at it. Be careful with it. It's old. The paper's getting brittle. It tears quite easily. But if you'd like to look at it, take a look at it. It would do us no good to have it home on the shelf. You'll notice when you do look at it that it is red. And it's the only red big book that's ever been printed, with big, fancy gold lettering on the front of it. They really did think that the better it looks, the better it's going to sell. Now, in 1939, this group of people who had been going to the Oxford groups called themselves Oxford Groupers. The Oxford group people referred to these alcoholics as the drunk squads of the Oxford groups. In 1939, they produced this book, and they were at that time known as the drunk squads of the Oxford groups. Joe, on Roman numeral 17 of your big book, let's look at the last paragraph.
Roman numeral 17.
Roman numeral 17, XV11.
Any news to me? Okay, the membership had reached about 100 men and women. The fledgling society, which had been nameless, now began to be called Alcoholics Anonymous from the title of its book. You know, there were many discussions on what to call this book. The miracle is that we have it, you know, because this book was written by 40 brand new drunks. But once the book was published, they got in discussions about all this. Sometimes a lot of arguments, too, about these different things, what to call the book. Some wanted to call it The Way Out. Bill didn't like that too well, and he had a scheme to overcome that. At one time, he wanted to call it the BW Movement and add his name on it. His ego got involved. Another was titled, I think it was The Darkest Before Dawn, a lot of different, but they found and come up with the idea that we are alcoholics and would like to remain anonymous. That name seemed to ring, and a lot of people, that seemed to be the predominant choice. So they named their book, their program, Alcoholics Anonymous. Just named this group of people. Now, once they named their book Alcoholics Anonymous, then they took the name off the book and named themselves Alcoholics Anonymous. So there's really two Alcoholics Anonymous. The first actually thing on the face of this earth named Alcoholics Anonymous was this book. That book was called Alcoholics Anonymous. And then we named our fellowship Alcoholics Anonymous. So we are the second-hand Alcoholics Anonymous. We come second. It's very peculiar today when we say, what is Alcoholics Anonymous? We immediately say it's a fellowship of men and women. Well, really it could be, but number one is this book. Now, it wasn't any problem in 1939 because the people in that group had written this book. So they practiced the program. This was their program in the book. So the program in the fellowship and the program in the book were exactly the same in 1939. That's amazing. Now, we know the book has been unchanged. The book has been unchanged, so that's the same program that was in that book in 1939. But the program in the fellowship has changed. You know, people change. People add to, we don't know, and they delete and they bring in so many new things, and little by little our fellowship has gotten way away from the program that it originally had. You know, we just say go to 90 meetings in 90 days and don't drink. We say take some and leave some. So many things have been inundated into our groups that we have gotten well way away from our program. You know, Charlie and I, sometimes you go to a meeting and you don't know where you're at. You know, you don't know what kind of meeting it is because they never mention the program. They sat there and discussed their problems and never discussed the solution. So I think that here this weekend we're not going to be talking about the program in the fellowship. We're going to be talking about the program in the book. And I like to challenge myself with that too, even with my group. I like to go back to my group when I go to my meetings and listen to what's going on and see how far we are away from our program, or are we discussing the program? I think that the thing that really brought us, that caused, as we said a while ago, that brought our fellowship about was the program in this book. And this is the AA that we'll be discussing this weekend, is the program in the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous.
It really is difficult sometimes when you go to an AA meeting that if they didn't read the preamble, we may not even know what kind of meeting we're in. We've gone that far away from the original program in the book. Joe and I were in a meeting not too long ago, and they had talked about everything except alcoholism and recovery therefrom. And Joe turned around to me and he said, "What kind of meeting is this anyhow?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. Why?" And he said, "It must be BB." And I said, "BB, what's that?" He said, "Beats the hell out of me, but it's sure not AA, is it?" On Roman numeral 20, first paragraph, public acceptance of AA grew by leaps and bounds. For this, there were two principal reasons: the large numbers of recoveries and reunited homes. These made their impressions everywhere. Of alcoholics who came to AA and really tried, 50% got sober at once and remained that way. 25% sobered up after some relapses, and among the remainder, those who stayed on with AA showed improvement. It's quite easy to see, but back in the beginning, for those that came to AA and really tried the program, a minimum of 75% of them recovered. Now, that was in the days when the program consisted of primarily practicing and teaching of the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And when they sat around in a meeting, the older members who had used the steps and had recovered helped the new members learn how to use the steps in their lives. And then the new members would use the steps and they would recover, and they would help the next new member do the same thing. And somewhere we got away from the idea of being able to teach each other how to work the program. Somewhere we got into doing nothing but share our experience, strength, and hope with each other. And we got away from the idea of helping the newcomer work the steps. And we begin to say everybody ought to be able to work the program any way they want to. Everybody will have to find their own program, their own way. And we even begin to say such things that it really isn't necessary to work the steps if you really don't want to work them. And we begin to say you can treat it as a cafeteria, you can take what you want, leave what you want. And we begin to hear statements like, I never took a written step 4 and you don't have to either. And slowly, slowly we moved away from the old method of the working of the program. I wonder what our percentage of recovery is today. Is it 75% today? Is it 50% today? Is it 25% today? We've been hearing figures here lately of well less than 10% of those that come to AA today recover from the disease of alcoholism. Now, the older members tend to say, well, it's the new people coming in. They really don't want to get sober. They say they're sent here by treatment centers. Well, I don't really believe that's true, because Dr. Bob was running a treatment center way back in the 1940s, sending people to AA, and they got sober. Or we say it's because the judge is sending them here today, and I don't believe that's true, because judges have been sending them to AA ever since AA first started. I think the real problem today is that nobody is helping the newcomer understand that we really do have a program, and it's in the big book Alcoholics Anonymous, and instructions on how to work the steps are found there, and then the older member helping the new member work the steps so they can recover from the disease. I really think we've reached a point today where most new members have no idea what to really try, because nobody's pointing that out to them and nobody's helping them work those steps. I believe today if we could go back to those old ideas and work the program as they did in the beginning, we might get back to 75% recovery rate again today. I think the greatest tragedy in the world today is that we people in AA are frantically searching for more people to bring into our fellowship, and we've got literally hundreds of thousands sitting around us day after day dying from the disease of alcoholism, and we're simply not helping them do the things they need to do in order to recover. And that's what the big book is about. And that's all the preaching we'll do. I've told one Texas joke, I've preached once, and I'll do neither one again all weekend, I promise you. Now that we understand the layout of the book a little bit, let's go to the table of contents, and let's see where these 3 pieces of information, problem, solution, program of action, actually fit into the book. Joe, you have some handout sheets, by the way, in your packet. And from time to time, we'll have one of those up here on the screen. And those of you that can't see it too well, you might want to get your handout sheet out. And between the screen and what you'll have there in your lap, you'll be able to see what we're talking about. Joe?
Okay. Now we're going to see what we're going to be looking at, the whole plan of the book. Now to start off with, there's nothing new about the procedure of this book. You know, it is written to deal with the problem of alcoholism and to solve that problem. Now, problem solving, regardless of whether it's alcoholism, medical problem, family problem, financial problem, health problem, all problems, there's one universal way to solve the problem. And this is one universal procedure that is used, just like if something happened with your car. Now, the procedure of solving problems, number one, the first procedure in solving problems is to gather all the information you can about the problem and find out what is the problem. You know, you can't hardly solve a problem until you can completely understand what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. That's when you go to a doctor, he makes a diagnosis. You go to the mechanic, he has to find what's wrong with it. That information is always the first step in recovery, is to find out what is the problem. And that's very difficult to do, and it took thousands of years for us to discover that in the alcoholic. What is this problem? And it's a very difficult thing. That's a very difficult step for an alcoholic, because alcoholism is a unique illness in which it's the only an illness in which the patient has to make a self-diagnosis. And it's pretty hard for a self-diagnosis, because also alcoholism is the only disease that tells the patient he ain't got it. You know, that's why you can tell who's got it. The one swears he ain't got it's got it. Okay, so the first thing we're going to find out is what is the problem, and this came from Dr. Silkworth, who accumulated this idea beginning in 1930, shared it with Bill in 1933 and 34. What is the problem? Now, once we see the problem, then we can determine the solution. The solution, actually, we're going to find out, the problem is with powerless over alcohol in our lives have become unmanageable. That's the problem statement. That is the problem. Now, once we see the problem, then we can, it's from step one that we can determine step two. Because you can't get step two unless you see step one. And so we're going to use Bill's story and the doctor's opinion to see the problem. And then we're going to come to the second phase of the program, step two, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. That information for step two is contained in chapter 2, There is a Solution, more about alcoholism and we agnostics. These 3 chapters will give you all the information about the solution to the problem. Now, in step 1, we said the problem was powerless. Now, once we see the problem is powerless, then it's obvious what the solution is: power, because step 1 determines that. And since we can't do anything about the allergy, we believe the answer is power working in the mind. Therefore, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. The solution is power working in the mind. So now we come to the main part of the program. Now that you see that you're powerless and your solution is power, then the main job is, how do we find that power? Well, we have 3 chapters: How It Works, Into Action, Working with Others, which contains a little 10-step program of action. If we take those last 10 steps, we will find the power in step 2 that will solve the problem in step 1. So we're going to be looking at 3 things. What is the problem? Powerless. What is the solution? Power. And the last 10 steps is how we find that power. 3 simple things to be taken in that procedure.
I think we would find this true in trying to solve any problem. I don't care what it is. You know, if you're sitting in your living room at home and it's raining outside and water begins to drip out of the ceiling, well, on the surface of the thing, your problem is you got a leaking roof. But that's not really the problem. The problem is, where does that sucker leak? Is it leaking through a shingle? Is it leaking in a valley? Is it leaking through the flashing around the fireplace? Where is it leaking? You really can't determine the solution until you determine exactly where that leak is. And then after you determine where the leak is, then you can determine the solution. A solution for a leaking shingle is one thing. For a flashing or for a valley would be something different. Now, after you've determined the solution, then you can determine a program of action. And it will be different also based upon where the leak is. So to really stop that leak, you'd have to know three things: problem, solution, and program of action. And that's true with any problem today, period. And our book is laid out in that exact sequence. And if we can see nothing else this weekend, I hope we'll be able to see that sequence and see which part of the book actually produces what ideas. Where is the problem, where is the solution, and what is the program of action. Let's go over to the forward to the first edition for just a moment. Roman numeral 13. It tells me in the forward to the first edition that we of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. To show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. And I think there's two ideas there we need to look at. First, we are more than 100 men and women. The 40 people made the decision to write the book in 37. By the time the book was printed in 39, we had 100 sober. The first 40 told Bill, we want you to write the book. You know more about it than any of the rest of us, and you've been sober longer than any of the rest of us, which in both cases wasn't very much. But they said, Bill, this is not to be your book. This is to be our book. And when you write the chapters, we want to see them, and we'll add to, delete from, and change around whatever we think's necessary. And when we were through with it, it'll be the collective knowledge, experience, and wisdom of all 40 of us, and it will show other people exactly how we recovered from our disease. Now, what that means to me is I'm looking at a book that was authored in 1939 by 100 people. Usually when I read a book, it's a one-author book. And if I find something in a book written by one author that I don't agree with my keen intellectual alcoholic mind, I usually say, who in the hell is he to think he's smarter than I am? And I just ignore it. But if I do that with 100 people, it's going to be a little bit harder for me to argue with them, especially if they have recovered from the same thing that's killing me, a hopeless condition of the mind and of the body. I think the other idea is to show other people precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. Now, Joe and I have been around AA long enough to know that you can't tell anybody what they have to do. There really are no must, although the word does appear in our book a lot of times, but nobody has to do anything to be a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. You can come to an AA meeting and you can stand up in a meeting and say, I don't like you people at all. Can't stand those 12 steps and can just barely drink your lousy old coffee. But I'm going to be a member of AA because I've got a desire to stop drinking. And nobody can say a thing in the world about that. In fact, you don't even have to be sober to be a member of AA. It helps if you are, but you really don't have to be a member of AA. But those statements all deal with membership in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. Our book has nothing to do with the fellowship. Our book deals with one thing and one thing only: recovery from the disease of alcoholism. And this book is going to show us precisely how the first 100 recovered. Then those of us that wish to recover as they did can follow their precise method, and then surely we can expect what they got, recovery from the disease of alcoholism. I think there's two very important ideas in that first paragraph in the foreword of the first edition. I'd like to back up one page to the preface for just a moment. In the second paragraph on Roman numeral 11 in the preface, it says, because this book has become the basic text for our society and has helped such large numbers of alcoholic men and women to recovery, there exists a sentiment against any radical changes being made in it. Therefore, the first portion of this volume describing the AA recovery program has been left untouched in the course of revisions made for both the second and third editions, and I gained two ideas. First, it has become the basic text for our society. And I think when we see those words, basic text, we're alerted to the type book we have in front of us. There's all different kind of books. You know, there's novels written on fact, novels written on fiction. There's biographies, there are autobiographies, and we could name a dozen different kind of books. There's also a book called a textbook. And you and I remember textbooks, and some of us not very fondly. You know, when we went to school, we had to read from them and study from them, and hell, we'd rather be doing something else. And then you had to take tests, and you might fail. So we had some kind of bad thinking in relation to those textbooks. But if you look at a textbook in its simplest terms, it is nothing more than a means of transferring information from the mind of one human being or a group of human beings through the written word to the mind of another human being, thereby increasing the knowledge of the other human being. And that's all in the world a textbook does. That, in fact, and really that's all teaching is too. Simply a transference of information from one mind to another, and it can be done in many ways, but in a textbook it's through the written word. A textbook almost always assumes that the reader of the book will know very little about the subject matter. And it will normally start at a very simple point, and then as that knowledge increases, the information presented in the book will become more and more difficult as you progress through the book. For instance, let's say that we have a textbook on mathematics. And let's say that my friend Joe here knows nothing at all about mathematics. Joe can't add, he can't subtract, he can count. He can count to 21 if he's standing there naked and got everything where it ought to be, you know. He usually says 20 and a half. And I walk up to Joe and I hand him a textbook on mathematics. I say, I want you to go to chapter 5 and work those problems dealing with algebra. Being a fine fellow, he'll open the book to chapter 5 and he looks at the algebra problems, and it's just so many hen scratches to him. He doesn't understand that at all. But if I say, Joe, this textbook on mathematics, the first chapter deals with addition and subtraction. And if you'll read it and study it and ask questions when you need to, you'll learn how to add and subtract. And sure enough, he does that in chapter 1. And I say now chapter 2 deals with multiplication and division. Based on what you learned in 1, you can now go to chapter 2 and learn how to multiply and divide, and he does that. And in chapter 3 is going to deal perhaps with decimals and fractions. And gradually we progress him through the book, increasing his knowledge until when he gets to chapter 5, he can then read, study, and understand and learn how to do algebra problems. Again, one of the greatest mistakes in AA today is a newcomer walks in the door, we hand them a copy of the big book, we say go to chapter 5 and do what it says. And they go to chapter 5, and the first thing they run into is a bunch of hen scratches. The 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. Number 1 says, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, our lives had become unmanageable. He said, man, I ain't powerless over nothing. He has no idea what we're talking about in step 1. Step 2 says, came to believe that a power greater than yourself can restore you to sanity. He said, don't tell me I'm crazy. He said, yeah, I do stupid things when I'm drunk, but when I'm sober, I'm like other people. He has no idea what we mean by that statement in step 2. Well, if you're not powerless and you're not nuts, then you don't need step 3 to turn your will and your life over to the care of something you don't understand in the first place. And we put him in the same position that we would put Joe in that textbook on mathematics. We believe the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters are in the book in a perfect sequence to feed information into our mind, increasing our knowledge about our disease and recovery therefrom, and it slowly leads us to the point of where it prepares us for chapter 5. Hopefully we'll be able to see that as we go through the doctor's opinion and the first 4 chapters. The other thing that's so important is that because this book has worked for so many people, for so long, there exists a sentiment against any radical changes being made in it. Therefore, the first 164 pages in our book, that part that deals with the recovery program, has been left untouched. From the first edition to the second edition in 1955 to the third edition in 1976. The only changes made in the book regard the stories in the back of the book. Twice they've been changed to more accurately reflect the changing membership of Alcoholics Anonymous, but the recovery program itself has been left untouched. I think that's the first great miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous, that we people who know everything in the world there is to know and who just love to change things have managed to leave this thing alone for 50 years. That is an absolute miracle. Every one of us that's ever read it has rewritten it in our head at least 2 or 3 times, but so far never on paper. Thank God for that, Joe.
Okay, now that we have everything laid out, let's begin with what is the problem. Step 1, the doctor's opinion. What is the problem? Now, as we putting this into perspective, prior to Dr. Silkworth's work, that was the greatest confusion since the beginning of time, is what is the problem? As people begin to use alcohol, they say that, the figures say that 1 out of 10 people who drink become allergic to alcohol or alcoholic. That's pretty high. 10% of the people who drink become alcoholic. In the beginning of time, as people begin to use alcohol, this began to happen. And as we look back on history, we find out actually that out of the 10 people who drank, 9 of them were non-alcoholic and 1 of them was alcoholic. So the 9, there was a people who could drink or who didn't have any problems with alcohol. The so-called social drinkers of that time, they began to wonder what was wrong with the alcoholic. It was the non-alcoholics who created all the misconceptions about the alcoholics. It was the non-alcoholics who began to say, well, he must be weak. He must be sinful. They were trying to find out what was the problem. So all the misconception was created by the non-alcoholics trying to find out what's wrong with the alcoholic. The problem, alcoholic just kept on drinking. He didn't care what the problem was. But they say it would take hundreds of years to wipe out the ignorance created by the non-alcoholics toward the alcoholics. Well, one of the earliest things in history is recorded, I guess, is in the big book. I look at that because it's the history of man, too. Many times alcohol is mentioned, but one of my favorite is in Proverbs 23:29 to the end. Solomon was a great man who's credited right in Proverbs, and he seemingly most of the people of his known world came to him with the major problems. He was a social worker of his day. He answered all the questions. And it seemed like somebody approached him about, I don't know what they called us, but he was an alcoholic, obviously, as Solomon describes it. And he said, he went on in Proverbs to talk about this. He said, who hath woe, who has sorrow, who has wounds, who has redness of eyes? They that tarry long at the wine. That's all they had in those days. Everybody was a wino. They hadn't discovered this other stuff yet. He went on to talk about how it acts. He said, you abeeth one who lies down in the midst of a sea. You feel like, how your bed feels at night. Or sleeping at the top of a mast. How the mast of the ship tosses. And he sure knew some of us fellas, because he said, thine eyes shall behold strange women.
Hadn't changed a hell of a lot, had it?
And thy heart will utter perverse things. You'll say a lot of things you don't want to say. He said, you will say they have beaten me, and I felt it not. You know, next morning you feel like somebody was beating on you. You don't know what happened to you. Got all them old bruises on you. And then he closed it with one final statement. He said, but still yet, when they rise in the morning, they will seek it yet again. You know, they'll get up in the morning and they'll drink the same thing. You know, this was thousands of years ago. Solomon had observed it, but he never understood the problem. No one understood the problem. As John talked about down through history, they treated it as a sin. They punished people. They cut their heads. They did everything to alcoholics, trying a solution because we didn't understand the problem. First, in order for a man to solve any of his major problems, he has to first understand the problem. Today, you know, we have a health problem called cancer. Very hastily, we would think we were looking for a treatment, for a solution for cancer. But that's what we want. But the research is trying to find out what is cancer. What is the problem? And we could find the problem, then we could develop the solution. No one ever was able to do this. So we treated alcoholics as weak. We locked them up. We did all these things. But finally, Benjamin Rush, as John said this in 1784, that he thought it was a disease process. Well, no one had ever come up with that idea that alcoholism was a disease. It had been accepted as a sin or a weakness. But finally, Dr. Silkworth was able to lend some meaning to this when he went to the Towns Hospital in 1930. Dr. Silkworth had worked for a while. He got caught up in a stock market crash too, and he lost everything, and he didn't have a job, and he needed to work. So he took a job at the Towns Hospital working with drunks for $40 a week, room and board. And this man ended up treating over 50,000 alcoholics before his death. And he is credited with really discovering what is this problem. And later on, and although Benjamin Rush said it in 1784, Dr. Silkworth said it in this book in 1939. It was finally accepted by the American Medical Association and the American Psychiatric Association, I believe in 1956, that alcoholism was a disease. But Dr. Silkworth was the one who made this discovery. And he shared it with Bill on his first trip to the Towns Hospital in the summer of 1933. Now, to begin with, let's look on Roman numeral 24. The physician who at our request gave us this letter has been kind enough to enlarge upon his views in another statement which follows. In this statement, he confirms that we who have suffered alcoholic torture must believe that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as the mind. Now, when we're looking at this problem, we want to look, we're looking at the human being. We're going to be talking about three areas. We're going to be talking about, we know that the human being, we all have a spiritual life. And we all have a mental life. And we all have a physical life. These are the dimensions of human life. Now, a lot of our illnesses affects the body only. And a lot of major illness affects the mind. But he said the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind. We're going to be looking at a mental and a physical illness. In order to recover, we're going to have to go talk about spirituality. So in the recovery and talking about the disease and its recovery, we're going to be talking about the total human being. He said that it did not satisfy us at all. We could not control our drinking just because we were maladjusted to life. That's mental. Or were in full flight from reality, or outright mental defectives. These were true to some extent. In fact, to a considerable extent with some of us. But we are sure that our bodies are sickened as well. In our belief, any picture of the alcoholic which leaves out his physical factor is incomplete. Now this was Dr. Silkworth's great breakthrough. You know, prior to all the times before Dr. Silkworth, all the other studies and discussion of alcoholism had just talked about the mind, weak will, sin. They had never mentioned the body being involved in this disease. So this was a great breakthrough that Dr. Silkworth brought to the disease of alcoholism when he said it not only affects the mind, but it affects the body too. Now he goes on to describe the doctor's theory that we have an allergy to alcoholic excess. And here where he begins to talk about the physical aspect, the theory that we have an allergy to alcohol.
If we have a textbook in front of us, and I think we do, and if it's true that a textbook is meant to transfer information from the mind of one human being to another through the written word, and I believe that's what it's for, then it must also be true that the transference of that information will be based upon the understanding of the words to be found in the textbook. If the writer of the book uses a word and has a certain definition of it in his mind, if the reader of the book reads that word but has a different definition in their mind, then the information that comes through is going to be garbled information. And there's a few words in the big book that seem to have given many of us some difficulty. And I think the first one we're going to run into that gives us a big problem is this word allergy. You know, many of us before coming to AA, we assumed we knew exactly what an allergy is. I knew that if you ate something like strawberries, and if you were allergic to them, you would have some visible physical sign, indicator, or manifestation of it. For instance, for strawberries, you would break out in a rash, the rash being the physical indicator of it. I knew if you were allergic to milk and you drank it, you would have a bad case of dysentery, the dysentery being the physical indicator of the allergy. I knew if you were allergic to ragweeds and you got around them, your eyes and nose would itch, they would water, you would begin to sneeze. The itchy, watery nose and eyes, the sneezing being the physical manifestation or indicator of that allergy. So I come to AA and they say to me, Charlie, you're allergic to alcohol and you'll never be able to drink it again. And I said, how in the hell can I be allergic to alcohol? I'm drinking a quart a day. Now, how can you possibly drink that much of something you're allergic to? And I said, alcohol doesn't make me break out in a rash. Doesn't necessarily give me a bad case of dysentery. Once in a while it would, depending on what I'd been drinking, but usually it didn't. Nor did it necessarily make my eyes, nose itch, water, and cause me to sneeze. And I said, I don't understand what you're talking about when you say I'm allergic to alcohol. Explain it to me. And they said, well, you don't need to know. They said, the only thing you need to know is you can't drink it. Well, today I know exactly why they told me that. Because they didn't understand it either. Now, if you're a keen, intellectually minded alcoholic like I am, you can't just leave information like that hanging out there in the air somewhere. You're going to have to find the answer. So after I'd been at AA for a while and this thing had bugged me long enough, I finally decided to go to a source of information that's never failed me yet. I went to the dictionary and I looked up the word allergy. And I found several definitions for the word allergy, just like you do with any word, depending on how you're using it. But I found the one that I think fits me exactly. It defined an allergy as an abnormal reaction to any food, beverage, substance of any kind, an abnormal reaction.
Yeah.
So I began to try to look back through my life and see where I was abnormal when it comes to alcohol. And to my amazement, I found that I didn't know what's normal and what's abnormal. You see, the only thing I knew about drinking alcohol is the way I drank And the way those people drank who drank with me, and if they didn't drink like I did, they didn't drink with me. So the kind of drinking we were doing was normal drinking to us. So in order for me to see where I'm abnormal, I've got to go find out what happens when a normal drinker drinks. Now, 9 people out of 10 do not react to alcohol like I do. So I begin to go talk to those 9 people out of 10, the normal, social, temperate drinker. And I would say, tell me how you feel when you take a drink. And usually they'll describe it something like this. They'll say, well, we can come home from work all tired, tense, wrought up from the day's work. We can have a drink or two before dinner. We get a warm, comfortable, relaxing feeling. We'll go ahead and have dinner, and we probably won't drink anymore that night. Well, now, I don't feel that way when I drink alcohol. I take a drink of alcohol, and I put her up to my lips, and as it crosses my lips begin to tingle. Hits my teeth, and they kind of chatter up and down. Strikes my tongue, and I can feel my tongue begin to grow and expand and swell. Hits my cheeks, and they'll flutter in and out. And I can feel it passing up through my sinus cavities into my forehead, and I get a feeling up here in my forehead which is absolutely indescribably wonderful. Now, I haven't even swallowed the damn stuff yet. I just got it in my mouth. When I swallow that drink, and as it goes down through my esophagus, great things begin to take place. Immediately, my chest begins to grow and expand and get bigger and bigger. And it hits my stomach, and it just literally explodes like a bomb. And I can feel it immediately racing through my arms, and they get longer and longer, and it hits my hands and fingers, and they begin to tingle and vibrate. At the same time, it's racing through my legs, and they're getting longer and longer, and I'm getting taller and taller, and it hits my feet and my toes, and they get a hot, intense, burning, exciting, get up and go somewhere and do something feeling. And I don't understand a warm, comfortable, relaxing feeling when you take a drink. Now, that's one way I'm abnormal. And by the way, that's why I love to drink, because it made me feel different than it did those other people. It made me feel good all over. But there's another way I'm abnormal, which is probably more important yet. The normal social drinker tells me this. They say when we have a couple of drinks, we get a slightly tipsy, out of control, nauseous feeling. And they say we don't like that feeling very much. And you know, I've watched them all my life, and that's what they do. They have a couple of drinks, and they'll giggle a little bit and say, ooh, I feel this, I better quit. Or they'll say, I'm beginning to feel kind of sick, that's all I want. Now, today I realize that is the normal reaction to alcohol. Alcohol is a toxic drug. It is a destroyer of human tissue. And the mind and body can normally sense what you put in it, and if it's a destroyer of the body, the mind and body will usually react with nausea and say, let's get this stuff to hell out of here. And if you give the normal social drinker more than 2 or 3 drinks, you better look out. One or two things are going to happen. They're either going to go to sleep or they're going to puke, one of the two. That's the normal reaction to alcohol. Now, when I take a couple drinks and put it in my body, I don't get a slightly tipsy, out of control feeling. I get an in control feeling. And instead of my body reacting with nausea, my body reacts with an actual physical craving for more of the same. My body said, give me some more. The social drinker's body says, let's get it out of here. My body said, give me some more. And that craving is so strong that after I've once put alcohol in there, then that craving overcomes the ability of the mind to stop me after I've once started. Now, I was only going to have 2 or 3 drinks. But after I put the 2 or 3 drinks in, the physical craving develops. Then the 2 or 3 drinks become 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 15, and 20, and on till I'm drunk, sick, and in all kinds of trouble. That reaction is considered to be an abnormal reaction to alcohol. The only difference between normal and abnormal is what the majority of the people do. If 9 of them do it that way and 1 of them does it this way, then that 1 is considered to be abnormal. An actual physical craving that develops in the body after I've had a couple of drinks. The normal drinker, their reaction is nausea. Mine is, give me some more of the same. An actual physical craving.
Roman numeral 26, and as a textbook he begins, and we're going to follow him throughout the textbook. Once he begins of the subject, he begins to expand on that subject and teach you more and more about it.
By the way, we're going to take a break in a few minutes too. So
we believe, as so suggested a few years ago, that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics is a manifestation of the allergy. That the phenomenal craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. In other words, social drinkers, normal social drinkers, do not crave alcohol. It's very peculiar, you know, that the normal drinker takes a drink of alcohol, and when he feels the effects of alcohol, he's ready to stop or slow down. When the alcoholic takes a few drinks of alcohol and he feels the effects of alcohol, he's ready to start. They're ready to stop, and we're ready to start. See, we are abnormal. Now, like Charlie, Charlie and I love to, I am fascinated by social drinkers. It's a fast, can you just hear Charlie say, you know, they have 2 drinks, then eat dinner, right? And sit there for the rest of the night, watching the TV. Does that sound boring? Eat 2 dips of ice cream, go to bed after 10 o'clock news. They miss all the fun we had. They never get in jail. You know, you got to get out there. Never get the DWI, miss all that excitement. Okay. Now, what? No, Charlie and I watch them on the airplanes. I like what Joe said about them. I do. I study them on those airplanes because that's the best place. You got them in close so you can watch them. They all those little drinks and they got those little sticks. I don't know, some kind of ceremony. They stir a lot. I don't know what that's for, but they go around. And when they get that all done, you know what they do? They read the damn magazine. you sit there and say, drink it. And they just sip on that, you know, and sometimes they throw some of it away. They have to come back an hour later on a flight, and they have to hurry on, and they frown when they drink it, you know. Now that's normal. That's sick, but that's normal. Charlie, we had one time. They had that's an ounce. Can you imagine starting with that? An ounce. And this guy had one of them little bottles, and he was neat. He kept on doing it, measuring it. And he screwed the top on real good, you know, and put it down in his coat pocket. Charlie asked him, we got off the plane, Charlie, you know, he's kind of forward. He couldn't, he had to ask him, he said, what you gonna do with that what you put in your pocket? He said, I'm gonna fix me another drink when I get home. Now that's normal drinking.
Sicker than hell, but normal.
But you know, I often look at that. You know, when we see abnormal, because Charlie says, you know, most abnormal drinkers never know they're abnormal because that's the only way they have ever drank, and they've been drinking that way so long, and so abnormal becomes normal to us. We really think we are normal drinkers. But sometimes I wonder, as we look at those people, how strange their drinking looks to us. I wonder how strange our drinking looks to them. To the social drinker, I wonder how strange we look to them. You know, when it comes to alcohol, we are different. Not nowhere else, but when it comes to alcohol, we are different. We're abnormal drinkers. He says, these allergy types can never safely use any alcohol in any form at all. And once having formed the habit and found they cannot break it, once they have lost their self-confidence, their reliance upon human things, their problems pile upon them and they become astonishingly difficult to solve.
In other words, he's talking about the manifestation of this allergy,
Yes.
the physical indicator of this allergy. You can't see it like you can a rash or dysentery,
Yeah.
but you can feel it. It's the phenomenon of craving that develops after we've had the first one or two drinks. Now again, we got to understand and use words in the context of the book. Craving in the big book refers always to the body after we've had a couple of drinks. Craving has nothing to do with the mind in the context of the big book. Some people say, I got sober and I craved a drink for 5 years. No, we might have desired a drink or had an obsession to drink. But the only way you crave alcohol is to first put it in the body, and then it produces a physical craving which demands more of the same. So the manifestation of this allergy is the physical craving that occurs after we've had a couple of drinks. Now, he's going to carry this just a little further. We want to look at 5 kinds of drinkers, and then we'll take a break. Over on Roman numeral 28. He says the classification of alcoholics seems most difficult, and in much detail is outside the scope of this book. There are, of course, the psychopaths who are emotionally unstable. We're all familiar with this type. They're always going on the wagon for keeps. They are over-remorseful and make many resolutions but never a decision.
This is type 1.
There is a type of man who is unwilling to admit that he cannot take a drink. He plans various ways of drinking. He changes his brand or his environment.
Type 2.
There is a type who always believes that after being entirely free from alcohol for a period of time, he can take a drink without danger.
Type 3.
There is the manic depressive type who is perhaps the least understood by his friends and about whom a whole chapter could be written.
Type 4.
Now, I always thought I was a type 5. It said then there are types that are entirely normal in every respect, except in the effect alcohol has upon them. They are often able, intelligent, friendly people. And I used to read that and I'd say, how in the hell did he know so much about me? Now, he's talked about 5 different kinds of drinkers.
Make a point, yeah.
Now he makes his point. All these and many others have one symptom in common. They cannot start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. This phenomenon, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of an allergy, which differentiates these people and sets them apart as a distinct entity. It has never been, by any treatment which we're familiar, permanently eradicated. The only relief we have to suggest is entire abstinence. Now, I believe what he said is this, that if all we alcoholics in this room tonight should take a drink, God forbid that happen, but if we did, we would not all react exactly the same. You know, one of us would be over in the corner and just a little bit crying in our beer, oh, boo-hoo-hoo, the world's not treating me right.
Man, precious.
In just a little bit, there'll be one of them right out in the middle of the floor, hooping and hollering and dancing and cutting up and having a hell of a good time. Look in the other corner, there'll be 2 of us getting in a fight, just sure as anything. Look back in this corner, and there'll be 2 of us over here, one putting the make on the other. We tend to do that also when we drink. Now, we would do many different things after we had that first drink. But there is one thing that every one of us would do if we're alcoholic. We would start looking for the second drink, and the third drink, and a 4th drink, and a 5th drink, and a 6th drink, and on until we're drunk, sick, and in all kinds of trouble. And I know that's true, because if that was not true, we would not be sitting in this room tonight. If you and I could drink without getting drunk, we'd be out there somewhere drinking without getting drunk. We're here because we can't drink without getting drunk. Now, it doesn't make any difference when this became apparent in our life. Some of us have been this way from the word go. I drank 26 years, I drank alcohol. I never remember taking one drink of anything that had alcohol in it. The first drink I ever took led to the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, and I was drunk, sick, and in trouble that night, and I've been that way from the time I was 14 years old. Some of you might have had several years of trouble-free drinking, but somewhere down the line you crossed over, and you began to end up getting drunk and sick and in all kinds of trouble, and the more you tried, the worse it got. And it doesn't make any difference whether we're born with it or whether we drink ourselves into it. The fact remains, that's the way we are tonight. And that's what counts. And it doesn't make any difference how long it takes us to get drunk. This allergy is so pronounced in me, I'll guarantee you, if I'd take a drink right now at 10 minutes after 9, by midnight I found me a cop and I'm in jail somewhere. Some of you may have 1 or 2 tonight, 3 or 4 tomorrow night, 4 or 5 the next night, and it may take you a week to find your cop and get in jail, but it doesn't make any difference, because the thing that started it was the first drink we took tonight. That's what we've got in common in AA. Too many times we try to unidentify with people. You know, he says, I've been in jail 32 times, and I say, I'm not like him, I've just been there 18 times. Or she says, I've had 5 husbands. Hell, I've only had 2 wives. I'm not like her. But if I'll sit and listen closely to every alcoholic, I'll hear that one thing over and over. Every time I take a drink, something happens, and I can't stop, and I end up drunk, and I did not intend to get drunk. That's what we've got in common, and I end up making a difference how young we are. This can happen at 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. Doesn't make any difference how old we are. It can happen at 70. Doesn't make any difference whether we're male or female. Doesn't make any difference whether we're black or white. Doesn't make any difference whether we're Catholic or Baptist or Jewish. It really doesn't make any difference what politics we have, whether we're Republican or Democrat. The one thing we have in common is the phenomenon of craving that develops after we take the first drink. Dr. Silkworth called this the allergy to alcohol, a physical craving, and this is considered to be abnormal. Let's take about a 10 to 15 minute break, and then we'll come back and we want to prove to you the doctor's opinion about the disease. Still yet. We're going to look at some information that is not AA information, but it's information that's been given to us by the medical world that pretty well proves the doctor's opinion. And if we didn't look at it, I think we'd be remiss. In your handout sheets, you have a little drawing that labels the disease concept of alcoholism. You going to do it on the blackboard?
Yeah, I can.
And as we talk about this, Joe's going to kind of draw it over here on the blackboard to my right.
I don't know if they can see it.
John has put it on the screen over here to the left. And if you'll notice in that center line, it talks about 9 drink safely, they are at ease. These are the 9 normal social drinkers. And when they take a drink of alcohol and it goes into the system, the body acts with alcohol like it does with any other food or substance you put in it. It begins to break it down and metabolize it, and it will extract what it can use and get rid of what it can't use. It does the same thing with a piece of bread or Coca-Cola or whatever we put in it. And the 9 people that can safely drink, they take a drink. The mind and body senses what it is. Certain organs of the body produce things called enzymes. They attack the alcohol and break it down first to a material called acetaldehyde. Then after a period of time, it's broken down to diacetic acid. Then after a period of time, diacetone. And then in the final stages, it's broken down to a simple carbohydrate made up of water, sugar, and carbon dioxide. The sugar, of course, is a form of energy. It's calories. The body can use it and burns it for energy, stores the excess as fat to be used at a later date. Interestingly enough, they're empty calories. There's no amino acids, there's no vitamins, none of those things that are absolutely necessary for life, but it is a form of energy that the body can use. The water will be dissipated through the urinary and intestinal tract. The carbon dioxide will be dissipated through the lungs. Now, in the normal social drinker, they can metabolize, break down, burn up approximately 1 ounce per hour. Now, this will vary with different bodies and different sizes and etc., but the average for the social drinker is 1 ounce per hour. If they don't drink any more than that, they can't get drunk, because their body will break it down, use it up, burn it, and get rid of it. Very seldom do they drink more than 1 ounce per hour, because if they do, they get the slightly tipsy, out of control, nauseous feeling. And if they continue to drink after that, you better look out, because they're probably going to vomit on you in just a little while. Now let's look in the left-hand column. The one who does not drink safely or is at disease with alcohol. And that's all the word disease means, something that separates you from the norm. The alcoholic takes a drink, puts it in the body, the same thing begins. The enzymes attack it, break it down to acetaldehyde, then to diacetic acid, and then to acetone. But it seems as though in the body of the alcoholic, those enzymes necessary to break it down or metabolize it from acetone to the simple carbohydrate are not there in the same qualities and quantities as they are in the body of the non-alcoholic. So it takes a much longer time to break it down from acetone to the simple carbohydrate. Maybe the alcoholic's body will metabolize it at the rate of 1/2 ounce per hour, maybe 1/4 ounce per hour, maybe only 1/10 ounce per hour, depending upon the body, the enzyme production, etc. So it will remain in the body of the alcoholic for a much longer period of time as acetone than it does in the non-alcoholic. Today they have proven that acetone ingested into the human system that remains there for an appreciable period of time will produce an actual physical craving for more of the same. In the non-alcoholic's body, it goes through that stage so fast that the craving is never produced. But in the body of the alcoholic, the acetone remains there for a long enough period of time that it produces an actual physical craving, and then the physical craving demands the next drink, and the next drink, and the next drink, and the next drink. The first 1 or 2 drinks sets off the craving. We can't stop drinking, and we go through the well-known stages of a spree. Now let's think about this for just a moment. You know, you take 1 or 2 drinks and put it in your system. As your body begins to metabolize it, the acetone level will rise to a certain point. Now that acetone level demands another drink. We put another drink in the system. We got most of the acetone from those first 1 or 2. Now we've added the acetone from the next drink. And the acetone level goes up a little bit, and the craving becomes harder. And that craving demands the next drink, and we take it, and we got most of the acetone from the first 2, then from the third, and now we've put it in from the 4th drink, and the acetone level goes up, and the craving becomes harder and demands another drink. Now at midnight, everybody else has gone home. We laying out in the parking lot, we've been run over, our legs broke, and somebody runs up and said, "Can we help you?" And we say, "My God, yes, give me another drink." As the evening progresses and the acetone level goes up, the craving becomes harder. That's why we can't stop at midnight. You know, how many times have you and I got out on a drunk and said, "Now, by God, I'm going home at midnight." Hell, at midnight, I'm wanting to drink worse then than I was at 6 o'clock when I first started the evening before. As that acetone level goes up, 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 and up, we never get all we want to drink. We get a hell of a lot more than we need, but we never get all we want. The non-alcoholic drinker gets all they want to drink every time they drink. That just blows my mind completely. 1, 2, or 3 drinks, slightly tipsy, out of control, and that's it. That's all they want to drink now. Now, they used to say, "Charlie, all you got to do is use willpower like we do." Hell, they're lying to me. They don't have to use willpower because their body reacts with nausea, and that's really all they want. And we try to use willpower, but the physical craving is so strong that willpower cannot stop us after we've once started. Now, if it just reached a certain point and stayed there, it'd probably be okay. Maybe we could learn to live with that. But we know that we not only have a disease, we have a progressive disease. And it never gets better, it never stays the same, it always gets worse. And we believe that's for 2 reasons. 1, acetone is a destroyer of human tissue. And the more you and I drink, the more damage we do to the body. And it seems as though the first organs of the body that's attacked by acetone happen to be, in most cases, the liver and the pancreas. Today they have proven that the enzymes necessary to metabolize alcohol are being produced by the liver and the pancreas. And as we drink and as we damage those 2 organs, and the enzyme production goes down, then the craving becomes harder automatically. And the drinking becomes harder as time goes by. Also, as we get older, we know that the body begins to shut down on the production of everything. You know, I wish that were not true, but it is. My ability to metabolize alcohol today will be much less than it was when I stopped drinking 20 years ago because of the aging factor. If I would take a drink today, I would react to it, I would crave it harder. The drinking would be much worse today than it was 20 years ago, even though I haven't been drinking for 20 years. Because the enzyme production will automatically go down as I get older. I know that to be true. You know, one of my favorite things in AA is when I know somebody that's been sober a few years and they get drunk, I always go to them and I say, "Was it any better this time?" And they always say, "It was a hell of a lot worse this time." That craving is worse due to the aging factor. So not only do we have a disease, we have a progressive disease that always gets worse on the physical side of our disease. Now, this is what Dr. Silkworth discovered. This is what Dr. Silkworth gave to the world. Every successful treatment program in the world today works on this theory that we are allergic to alcohol and we'll never be able to safely drink it again. And Dr. Silkworth gave it to us in the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. I think you and I are the luckiest people in the world. We're the only people in the world today that know why we can't drink alcohol. All those other people out there that are drinking, they don't know. You and I are the only people in the world that know this, and we know it because of the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. Joe?
Okay, he sums that up. He said, only relief we suggest is entire abstinence, and we're going to use that's the same solution on any allergy today. You know, any time we're allergic to something, we might go have some tests run, and when they find out what we're allergic to, then they suggest entire abstinence. They say, "I believe you ought to leave that alone." They do not give you some pills and say, "Now go eat it." They tell you, just leave that alone. One of these days they may learn how to do that. But right now, the only thing we can offer to allergists is just do not use that particular substance. Now, that is just that's just part of our problem. In fact, our book is going to say later on, although we need, every alcoholic should understand his physical illness. But that is not the main problem. The book is going to tell us later on the main problem of the alcoholic sinner is in his mind, not his body. Although we need to understand that why we can't drink. Now, the main problem is not that we can't drink, it's that, we're always trying to drink. It's the mind, it's the main problem. So we're going to have to look at the mind also, although we do still understand the body. And I had a problem like this. I got two things that I can't do too. I know I might be some other things. I can't drink. Boy, I really can't drink. It took me many years to prove I can't drink. I had to prove that to myself. I'm glad to know why I can't drink now. But there's another problem I had. I can't swim either. They didn't have swimming pools in my neighborhood where I grew up at that time. So I can't drink and I can't swim. But it's different about my swimming and my drinking. I've never had an obsession to jump in a swimming pool. And I just don't have that, And so I don't have any problem with swimming, see? But I had an obsession to do something that I really couldn't do. And then this is when you say your life is unmanageable, when you're trying to do something that you can't do. So the main problem was not the fact that I was allergic, but the main problem was in the mind.
The fact that I'm allergic to alcohol is beside the point if I don't take the first drink. Because there's no way that the phenomenon of craving can develop and cause me to end up drunk if I don't take the first one or two drinks and put it in my system. So really, the fact that I'm allergic is beside the point. It's just as bad as I have a friend who is allergic to, of all things, fish. And when he eats fish, his throat swells up and he almost chokes to death and he goes to the hospital. Now, the fact that he's allergic to fish is absolutely beside the point if he did not eat fish. But he's got another problem. Once in a while, his mind tells him it's okay to eat fish. And I'll bet you it nearly always starts like this. Hell, I haven't had any fish in 90 days. Oh, it might say it's that red snapper I've been eating. If I'd just lay off of that and eat nothing but halibut, I'd be all right. It might even say it's them damn people I've been eating fish with. If I just... Whatever the reason, his mind gives him the okay to eat the first piece of fish.
Yeah.
Then the allergy takes over, and then he goes to hospital. Now, the fact that I'm allergic to alcohol is beside the point if I don't take the first drink. But just like the guy with the fish, my mind fools me once in a while, left on my own resources, and makes me believe that this time it's going to be different. That I can have one or two and get by with it and enjoy it, and I won't get drunk and I won't get sick and I won't get in trouble. So my real problem is not the allergy. The real problem centers right up here in the mind rather than in the body. Dr. Silkworth knew us well, because now he's going to describe the other half of our disease on Roman numeral 26. Last paragraph.
Men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol.
Many alcoholics are offended when you tell them that. They say, oh, no, that's not the reason I drink. They say, the reason I drink is because I love the taste of alcohol. Well, I would never argue with anybody whether they love the taste or not. I love the taste of cold beer. Always have all my life. I also love the taste of Cold Mountain spring water. I never did sit down and drink a case of Cold Mountain spring water. Alcohol does something for me Cold Mountain spring water don't do, you know. And I love the way it makes me feel. Somewhere as a kid growing up, I was on the outside of the crowd looking in. I always knew that whatever I said would be wrong. I'd make a mistake. They would laugh at me. I never did fit anywhere I went. And one night somebody gave me a drink of alcohol, and all those fears disappeared. And as I was allowed that night to do what the other kids were doing, I was allowed to dance with a girl on the dance floor. I was allowed to get her in the back seat of a 36 Chevrolet and do some things I'd been wanting to do for a long time. Alcohol did for me that night what I could not do for myself. And I loved it, and I always used it for that purpose, to change the way that I felt.
The sensation is so elusive that while they admit it is injurious, they cannot after a time differentiate truth from the false. To them, the alcoholic life seems the only normal one.
This is what we've got to understand when we deal with the alcoholic.
Right.
The practicing alcoholic doesn't see a thing in the world wrong with what they're doing.
That's right.
To them, what they're doing is absolutely normal. It's all the other people that are out of step. You know, if you drink for years maybe, and then all of a sudden you start getting terrible hangovers, and you get up in the morning and you go in the bathroom and you find you have to vomit. Now that's abnormal as hell. But if you do that every morning for 38 days, I'll guarantee you it'll become absolutely normal. And you get up some morning and then you don't vomit, well hell, you think you're sick, you know. First time you go to jail is abnormal. But if you go to jail 38 times in a row, you know, that becomes an absolutely normal thing to do. And the real practicing alcoholic cannot differentiate the true from the false. To them, what they're doing is normal. Now, if we can, we might be able to help them see the truth. And that's the only way we really help another alcoholic, is to help them see the truth about their drinking.
Okay. To them, the alcoholic life seems the only normal one. They are restless, irritable, and discontented unless they can again experience the sense and ease and comfort which comes at once by taking a few drinks. Drinks which they see others taking with impunity. After they have succumbed to desire again, as so many do, and a phenomenal craving develops, they pass through the well-known stage of the spree, emerging on Mars with a firm resolution not to drink again. This is repeated over and over. And unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, there is very little hope of his recovery. And when he talks about this is how that the drinking begins. He says, before we drink, we're restless, irritable, and discontented. And we could add a whole lot of other things that's going on in our life. Unless we can experience the sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by taking a few drinks. And this is the way we feel. And then we take the few drinks, and this triggers phenomenal craving. And we pass through the well-known spree. He said this is repeated over and over unless we can go through an entire psychic change. And he leaves the body and goes to the mind, and he talks about changes in the mind. Now this is where we're going to have to make changes, even though the allergy is going to get worse by age. It won't make any difference. We will never have any problem with that if we never take the first drink. So all recovery is going to take place within the mind.
How many times have I gotten sober, and I'd be running around sober, and I didn't feel good at all, and I would be restless, irritable, and discontented, and I'd be filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse over what happened on the last drunk, and I wanted to feel better, and I didn't know any other way to feel better except take a drink. And the mind would begin to remember that sense of ease and comfort that comes with the first couple of drinks. Never would remember the jailhouse. Wouldn't remember the car wreck or the divorce court, but it would remember how the first two drinks made me feel. And maybe I'd put that off for a day or two, or a week or two. But finally, in searching for that sense of ease and comfort with the first couple of drinks, my mind would say, Charlie, it's okay to drink. And I'd take a couple of drinks, and then I would trigger the allergy, and then I would go through the stages of a well-known spree, and I would emerge remorseful with a firm resolution not to do this again, and then be running around sober, not feeling good, restless, irritable, and discontented. And I've repeated that cycle over and over and over and over again. Dr. Silkworth says the only answer for this is a psychic change. A change in the mind so I can be sober and peaceful and happy and free and serene. If I can find a way to live with that instead of restlessness, irritability, and discontent, then maybe I can not only get sober, but maybe I can stay sober too, if I can experience a change in my mental attitudes. Now, Joe's going to draw over here on the board,
John,
this side of it.
light it up again.
John?
Light it up again. Okay.
You going forward?
As we look at, of course, it's all up on that side. John has it up. It's probably more visual. But we over here on the left-hand side is the physical side, and we said this is the allergy. And because of this, we can't drink. We can't drink safely. That's half of the problem, or maybe not even half. We said the main problem is in the mind, even though we can't put a percent, but this is part of the problem, but the main problem is in the mind. Over on that, we've illustrated that with that little emotion barometer. And we all have an emotion barometer. Every human being has one. You know, we are God's greatest creation. There's nothing on it, although we look at all the other gadgets and things that man created and all over the world. But there's nothing on earth as complicated as we are. We are God's greatest creation, physically, chemically, and emotionally, and mentally. There's nothing on earth like us. We have a very complex physical life, and we have a very complex mental life. We have many emotions. They are all God-given, part of our makeup. And all people, no one is immune. All people have problems with them. Bill said most human problems begin right in here, a misdirected instinct. And we're talking about all human problems, whatever they are. They build up on people, and they cause them all sort of different things. We're talking about crime. We're talking about everything else is based on these things. As these things build up on people, they act it out in many different ways. What the alcoholic to be, he said he's become restless, irritable, and discontented, and he builds up in his emotional scale. And while having one of these particular build-ups on an occasion, someone suggests a few drinks. Now, you know, other people might have a mental breakdown, or they might act it out in different ways, but the alcoholic learns while taking a few drinks, when he has a sense and ease and comfort that comes by taking a few drinks of alcohol. He noticed when he reaches over and has a few drinks of alcohol, the alcohol comes back over, and it is a downer. It depresses his emotional level, and he associates those two things together. Certain emotional problems or feelings, and he takes a few drinks. So the few drinks become a solution. Okay, now he had a small problem. Now he found a small solution. So he's got a combination now. He can add these two things together. Addiction, not physical addiction, but psychological addiction. He adds these two things together. Feel bad, take a drink. Right? I used to play that game, feel bad, take a drink. Feel bad, take a drink. Take a drink, feel bad. You know. You don't know which one comes first. Okay. So he reaches over, takes a few drinks. become restless here, but next time he builds up again, he remembers that. You know, adding things together, addiction, we think that's a dirty word, but everybody has addiction. You know, if you have a problem and you find an answer for it, that's a way your mind will retain that answer so you can reuse it. So if your TV was broke tonight here in Houston, you were new here in town, you would probably call a friend, find out in the yellow pages, find someone to come over and fix it for you. And they would come over and repair your TV. And 6 months later, when your TV broke again, you would not go in the yellow pages, you would remember the answer solution you used before. You know, you go to the same beauty shop, you go to the same barber shop, you buy the same products that work for you. You repeat success.
The mind always remembers success.
The mind remembers success. And when we take a few drinks of alcohol and find that sense of ease and comfort, we remember that success. And the next time we become restless, irritable, and discontent, our mind feeds us that again. And we reach over and take a few drinks, and he said, this line here is obsession. Obsession is an idea that overcomes all other ideas. Once we become restless, irritable, and discontented, we remember the idea to drink, and this idea will push out all other ideas. You know, I can't even remember the pain and suffering of 3 weeks ago because my mind is blocked by the relief I'm going to get. I can't remember the pain. I can only stare at how great it's going to make me feel.
Sense of ease and comfort.
Okay. So I build up to that point, it triggers the idea to drink. And the idea to drink makes me reach over and take the first few drinks. That's the funny thing about that idea to drink. It always says, let's have a few drinks. Mine never did say, hey, let's go get a DWI. Never did say. It didn't, yeah. So I reach over and take a few drinks. And as soon as I take the few drinks, put the alcohol in the system, then once the alcohol gets inside into the body, then the problem is no longer mental, it's physical. Because it comes over here and triggers phenomenal craving. Now I'm drinking because of the alcohol in my system. And the craving makes me to continue to drink. 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Go through the well-known spree. And down here, as we come up for air, we repeat our alcoholic national anthem, I will never do that again. And at that time, we mean that, even though they don't think we do. We really mean, I will never do this again. We build up again. We become restless, irritable, and discontented. And this comes through things that we can't avoid. It comes through everyday living. You know, going to work, stopping for gas, ringing the time clock. Everyday routine things cause us, we build up through those things. Reach our tolerance level again. We become restless, irritable, and discontented. We remember the sense of ease and comfort coming once from taking a few drinks. We reach over and get that relief from the few drinks. And it goes back and sets off the body again. We go back again through the well-known spree. And the doctor said this will become, this repeated over and over again. Because the mind is making us put alcohol into the system. The chemical deficiency is getting worse over the years. As the chemical deficiency gets worse, the craving gets harder. And as the craving gets harder, the drinking gets harder. And as the drinking gets harder, more emotional problems, we got to re-trigger it back. So we got the mind destroying the body and the body in reverse destroying the mind. We summarize this together. Because of the body, we said we can't drink. And if we have this little game going over here, then the problem is we can't quit. Can't drink because of the body, can't quit because of the mind. You know, I've been looking at that a lot different in the later few years. I realized I can quit because I quit 2 or 3 days sometimes. Now, I quit several times. I found out, though, later on, my problem never was quitting. I just couldn't stop starting. So, really, we're going to add these two things together. If you can't drink because of the body and can't quit because of the mind, then you are powerless over alcohol. That's the exact nature of your problem. This is what Dr. Silkworth gave Bill. This is what Dr. Silkworth gave AA. This is what Dr. Silkworth gave to the world. It was later found accepted by the American Medical Association, although many studies is being done and different words is used on the breakdown of alcohol. All of them know that the alcoholic, in some way, our bodies does handle alcohol different than normal people. There are words different used, different chemistries used, but it's all in here somewhere. Now, once we see the problem, I love this statement. It says that we find that the solution is simple once we understand the problem. Now, there is some way here to defeat alcoholism. Once you see the problem of alcoholism, then we can find there is some way that it's vulnerable somewhere. You know, every problem can be solved once you understand it. And this is what Dr. Silkworth gave us. Now, we know that the answer is in the mind. Now, for many, many years, I tried to solve my alcoholism. I don't know if any of y'all did that. I didn't understand my problem. And I tried to control my drinking while drinking. I was very unsuccessful at that. I never was able to control my drinking while drinking. The craving always got me. After about 13 years of drinking, I finally came to a mind-boggling conclusion one night. After a lot of drinking and trouble, I said, you know, I don't believe you can drink. So I said, oh, that's fine. Well, just quit. I didn't know about this either. So I decided to come over on this side and quit drinking. I don't know if any of y'all did that. But when I decided to quit, I meant business. And I got out my number one weapon, the most powerful thing that I had within me at that time. And I could apply it to anything, and I knew it was work. And that was a thing called willpower. I had plenty of will. So I got old Will out, and I put him right in here. And I said, sick of him, Will. And I knew I was through with drinking. And I was restless, nervous, and discontented. And the obsession to drink came at me constantly. I didn't drink for 9 months. Boy, I remember that. Oh, my God, it makes me feel bad to think about it. And I was miserable. And I couldn't go nowhere, and I was bored. And the world, it was just black. And I defended them things with will real good for 9 months. Finally, one morning, when them little devils got through, and I was gone. So we'll never be successful with willpower. Now, willpower is a strange thing. Willpower will work as long as what you're about to do is wrong for you. Willpower will work. But the trick of alcoholism is every once in a while, alcoholism is cunning and baffling and powerful. Every once in a while, the alcoholic's mind will tell him it's all right to drink. And when his mind gives him permission, willpower cannot defend it because it's all right to drink. You know, it's a very cunning and baffling illness. So we can't defend it here, and we can't defeat it here, but I think it's quite obvious. Once we understand the problem, the solution is real simple. Dr. Silkworth said a psychic change. You know, if we could make a few little changes right in here and live below this line, we would never trigger the obsession. We would never set off the allergy of the body. The solution is simple once we understand the problem. I think this is, as Charlie said, is one of the amazing things, the things we take for granted sometimes as recovered alcoholics. You know, we are the only people on the face of this earth that know that they're alcoholics. We have had an opportunity that many people never had. We have had an opportunity to see and understand our illness. And most alcoholics, even yet today with all the treatment and all the education, most alcoholics are going to die never realizing that they were alcoholics. And we are very blessed people to live in a time after Dr. Silkworth's work in Alcoholics Anonymous, and to have seen and understood our illness and had an opportunity to recover from it.
You know, if we could find a way to live where we could be sober and be peaceful and happy and free and serene, then we don't need a drink of alcohol to find that sense of ease and comfort, because we'll already have it. But if we stay sober, restless, irritable, and discontented, filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse, sooner or later we're going to feel so bad that the mind begins to look for that sense of ease and comfort, begins to think about taking a drink, and eventually leads us back to the idea that it's okay to drink. So the real problem centers in the mind rather than in the body. Now, an obsession of the mind is really not too difficult to understand. A lot of people are obsessed with a lot of different things. You know, we have a group of people in the world today who are obsessed with eating certain kinds of food. And when they eat that food, it seems to trigger an allergy in their body also, and produces a craving that makes it impossible for them to stop after they once start. And they'll eat, and they'll eat, and they'll eat, and they'll eat, and they literally destroy their life and the life of everybody around them. And they'll come off of that eating binge remorseful with a firm resolution not to do this again, and really mean it. And they're free from that food, yet they're restless, irritable, and discontented. They're filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. And the mind begins to remember the sense of ease and comfort that comes at once with a couple of Hostess Twinkies. And maybe the mind blocks it out for a while, but sooner or later, to seek the relief and get the relief, the mind says it's okay. And they eat the Hostess Twinkies or whatever it might be, and then that triggers the allergen, and they can't stop eating, and they go through the well-known stages of a binge, and they emerge remorseful with a firm resolution not to do that again. And they repeat it over and over. And I know that's true, because we have another fellowship called Overeaters Anonymous that uses the same 12-step program to overcome not an allergy of the body, but an obsession of the mind to eat that certain food, whatever it is. We have a group of people in the world today that love to gamble. And the real gambler tells me that when they place a bet, something takes place not only in the mind, but also in the body. And they say that is the greatest feeling we've ever had. And it seems to trigger something within the body and the mind that prevents them from stopping after they once start. And they'll go through the well-known stages of a gambling spree. And they'll emerge from that remorseful with a firm resolution not to do that again, and they really mean it. And they're running around, and they're free from gambling, but they don't feel good. And they're restless and irritable and discontented, and they're filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse over what happened last time. And the mind begins to remember that sense of ease and comfort that comes at once by placing a $2 bet. And maybe willpower blocks it out for a while. But in order to get the sense of ease and comfort, the mind finally convinces them that it's okay to place one $2 bet. Now, that's all we're going to do this time. And they place the bet, trigger this thing off, and go through the game. You know, and they'll literally destroy their lives and the lives of everybody around them. I know this is true, because we have another fellowship called Gamblers Anonymous, which is used to overcome not an allergy of the body, but an obsession of the mind. And I could sit here tonight and name you at least 35 or 40 different anonymouses that are used to overcome an obsession of the mind. We even have a group of people in the world today that are obsessed with, of all things, stopping other people from drinking. Now, I don't know what it is they get out of it. But apparently they get something out of it, because they do it a hell of a lot. And they'll try every way in the world to stop another human being from drinking. You know, they'll take their money away from them. They'll take their car keys away from them and give them back to them. They'll have them thrown in jail and then go bail them out of jail. They'll divorce them and remarry them. They'll take their clothes and then hand them back. And they'll do everything they can to stop another person from drinking, and they literally destroy their lives and the lives of everybody around them trying to do that. And finally they realize they can't do that. And just like the others, they say, I'll never chase that sucker again. And there they are, free from chasing them, but they're restless, irritable, and discontented. And their mind begins to dwell on that sense of ease and comfort that comes at once from chasing that sucker. And the next thing you know, they think they can do it, and they do it. And they repeat that cycle over and over. I know that's true. We have another fellowship called Al-Anon, which uses the same 12-step program to overcome not an allergy of the body, but an obsession of the mind. You see, that's what we're dealing with in all instances, and I don't care whether we're dealing with narcotics, whether we're dealing with cocaine, whether we're dealing with marijuana, whether we're dealing with gambling, whether we're dealing with smoking, whether we're dealing with chasing another human being, eating food, whatever. An obsession of the mind is so strong that it makes you believe a lie. And it makes you believe this time it's going to be different. And left on our own strength unaided, we cannot overcome that obsession. Eventually, it will take us right back to using the same thing, and we'll repeat it over and over. See, that's the fallacy in coming to AA today and just going to meetings. Because just going to meetings doesn't bring about a change. The change necessary comes through the program. And that's where we're remiss. That's where we've got to help people understand that we need the program in order to be able to find a way to live and not just be sober, but be sober and peaceful and happy and free. Anybody can get sober. It's not hard to get sober. All you got to do is walk up and slap the hell out of a policeman, and I'll guarantee you'll get sober. The question is, how in the world do you find a way to live where you can stay sober? Yeah. And that's what the program is about. And that's what we need to be showing to newcomers in AA. That's all we're going to do tonight. Thank you all for being here. We love you. See you in the morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Charlie Parmley, and I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic. Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and by the grace of the power that I found in the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, I haven't found necessary to take a drink for 7,272 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. Isn't it nice to be alive on Saturday morning and see the sun shining and hear the birds singing and know where you are this morning? Know where your car is this morning? Know who you slept with last night, if anybody? And remember whether it was good or not? You know, one of the many side benefits of staying sober. Joe's been practicing it, and he said it really doesn't work.
My name is Joe, and I'm a real alcoholic. Through God's grace, and because this program works each day of my life, haven't found it necessary to take a drink since March of '62, and for this I'm grateful. Last night we had a great time, and I think that in a big book study over and over as we do this, the Friday night is really the beginning of the foundation of the whole weekend. I think it really lets us know what the first step is all about. Because the foundation for our recovery is the first step. And everything else, the solution and the program of recovery is based on our knowledge of the problem. This is why we have to take the first step 100%. And we found out through the Dr. Silkworth and the doctor's opinion the exact nature of our problem. After we completed the Dr. Silkworth's work, really the first step, And like any other good textbook, it continues to teach, to open up, expand on what it was teaching, going into Bill's story. And Bill's story is an attempt to broaden, really, to complete the first step, to really show us the problem of alcoholism as it exists in Bill's life, and really brings out the theme of, and our lives have become unmanageable. We can see the unmanageability of Bill's life as a result of the disease of alcoholism. You know, back in the time this book was written, again, we have to look and remember what they were doing, the techniques that they were using in 1939 as they went and worked with new people. And this book was written along those lines, because this is the way they would work with a new person. When a new person was contacted for their program, the first thing that they would do was to go and sit with him, and they would tell him their story. You know, as they sat and told him their problems with alcoholism, they would tell him about how they were powerless over alcohol and their lives had become unmanageable through their stories. And the new alcoholic, by listening to this story, could find himself, could see his problem in their problem. So that's what we do on a 12-step call. We go out and tell another alcoholic our problem, and he can find his problem by seeing himself in our story. So they would do that. So Bill's story was placed in the front of the book to make the 12-step call on the new reader. It was enable the reader of the book to identify with Bill and see his problem and through Bill's problem. So the first chapter after the doctor's opinion is Bill's story, which is a classic example of the problem of alcoholism.
Many people say they have difficulty in identifying with Bill because, after all, he was a New York City stockbroker, and most of us were not. He was a night school lawyer. Most of us were not. And down in this part of the country, they say he was a Yankee also, and that had a little something to do with it. But I think if we read Bill's story looking for identification, surely we can find all the identification we need with another human being. And then if we can identify with Bill and see Bill's recovery, then that also probably gives us a little hope, a little belief, a little beginning of the idea that maybe if Bill could recover, then we could also. And let's kind of skip through Bill's story this morning, looking mainly for identification, and see if we can't find ourselves to a certain extent in Bill's story. We normally start on page 2, where he said, I took a night law course and obtained employment as investigator for a surety company. The drive for success was on. I'd proved to the world I was important. Well, I already identify with Bill Wilson. That's all I ever wanted to do, is just prove to the world that I'm just as important as other people. He said, my work took me about Wall Street, and little by little I became interested in the market. Many people lost money, but some became very rich. Why not I? I studied economics and business as well as law. Potential alcoholic that I was, I nearly failed my law course. At one of the finals, I was too drunk to think or write. Though my drinking was not yet continuous, it disturbed my wife. We had long talks when I would still her forebodings by telling her that men of genius conceive their best projects when drunk. Have no trouble identifying with Bill Wilson. We know that Bill completed the night law course, and he found out, though, that law wasn't exciting enough for him. While working as investigator for the surety company, being on Wall Street, he realized that's what he really wanted to do. And he got immediately into the idea of dealing with stocks. They called him a stockbroker. I really don't think he was. Bill was a stock speculator. He was one of those that was real good at putting deals together, using other people's money, making money for both them and also for himself. He was really good at it. Bill was one of the first investment counselors on Wall Street. Back in the 20s, nearly everybody was investing on speculation. Bill said, let's don't do that anymore. He said, let's go look these companies over. Let's find out what they're really doing. Let's find out what they're worth, what the dividends pay, and etc. And Bill became one of the first investment counselors to be found on Wall Street, and he is highly successful at his business. On page 3, middle paragraph. For the next few years, fortune threw money and applause my way. I had arrived. I have no trouble identifying Bill Wilson. He came from this little old poor town up in Vermont, had no money whatsoever. Here he is in the middle of New York City now. He's self-educated. He's working in the stock market. He's making lots of money, and people are looking up to Bill, and he feels great. My judgment and ideas were followed by many to the tune of paper millions. The great boom of the late 20s was seething and swelling. Drink was taking an important, exhilarating part in my life. There was loud talk in the jazz places uptown. Everyone spending thousands and chattered in millions. Scoffers could scoff and be damned. I made a host of fair weather friends. My drinking assumed more serious proportions, continuing all day and almost every night. We see Bill going now from a casual drinker to one who's beginning to drink quite heavily. He has no idea he's alcoholic. He just loves to drink. The remonstrances of my friends terminated in a row, and I became a lone wolf. How many of us have done the same thing? People begin to say, Bill, you're drinking too much. Bill, you need to cut back. Bill, you're costing us money. And finally, Bill said, to hell with them. I'll just operate on my own. I don't need them anyhow. And how many of us have done that same thing over and over? There were many unhappy scenes in our sumptuous apartment. There had been no real infidelity, for loyalty to my wife, helped at times by extreme drunkenness, kept me out of those scrapes. I've always believed everything Bill Wilson wrote, but I'm not sure about that last statement. His wife, Lois, in some of her writings, has a little bit different slant on that particular thing. Page 4, second paragraph. Abruptly in October 1929, hell broke loose on the New York Stock Exchange. After one of those days of inferno, I wobbled from a hotel bar to a brokerage office. It was 8 o'clock, 5 hours after the market closed. The ticker still clattered. I was staring at an inch of the tape which bore the inscription XYC32. It had been 52 that morning. I was finished, and so were many friends. The papers reported men jumping to death from the towers of high finance. Well, that disgusted me. I would not jump. I went back to the bar. My friends had dropped several million since 10 o'clock, so what? Tomorrow was another day, and as I drank, the old fierce determination to win came back. How many of us have done the same thing? We came out of the hospital or the jailhouse or the divorce court. We stopped in the bar and we had a couple of drinks, and as the whiskey races through our system, we say, by God, we'll show them. They're not going to do us that way, and we're off and we're running again. Page 5. We now see him progressing from a heavy drinker into one who has to drink to live. Liquor ceased to be a luxury. It became a necessity. No longer drinking for fun now. Bathtub gin, 2 bottles a day, and often 3 got to be routine. Sometimes a small deal would net a few $100s, and I would pay my bills at the bars and delicatessens. This went on endlessly, and I began to waken very early in the morning, shaking violently. A tumbler full of gin, followed by half a dozen bottles of beer, would be required if I were to eat any breakfast. Nevertheless, I still thought I could control the situation, and there were periods of sobriety which renewed my wife's hope. Remember last night, Dr. Silkworth said we really cannot differentiate the true from the false to us. What we're doing is normal. We can see Bill's life going to hell in a handbasket already, but he can't see that. He says, I still thought I could control the situation. Skip a paragraph, next one down. Then I got a promising business opportunity. Stocks were at the low point of 1932, and I had somehow formed a group to buy. I was to share generously in the profits. Then I went on a prodigious bender, and that chance vanished. This is a story within itself. Bill had put one of his deals together. He was to make a good sum of money out of it. But one of the provisions was that, Bill, you don't drink. If you drink, you're going to lose it all. And he said, don't worry about that. I'm not about to drink. A night or two before they were to successfully consummate the deal, they were all in a hotel room. Somebody passed around a bottle of Applejack. Went by Bill and he said, no, thank you, I'm not drinking. Next time it came by him, his mind said, well, one little drink of Applejack wouldn't hurt anybody. He took a drink, triggered the allergy, could not stop, and he blew the whole deal. Now, the importance in that is in the next paragraph. I woke up. This had to be stopped. I saw I could not take so much as one drink. I was through forever. Before then, I had written lots of sweet promises, but my wife happily observed that this time I meant business, and so I did. For the first time, Bill could see the truth. He could see what alcohol was doing to him. And he did like most alcoholics. He said, I'll put my willpower on this deal, and I'll never have to take another drink as long as I live. Bill had a tremendous amount of willpower. He was a self-made man. Everything he'd ever done, he had done it on willpower, like most alcoholics. You know, they try to tell us that we're weak-willed people. No, we're not weak-willed people. We are strong-willed people. Weak-willed people do not become alcoholic. The third time they vomit, they just quit drinking. An alcoholic said there's got to be some way to drink without puking. And we damn near kill ourselves trying to find that way, you know. A strong, strong willpower. Bill said, shortly afterward I came home drunk. There'd been no fight. Where had been my high resolve, I simply didn't know it hadn't even come to mind. Someone had pushed a drink my way and I had taken it. Was I crazy? I began to wonder, for such an appalling lack of perspective seemed near being just that. So it didn't make any difference how much willpower he had, because his mind led him to believe that it would be okay to drink, and of course he kept taking a drink over and over and over again. On page 6, last paragraph, the mind and body are marvelous mechanisms. For mine endured this agony 2 more years. Sometimes I stole from my wife's slender purse when the morning terror and madness were on me. Now we see a fellow whose judgment and ideas had been followed by many to the tune of paper millions just shortly before this period. Now we see a fellow that can no longer work, can't make any money. In order to drink, he's stealing money out of his wife's slender purse. Page 7. He finally got all the way down, and this time he had to be hospitalized in order to recover or withdraw from alcohol. He said, next day found me drinking both gin and sedative. This combination soon landed me on the rocks. People feared for my sanity, so did I. I could eat little or nothing when drinking, and I was 40 pounds underweight. We see a guy now who has progressed to the point where he's now dying from malnutrition. In a short period of time, he's not going to be alive unless something takes place in his life. Joe?
This is the summer of 1933. He said, my brother-in-law is a physician, and this was Dr. Leonard Strong, Bill's sister's husband. And through the kindness of that and my mother, I was placed in the National Hospital for the Mental and Physical Rehabilitation of Alcoholics. And this was a Towns Hospital in New York. Under the so-called belladonna treatment, my brain cleared. Hydrotherapy and mild exercise helped much. And this was something like aversion therapy, this belladonna treatment. It was a drug. And hydrotherapy was, Charlie and I saw some of that in Australia. They still use it over there. It's simply a gurney in a little room, and they put you in there, and it's got about 5 or 6, 8 or 10 hot showers that shoot down on you, hot water that sobers you up. It don't treat alcoholism, but you sure get a clean drunk out of it. Okay. He said, best of all, I met a kind doctor who explained, though certainly selfish and foolish, I was seriously ill bodily and mentally. And this was in the summer of 1933 when Dr. Silkworth sat down and explained to Bill his new theory that he had accumulated since 1930 of working there. his idea about the disease of alcoholism affecting the body and the mind. And this helped Bill, because Bill had been trying to sober up on willpower and failed. He said, it relieved me somewhat to learn that the alcoholic's will is amazingly weakened when it comes to combating liquor, though it often remains strong in other respects. Bill, he said, well, this explained why willpower hadn't worked. He said, my incredible behavior in the face of a desperate desire to stop was explained. Understanding myself now, I fared forth in high hopes. For 3 or 4 months, the goose hung high. I went to town regularly, even made a little money. Sure, this was the answer to self-knowledge. You know, now that he saw that, he thought maybe that this, knowing step one, knowing his problem would keep him sober, but it didn't. But the frightful day, for the frightful day came when I drank once more. The curve of my declining in moral and bodily health fell off like a ski jump. After a time, I returned to the hospital, and this is back again a year later. In the summer of 1934, he's back in the town's hospital. This was a finish. The curtains to me, it seemed to me. My weary and despairing wife was informed that with all in heart failures or delirium tremors, she would have to give me over to undertaker or asylum. And he overheard Dr. Silkworth telling Lois in this second visit that, you know, he was getting in bad shape. He probably wouldn't live long. Said they did not need to tell me I knew and almost welcomed the idea. It was a devastating blow to my pride. I who thought so well of myself and my abilities and my capacities to surmount obstacles was cornered at last. Now I was a plunge into the dark, joining the endless procession of sights who had gone on before. I thought of my poor wife. There had been much happiness after all. What would I not give to make amends? But that was over now. Let's look real carefully at this next paragraph. Now, while there on that visit, this is when he was able to take step one. He said, no words can tell the loneliness and despair I found in the bitter morass of self-pity. Quicksand stretched around me in all directions. I had met my match. I had been overwhelmed. Alcohol was my master. This is when Bill had the reality that totally he was powerless over alcohol and that his life had become unmanageable. This is where he completed and accepted and took completely step one.
No step one written in those days, but we can see Bill taking here what later turned out to be step one.
Now, you know, if that was happening to one of us today, one of us to come to that point in mind and see that we was powerless over alcohol in our lives, man, we were totally defeated, and most of us came to something like that. It might have been step one, but we came to the reality that we were trapped. Then we had the ability to say, well, I believe I'll go to AA. But Bill didn't have anywhere to go. There wasn't any solution for him. He said, trembling, I stepped from the hospital a broken man. Fear sobered me a bit, and then came the insidious insanity of the first drink on Armistice Day, 1934. I was off again. So from that summer, in 1934, he stayed sober until Armistice Day, which was November 11th, 1934, and he took a drink. Everyone began to certain that I would have to be shut up somewhere or would stumble about in a miserable end. How dark it is before the dawn. In reality, that was the beginning of my last debauch. I would soon be catapulted into what I like to call the fourth dimension of existence. I was to know happiness, peace, and usefulness in a way of life that is incredibly more wonderful as time passes. Near the end of that bleak November, and I know that was, you know, he'd been starting on the 11th, and it's at the end of the month. I know it was bleak. I was set drinking in my kitchen. With a certain satisfaction, I reflected there was enough gin concealed about the house to carry me through the night and the next day. My wife was at work. I wondered whether I dare hide a full bottle of gin near the head of the bed. I would need it before daylight. My musing was interrupted by a telephone, the cheery voice of an old school friend who asked that he might come over. He was sober, and this was Ebby Thatcher. It was years since I could remember him coming to New York in that condition. And he said, you know, he hadn't seen Ebby in New York. Of course, we know the story John told. Roland had gotten Ebby and brought him into Sam Shoemaker's mission. And he had been sober. He had been sober for about 2 months and a half. And he was down there working with other alcoholics. I mean, when you got 2.5 months, you was an old-timer. So Ebby was working with others down at the mission. He wasn't down there for the program. He was down there working with the street people. And one day he heard about Bill as he was down on Wall Street. And he said, I heard about his old friend. And I said, I believe I'll go over and see if he's interested in this thing I found. It was years since I could remember him coming to New York in that condition. I was amazed. Rumor had it he had been committed for alcoholic insanity. Now, back in those days, they didn't have treatment centers, as you know. They had a few for people that had money, like the town's hospital, but that was few and far in between. They had some drying out places. But most alcoholics, were committed to the state hospitals in those days. I remember they had them around my part of the country. I happened to run into one of those places. And this was standard treatment for the alcoholic. The judge they had laws on the book to commit you for alcoholic insanity. And I love the way our laws was written too. I remember reading them. They said any friend, relative, or interested person could commit you. I mean, anybody could commit an alcoholic, And I always telling Charlie, we was kidding about last night, what they did in those days, it was strange. Now, in Arkansas, the white guys that were committed for alcoholic insanity, they put them in the alcohol unit. It was a nut ward, but they had one AA meeting a week. And some people did get sober there, but it wasn't what we call a treatment center. They didn't have much program. Just locked you up in there and have one meeting a week. Well, they put the white guys in the alcohol ward. Now, the black guys, they put in the nut ward. I don't know what's the difference, One was alcoholic and the other was crazy. Now, the white women, that was another thing. The white women in Arkansas got a year in prison for alcoholism. Talk about different standards. And guy asked me, so, well, what about the black women? The black women, well, they didn't show up. I mean, they had sense enough to hide. So Ebby had been committed. He had went through these things. We're going to go in all in detail, but his people had given him a house. He had the family home, one of the summer homes. His father had died, and they give him this summer home. And the family, they tried to get rid of the drunk. So they gave him his house and told him to go up there and fix it up. And he was up there supposed to be set it on fire one time. And then he was painting it. He was supposed to be painting it, so he had part of it painted. And the pigeons got up there crapping on the roof. So Ebby got a shotgun out and was shooting pigeons off the roof. This typical drunk thing. One time he had a car and he run into a lady's house with the car drunk, and this typical. So Ebby was about to be committed, and these guys got him. So he had went through this, and now he was sober, and he was coming to see Bill. Bill said, of course he would have dinner, and I could drink openly with him. Bill wanted to drink with him. Unmindful of his welfare, I thought only of capturing the spirit of early days. There was a time we had chartered an airplane to complete a jag, and that's a story in itself. It's impassioned on. His coming was an oasis in a dreary desert of futility. The very thing an oasis drinkers, I like that. He was looking for, it was a bad morning, he was looking forward to this. He stood there fresh-skinned and glowing. There was something about his eyes. He was inexplicably different. What had happened? I pushed his drink across the table. He refused it. Disappointed but curious, I wondered what had got into this fella. He wasn't himself. Come on, what's this all about? I queried. He looked straight at me, smiling, but simply he said, I've got religion. Boy, that was cold. You're feeling bad that morning. You're going to have somebody to drink with you. And this guy shows up and says, I've got religion. That is cold. Bill said, I was aghast. So that was it. Last summer, a little alcoholic crackpot. Now I expect a little cracked about religion. And Bill asked Ebby, Ebby said, I've got religion, and Bill asked him what brand did he have. He said he had a starry-eyed look, but yes, the old boy was on fire, but bless his heart, let him rant. Besides, my gin was last longer than his preaching. But he did no ranting, and thank God, this was quite a thing. In a matter of fact, he told me how two men had appeared in court, persuading the judge to suspend his commitment. They told him of a simple religious idea and a practical program of action. That was 2 months ago, and the results was evident it worked. Now remember, Bill had been to see Dr. Silkworth, and he had already admitted over here that he was powerless over alcohol. He had accepted step 1, but that's all he had. When Ebby brought him come into his kitchen, he brought him a simple religious idea. The idea of the spiritual experience that came from Dr. Carl Jung that Roland had brought to Ebby. Ebby brought him that idea, which was step 2. He brought him step 2, the solution, and he brought him the practical program of action of the Oxford groups, which became our other 10 steps. He already had step 1, and Ebby brought him the rest of the program. He brought him the solution and the way to find that solution. These were the other 2 pieces of the puzzle. This is when these things came together. He had come to his experience along to me if I cared to have it. I was shocked but interested. Certainly I was interested. I had to be, for I was hopeless. He talked for hours, and childhood memories rose before me. I could almost hear the preacher's voice as I sat on still Sundays way over there on the hillside. There was a profit and temperance pledge I had never signed. My grandfather's good nature contempt of some church folks and his doing, his insistence that the spirits really had their music, but his denial of the preacher's right to tell him how he must listen. The fearlessness as he spoke of these things just before he died, these erections swelled up from the past and they made me swallow hard. Now Bill, here when Ebby started giving the solution and the practical program of action, Bill did not like it. Bill from his past had been raised by his grandfather, and he had certain ideas about religion, and he really didn't like this. So they began to argue and discuss this with Ebby.
He said, I'd always believed in a power greater than myself. I had often pondered these things. I was not an atheist. Few people really are. For that means blind faith in the strange proposition that this universe originated in a cipher and aimlessly rushes nowhere. My intellectual heroes, the chemists, the astronomers, even the evolutionists, suggested vast laws and forces at work. Despite contrary indications, I had little doubt that a mighty purpose and rhythm underlay all. How could there be so much of precise and immutable law and no intelligence? I simply had to believe in a spirit of the universe who knew neither time nor limitation, but that was as far as I had gone. With ministers and the world's religions, I parted right there. When they talked of a God personal to me who was love, superhuman strength, and direction, I became irritated and my mind snapped shut against such a theory. To Christ I conceded the certainty of a great man, not too closely followed by those who claimed him, his moral teaching most excellent. For myself I had adopted those parts which seemed convenient and not too difficult, the rest I disregarded. I have no trouble identifying with Bill Wilson. Now we can see that he didn't particularly like Ebby's religious idea.
Right.
Oh yeah, we could believe in a power greater than ourselves or the spirit of the universe, but he said, don't talk to me about a personal God and all this other kind of stuff. I don't want to hear that. Over on page 12. Despite the living example of my friend, there remained in me the vestiges of my old prejudice. The word God still aroused a certain antipathy. When a thought was expressed that there might be a God person in me, this feeling was intensified. I didn't like the idea. I could go for such conceptions as creative intelligence, universal mind, or spirit of nature, But I resisted the thought of a czar of the heavens, however loving his sway might be. I have since talked with scores of men who felt the same way. Now, apparently, Bill and Ebby are sitting there arguing this religious idea back and forth. Who God is and who God isn't, and is he going to be the great mind, or is he going to be the spirit of the universe, or what's he going to be? And I guess Ebby got tired of it. Because Ebby reared back and he said to Bill, well, why don't you choose your own conception of God? Now, if you'll notice, that statement's in italics. We like to refer to that as squiggly writing. And when you see squiggly writing in the big book, it's usually pretty important. In effect, what Ebby really did, when he said to Bill, why don't you choose your own conception of God, he really said, Bill, what are we arguing about? You know, what difference does it make what we call God? If you want to call him the spirit of nature or the czar, whatever you want to, that's fine. Now, the instant he said that, his message changed from a religious message to a spiritual message. Religion says this is the way you have to believe. Spirituality says it don't make any difference how you believe. The question is, do you believe? So now and then we're dealing with a religious message in dealing with this conception of a spiritual message in dealing with this conception of a power greater than we are. And Bill said that statement hit me hard. It melted the icy intellectual mountain in whose shadow I'd lived and shivered many years. I stood in the sunlight at last. It was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Nothing more was required of me to make my beginning. I saw that growth could start from that point. Upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. Would I have it? Of course I would. Surely this is when Bill took step 2. No step 2 written in those days. But here is where he came to believe that a power greater than himself could help him out or solve his problem or whatever you want to call it. You'll notice also he uses a statement, upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. As we progress through the book today and tomorrow, we're going to see Bill painting a picture in our mind. And the picture he's going to paint in our mind is a wonderfully effective spiritual structure that we're going to pass through to freedom. And as we progress through the book, we're going to build that structure. His first reference is, upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. When we are willing to believe, then we have laid the foundation for the structure. Later on, we're going to see the cornerstone, the keystone, and various other stones go in place. Willingness is the foundation.
Okay. Now, once he came to believe, then Bill was, remember he was sitting there drinking. He had been on this drunk about 3 weeks. He was in pretty bad shape with his condition. 3-week drunk was really critical for him. He was about to go into delirium tremens. He tried to go to some meetings with Ebby. He tried to start taking the program. He went to the meetings went to a meeting 1 or 2 times. He went down to Calvary Mission. This is where Ebby was, and this was Sam Shoemaker's mission, and this was the home of the Oxford group meetings. He went there a couple of times, and one time he stopped and took another guy with him and got him out of the bar, and they both went down there and drunk, and Ebby gave him some food and talked to him, and they, he sent them on out after the meeting, and Bill went on home. This was a few days before Bill got down to his last straw on December 11th, about 2:30 in the afternoon. In 1934, he made his final trip to the town's hospital, and Dr. Silkworth. He said, at the hospital, I was separated from the alcohol for the last time. Treatment seemed wise, for I showed signs of delirium tremens. He said, there I humbly offered myself to God as I then understood him to do with me as he would. I placed myself unreservedly under his care and directions. I admitted for the first time that of myself I was nothing. Without him I was lost.
Surely we can see Bill taking step 3. No step 3 written in those days, but this statement later became our step 3.
He said, I ruthlessly faced my sins.
That later became step 4, where we made a searching and fearless moral inventory.
and became willing to have my newfound friend take them away root and branch.
That statement later became steps 6 and 7, where we became willing to have these defects of character removed and humbly asked God to remove our shortcomings. Now, these steps were not written in those days, but these were the tenets or the guidelines or the steps or whatever you want to call them from the Oxford groups. He's now applying the practical program of action in his life.
My schoolmate visited me, and I fully acquainted him with my problems and deficiencies.
He took step 5 with Eddie in the town's hospital.
We made a list of people I had hurt and to whom I felt resentments, and I expressed my willingness to approach these individuals admitting my wrongs. Never would I be critical of them. I was to write all such matters to my utmost of my ability.
And we know that later became steps 8 and 9.
I was to test my thinking by the due God consciousness. Common sense would thus become uncommon sense.
Step 10 continued to take personal inventory.
I was to sit quietly when in doubt, asking only for direction and the strength to meet my problems as he would have me. Never was I to pray for myself except for my request bore my usefulness to others. Then only might I expect to receive, and that would be in great marriages.
It later became step 11, where we sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understand Him.
My friend promised, when these things were done, I would enter upon a new relationship with my Creator, that I will have the elements way of living that answered all my problems.
First part of step 12, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps.
Okay, now we can see that, Bill recovered as the results of the practical program of action of the Oxford groups, which later became, our steps. And he applied them to his life there in the hospital, and he had what he's always called a vital spiritual experience. Now, this book was written Bill's story was written in 1937. This was the first thing he wrote, and he was trying to go around, had these first 2 chapters written. It's really peculiar that actually the 12 steps were written in 1937 to some degree in this book. Actually, the writing of the 12 steps did not take place till a year later in 1938, but he had already put these steps in his story before he actually wrote the steps out in a formal way a year later. He recovered as a result of the steps, and this happened in 1934. He wrote this in 37. He wrote the steps in 38. But the ideas, the concepts of the steps, he applied to his life in the town's hospital.
That's why he was able to say in How It Works, these are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. He said, belief in the power of God, plus enough willingness, honesty, and humility to establish and maintain the new order of things with essential requirements. Simple, but not easy. A price had to be paid. It meant destruction of self-centeredness. I must turn in all things to the Father of light who presides over us all. Poor old alcoholic, in order for us to recover, we got to give up the 2 things we hold nearest and dearest to our heart. First is alcohol. Second is self-centeredness. Very, very simple idea, but extremely difficult to do. Bill said these were revolutionary and drastic proposals, but the moment I fully accepted them, the effect was electric. There was a sense of victory followed by such a peace and serenity as I'd never known. There was utter confidence. I felt lifted up as though the great clean wind of a mountaintop blew through and through. God comes to most men gradually, but his impact on me was sudden and profound. Now, Bill thought he was going crazy. He said, for a moment I was alarmed and called my friend the doctor to ask if I were still sane. And he listened in wonder as I talked. Finally, he shook his head saying, something has happened to you I don't understand, but you'd better hang on to it. Anything is better than the way you were. Now, since we were not there that day, we don't know for sure what happened to Bill. But I do know this, Bill always said that he had a vital spiritual experience that day in the town's hospital as the result of these steps. I do know that this was the early part of December of 1934. I do know that Bill didn't die until January of 1971, and it was never necessary for him to take another drink of alcohol as long as he lived. Something profound took place that day in Bill's life. Now, surely if we're alcoholic, and if we've read this chapter, and we've identified with Bill, and we've been able to see the progression of the disease and the hopeless condition of the mind and of the body, and then we see Bill recover, well, then we can begin to think, you know, if Bill could do that, then I might be able to do it also. This is the beginning of belief or hope that something could take place in our life. Same thing we do today on a 12-step call. Exactly the same thing. But when the book was written, they knew that they'd never be able to talk to the first people down here in Houston on a one-on-one, face-to-face basis. So the book had to do that for them. Bill's story is the classic 12-step call in print. Joe?
Okay. Now that we have completed the doctor's opinion and Bill's story, we understand the problem. The problem is laid in. We have laid the foundation of willingness. You know, willingness is the foundation, and sometimes we don't let those words become alive. Step one is the foundation for recovery. Become willing to change. And the way you become willing to change is you realize what you're doing, it ain't going to work. You know, we see people coming around AA say, I'm working on step one. Well, you don't work on step one in AA. The way you become willing to change is you go out there and drink enough of that booze. And you find out, prove to yourself, hey, this ain't going to work. Then you become willing to change. So willingness is the foundation. And we have laid that, and this is very, very important. The foundation of the structure is that's the strength. So we have laid the foundation of willingness. Now we come to step two. There is a solution, more about alcoholism. We agnostics, we're going to be dealing with, now that we have the problem, what is the solution to it? And this chapter is entitled, There is a Solution. We of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of women who were once just as hopeless as Bill. Nearly all have recovered. They have solved the drink problem. Okay, so they have found a solution. We are average Americans. All sections of this country and many of its occupations are represented, as well as many political, economic, social, and religious backgrounds. And this is, he's talking about Alcoholics Anonymous as it was at that time in 1939, and it still is today. We are average Americans. All sections of the country, we are all over this country and in other countries, are represented, many political, economic, social, and religious backgrounds. AA, the fellowship of AA is what he's describing now, is made up of all kinds of people. It really amazes me, and I often wonder, I stand in awe when I look at the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, as I have had the opportunity of seeing it. It is a vast, you know, I think I've had an opportunity of seeing a great part of it all over the world. It's made up of all kinds of people. Usually people that come together in a fellowship or group have something in common. I mean, you know, they have a common maybe social background, economic background, a common religion, or political viewpoints. Usually those things are there to make people a common beliefs, like a religion, to make us come together. Those are a common cause, like a union or a PTA or something like that. But it's strange in the fellowship, and we have nothing in common. In fact, if we didn't talk about AA or alcoholism this week, I doubt if we could carry on a decent conversation. I wonder what we would talk about. Couldn't talk about our jobs. Couldn't talk about our politics. We'd have a fight. Couldn't discuss religion. If we start causes, we'd find some on each side. But we are normally people, he says, that would not mix because of the lack of that. We are people who normally would not mix. None of us should have ever known the other. Can you imagine that? But there exists among us a fellowship, a friendliness, and understanding which is indescribably wonderful. And it really is. We are so close. And we come from all different races. We come from different religions, different political backgrounds. But we're very, very close, although we have nothing in common. But then he will tell us what we do have in common. He said, we're like passengers on a great liner. The moment after rescue from the shipwreck, when camaraderie, rejoiced, democracy pervade the vessel from the stairs to the captain's table. So now he begins to use this parable to really explain what we're all about. And he'd like to teach with pictures or stories. And you know, back in at the time he's talking about, this book was written in 1939. The way to still yet to travel to Europe was the great ocean liners. The airplanes hadn't come into play on as that way at this time. And when they had the great ocean liners, they had on these great ocean liners there was a distinct class system. You were separated on those ocean liners by these things up the top. You were separated by your economic background. How much money did you have? You were separated by your social background. You know, you could still have money and didn't have the right social background. You couldn't be sitting at the captain's table. You could still have money and you had the wrong religion. You still might be in the steward section. But the people were separated by those things on the ocean liners. And on the journey across this ocean, the guy in the steward section, he was way down the bottom of the vessel. Now, it was bad accommodations in the steward section. You were way down there, wasn't no air, and you were right next to the engine room, thump, thump, thump all the time, and they let you out to get a little air once a day, and you had to go back down there, and you probably had a cheese sandwich and a glass of milk or something, not much. But when you came from deck to deck and got on, as you got up where it got pretty good, when you got on the uppermost decks in the beautiful cabins where they had all these suites and all the services, those people could go into this beautiful dining room, and in the finest, and then in that dining room there was one huge table where the captain sat. And the classiest people could sit at that large table with the captain. So the guy at the captain's table should have never met the guy in the steward section in their journey across the ocean. But in a moment of disaster, and I always think about the Titanic that night, when the guy from the captain's table and the guy from the steward section jumped overboard and they hit that ice water, they had something in common. I mean, I'm sure that guy didn't take a financial statement from that other guy that night. I mean, they was busy, trying to save their lives. And I think this is the beauty of Alcoholics Anonymous, that we don't care about nobody's background. We don't even need to discuss that in AA. We don't care where you work. We don't care how much money you got. We don't care what your religion is. That is even brought up in here. The only thing that we bring up, the only thing that we have a common problem that binds us. And this in itself is a powerful therapeutic tool. We don't realize the power of the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. Alcoholics Anonymous is really a support group. And there's a lot of therapy in being involved with other people who have recovered from your problem. So when you come in, there's a lot of power, there's a lot of strength in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. And that is one element of the powerful cement that binds us. So unlike the feeling of the ship's passengers, however, our journey escape from disaster does not subside as we go our individual ways. Other people, they go back when their trouble is over, but we'll always be alcoholics. The feeling of having shared a common peril is one element in the powerful cement that binds us. And I think, this is just one part of it. The fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous is a very powerful thing for the new alcoholic. Not only does he draw strength from our experience, from our recovery, but we also draw strength from helping him. This is a give and take in this relationship, and there's a lot of strength in this group. He said, but that's just one element in the powerful cement that binds us. The fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous is great. It's powerful. Today it has grown. And it is way far more than these people had in 1939. They didn't have the traps that we have today. They couldn't get this trapped in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous in 1939, because they didn't have 90 meetings in 90 days. They didn't have but a few meetings. They just couldn't depend on meetings. But we have so many meetings today that people are just trying to stay sober on going to meetings alone, using only the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, never working the program, just staying sober off of the support group. That's a trap we can get in, and we don't realize we're doing this. But he said that's not enough. You know, we tell people to go to 90 meetings in 90 days, and that's you'll get sober. You know, you might go to 90 meetings in 90 days, but that will not make you a sober member of Alcoholics Anonymous. No more than going to the PTA meeting for 90 days will make you a parent. You know, you'd have to follow some other steps if you were going to become a parent. So when we get there, there's really a trap, but the fellowship supports. That's just one element. But he goes on to say, the tremendous fact for every one of us that we have discovered a common solution. Not only do we have the common problem, the tremendous thing here is we have a common solution. We have a way out of which we can absolutely agree, in which we can join in brotherliness, harmonious action. This is the great news this book carries for those who suffer from alcoholism. We have a common solution. Not only do we have the same problem, but we have a common solution. And it tells us right on this page the solution for alcoholism. You know, if you, later on it tells us on page 25 that the common solution is later identified as a vital spiritual experience. So he explains to us in great detail the solution on this first page. The solution to alcoholism is the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, the supports, and the common solution, which is the vital spiritual experience. And we can just look at those things and boil them down a little closely. The power of the fellowship and the power of spiritual experience will overcome any one person's powerlessness over alcohol. No contest. It gives us the solution in a simple form on this one page.
This is about the only place in the book that it talks about the fellowship. Mm-hmm. And it talks about us from the respect or from the angle that even though the fellowship is powerful, that alone is not enough. And the first half of this chapter is used to explain why the fellowship alone is not enough, because it's going to explain to us exactly why we have to have a power greater than human power. Mm-hmm. Then the last half of this chapter will talk about the common solution, or the vital spiritual experience, the other power that we have to have. So you might divide this chapter into two powers. The power of the fellowship and why it's not enough, and then the power of the vital spiritual experience. On page 22, last paragraph. We know that while the alcoholic keeps away from drink, as he may do for months or years, he reacts much like other men. We're equally positive that once he takes any alcohol or whatever into his system, something happens, both in the bodily and mental sense, which makes it virtually impossible for him to stop. The experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. Now, these observations would be academic and pointless if our friend never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind rather than in his body. For the first time, they're letting me know now. The fact that I'm allergic to alcohol is important, but the real problem centers in the mind rather than the body. All the things that happen to me when I'm drunk could not happen if I didn't take the first drink. All action is born in thought. There's no way I can take the first drink without my mind telling me that it's okay to do so. If you ask him why he started on that last bender, the chances are he'll offer you any one of 100 alibis. Sometimes the excuses have a certain plausibility, but none of them really make sense in the light of the havoc an alcoholic's drinking bout creates. They sound like the philosophy of the man who, having a headache, beats himself on the head with a hammer so that he can't feel the ache. If you draw this fallacious reasoning to the attention of an alcoholic, he'll laugh it off or become irritated and refuse to talk. Once in a while, he may tell the truth. And the truth, strange to say, is usually he has no more idea why he took that first drink than you have. Some drinkers have excuses which they're satisfied part of their time, but in their hearts they really do not know why they do it. Once this malady has a real hold, they are a baffled lot. There is the obsession that somehow someday they will beat the game, but they often suspect they are down for the count. Now remember, an obsession of the mind is an idea that is so strong that it overcomes all ideas to the contrary. And the great obsession of every alcoholic is someday, somehow, we're going to beat the game. Someday, somehow, we're going to find something to drink, and we won't get drunk when we drink it. Someday, somehow, we'll find a group of people we can drink with and not get drunk. Someday, somehow. And that idea is so strong that it makes us believe that we can drink. And when we believe we can drink, we take the first drink. And then that triggers the allergy, and then we can't stop. But the allergy can't hurt us unless the obsession makes us believe that we can take the first drink. So the real problem centers in the mind rather than in the body. On page 24, squiggly writing. The fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first drink. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't care what our obsession is, whether it's alcohol, whether it's drugs, whether it's food, whether it's gambling, whether it's sex, or whatever it might be. There are certain times we're unable to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the suffering and the pain and the humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first whatever it might be. If you and I could remember these things all the way through, if we alcoholics could remember and see the car wreck at the end of that drunk, if we could remember and see the jailhouse laying down there, if we could remember and see the divorce court at the end of that drunk, we wouldn't take the first drink. But just before we take the first drink, our mind keys in on one thing only: the sense of ease and comfort that comes from taking that first drink. And it refuses to remember that we can't drink. It refuses to remember the jailhouse, the divorce court, and etc. And under those conditions, we are absolutely without defense against the first drink, or the first piece of food, or the first $2 bet, or the first stick of marijuana, or whatever it might be. We simply cannot remember. That's the way the human mind works. Last paragraph, page 24. When this sort of thinking is fully established in an individual with alcoholic tendencies, he's probably placed himself beyond human aid, and unless locked up, may die or go permanently insane. Now, if we've placed ourselves beyond human aid, then the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous is not sufficient to bring about recovery, because it's made up of a bunch of human beings who are just as powerless as we are. Our power will have to come from a source greater than human power. Page 25, there is a solution.
There is a solution. Now we're going to get down to the solution, the real power. Almost none of us like the self-searching, the leveling of our pride, the confession of our shortcoming, which the process requires for a successful consummation. But we saw that it really worked in others, and we have come to believe in the hopelessness and futility of life as we have been living it. When therefore we were approached by those in whom the problem had been solved, there was nothing left for us to pick up this simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. We have found much of heaven and have been rocketed into a fourth dimension of existence we had not even dreamed. The great fact is just this and nothing less, that we have had deep and effective spiritual experience. This is the common solution. And now what does this do? Which revolutionizes our whole attitude toward life, toward ourselves, and towards God's universe. Our central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty that our Creator has into our hearts and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. He is convinced to accomplish those things for us which we could never do by ourselves. Now remember when we were reading in the doctor's opinion, Dr. Silkworth said we had to have a psychic change, a change in our mind, our thinking. And the spiritual experiences revolutionize our attitude toward life, toward ourselves, and towards God's universe. The spiritual experience brings about that psychic change. And right there, it has an asterisk there. And in case you know, that was when that was when the book was first written, the big red book up here, it doesn't have an asterisk in there. And it just says, it just told the new reader, you got to have a spiritual experience. And to a new alcoholic reading this book and you tell him he's got to have a spiritual experience, I mean, that's a way out statement. And all kind of things goes through a person's minds when you tell them, hey, you got to have a spiritual experience. Here's a person with no background whatsoever, information about that, and it does kind of turn you off. This book here really caused a lot of excitement, and a lot of writers, a lot of the readers that bought the book wrote into Bill and wanted to know what was all this and what was he talking about. Now, in order to clear that up and make the book more complete, they put an appendix in the back of the book when it was printed the next time to give an explanation of a spiritual experience to the new reader, so the new reader would know what they were talking about. So this appendix means something that it was added to the book to make it more complete. So we'll leave, and now with this book, we'll go back to page 569 in the back of the book and see what he means when he says, what is a spiritual experience? And I think this is, in other words, if we didn't understand this page back here, if you read on through, you'd probably get the same impression the first book. You would have the wrong impression. It says the term spiritual experience and spiritual awakening, so we're going to look at two different things here, are used many times in this book, which upon careful reading, and I don't know a lot of alcoholics that do careful reading, that's the trouble. We just don't. Shows that the personality changes sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism has manifested itself in many different forms. Now we're talking about, now we see personality changes. This will, the spiritual experience or the spiritual awakening, either one of them will bring about personality changes good enough to recover. And they will occur in many different forms. He said, yet it is true that our first printing, the big red book, gave many of the readers that the impressions of these personality changes, our religious experience, must be in the nature of a sudden spectacular upheaval. However, for everyone, this conclusion is erroneous. In the big red book, a number of these sudden changes are described. Bill happened to have a sudden spiritual experience. And having had this experience, and by writing the book, it did influence his writings. It influenced the sudden spiritual experience, because this is what he had. In the early writing of the book, there was some constant bickering between him and the other members, because some of the other members wanted him to tone that down. They said, Bill, we didn't have the same thing you had, but it did influence his writings. The big book talks a lot more about the sudden spiritual experience. He said in the first few chapters, a number of sudden revolutionary changes are described. Though it was not our intention to create such impressions, many alcoholics have nevertheless concluded that in order to recover, they must acquire an immediate, overwhelming God consciousness, followed at once by a vast change in feeling and outlook. Now, a lot of the readers felt that they had to have this sudden thing like Bill had in order to be recovered. He says, among our rapidly growing membership of thousands, such transformations, though frequent, are by no means the rule. Most of our experience of what a psychologist William James calls the education of variety, because they develop slowly over a period of time. And he goes on, he's trying to put this, he's trying to write this in the second edition to straighten up the first book. He said, we didn't mean to give you that idea that you had to have a sudden spiritual experience. He says most of us have not had that. In his talk with Dr. Thibault at that time, Bill said that about 10% of the first 100 people had sudden spiritual experiences. That means 90% of them did not. 90% of them had the educational variety. In the educational variety experience, you change gradually over a period of time as you learn and apply. One is sudden, one is gradual. Also in his work with Dr. Thibault, he said both of them are just as effective. They both produce the same thing, a personality change good enough to recover. One happens sudden, one happens gradually. Very few people, it still occurs in AA today, but very few people have sudden spiritual experiences. Most of the people I have happened to see a few, and they are very, very sick people like Bill was. Real people that's not capable of applying it. They have sudden, it's a gift. But in most cases, it's a gradual education variety that takes place slowly over a period of time. He said, often in this education variety, quite often friends of the newcomer are aware of the difference long before himself. Other people can see you change, but you can't realize this. But he finally realizes that that he has undergone a profound alteration in his reactions to life. Finally, he realizes that such a change can hardly have been brought about himself alone. What often takes place in a few months could seldom have been accomplished by years of self-discipline. He finally realizes. Then when he realizes it, it is a spiritual awakening. The sudden kind is a spiritual experience. The gradual kind, and you begin to realize it, is a spiritual awakening. With few exceptions, our members find that they have tapped an unsuspected inner resource which they presently identify with their conception of a power greater than themselves. Now, once you realize that you have had this, then you realize that you have tapped an unsuspected inner resource of strength, which you identify with a power greater than yourself at that point. Most of us think this awareness of a power greater than ourselves is the essence of spiritual experience. It's the same thing. Once it makes no difference which way we go through it, but we end up with the same thing. Our more religious members call it God consciousness. Most emphatically, we used to say that any alcoholic capable of honestly facing his problems in the light of our experience can recover, provided he does not close his mind to all spiritual concepts. He can only be defeated by an attitude of intolerant, belligerent denial. We find no one need have difficulty with the spirituality of the program. Willingness, honesty, and open-mindedness are the essentials of recovery, but these are indispensable. There is a principle which is in bar against all information, which is proof against all argument, and which cannot fail to keep a man in everlasting ignorance. That principle is contempt prior to investigation. You know, all we have to do is to believe and work the steps. If we work the steps, we're guaranteed. And Bill, by the way, in the Big Red Book, he said you will have a spiritual experience. Even he changed that to spiritual awakening because most people didn't have a spiritual experience. You are guaranteed, if you work the steps, to have a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, which will produce a personality change good enough to recover from alcoholism. In most cases, we'll find out now that it will not be a sudden spiritual experience. It will probably be a spiritual awakening that will take place slowly over a period of months. And then we will realize that we have changed and we have tapped an unsuspected inner resource of strength. And this is probably the more way that would happen with most individuals.
In the original first edition, first printing, step 12 said, having had a spiritual experience.
Yeah.
Then talked about spiritual experience on page 25 and no explanation of it at all.
Yeah.
And it was left up to the reader to determine what they meant.
Yeah.
And as Joe said, that immediately created problems.
Yeah.
Because everybody read Bill's story and thought, my God, I've got to have what Bill had. And it just did not work out that way. So when he put the appendix in the back of the book, in the second printing of the big book, they changed step 12 to read, having had a spiritual awakening. And that's the only word that's been changed in the 12 steps since the original printing of the first edition of the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. Again, I think that's a miracle. 50 years and we've changed one word and one word only to better understand something. Page 25, last paragraph. If you're seriously alcoholic as we were, we believe there is no middle of the road solution. We were in a position where life was becoming impossible. And if we'd passed into the region from which there is no return through human aid, we had but two alternatives. One was to go on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of our intolerable situation as best we could.
Step 1.
And the other to accept spiritual help.
Step 2.
This we did because we honestly wanted to, and we were willing to make the effort. Now, any good textbook, when it tells you something, it will always follow that information up with an example. And John talked about this last night. This certain American businessman who had ability, good sense, and high character. This was Roland Hazard. This was the fellow, as far back as 1930, that went to Dr. Jung over in Switzerland. This is a guy that thought he now had it made and came back home and got drunk and went back to Dr. Jung. Let's see what Dr. Jung told him when he went back. On the page 26, in the 1, 2, 3rd paragraph, he begged the doctor to tell him the whole truth, and he got it. In the doctor's judgment, he was utterly hopeless. He could never regain his position in society, and he would have to place himself under lock and key or hire a bodyguard if he expected to live long. That was a great physician's opinion. But this man still lives and is a free man. He does not need a bodyguard, nor is he confined. He can go anywhere on this earth where the other free men may go without disaster, provided he remains willing to maintain a certain simple attitude. Now, some of our alcoholic readers may think they can do without spiritual help. Let us tell you the rest of the conversation our friend had with his doctor. The doctor said, you have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. I have never seen one single case recover where that state of mind existed to the extent that it does in you. Our friend felt as though the gates of hell had closed on him with a clang. He said to the doctor, is there no exception? Yes, replied the doctor, there is. Exceptions to cases such as yours have been occurring since early times. Here and there, once in a while, alcoholics have had what are called vital spiritual experiences. To me, these occurrences are phenomena. They appear to be in the nature of huge emotional displacements and rearrangements.
Change.
Ideas, emotions, and attitudes which were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men are suddenly cast to one side.
Change.
And a completely new set of conceptions and motives begin to dominate them.
Change.
In fact, I've been trying to produce some such emotional rearrangement within you.
Change.
With many individuals, the methods which I employed are successful, but I've never been successful with an alcoholic of your description. Asterisk, bottom of the page, for amplification, see Appendix 2.
Okay.
So the idea for the vital spiritual experience came from Dr. Jung. And he's talking about changes in the mind, emotional displacements and rearrangements. This sounds quite similar to what Dr. Silkworth said when he talked about the need for the psychic change. Psychic is in the mind. Vital spiritual experience, old attitudes cast aside, replaced with a new set, emotional rearrangements, or if you wished, you could call it a personality change. See, so it really doesn't make any difference what we call this as long as we're aware of the fact we're dealing with a change in our mental, emotional makeup. If we stay the way we are, we can expect to continue to get what we've always got, which is a life of living hell. But if we can change in the mental area, then maybe we can find a way to live where we can be free from whatever it is we're using, yet at the same time be peaceful, happy, free, and serene. And then we don't have to go back. If we resist change too hard, then chances are we're going to stay restless, irritable, and discontented, filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse, and eventually end up taking a drink. Let's take a 15-minute break, okay? On page 30, we start with a new chapter, more about alcoholism. And I remember that Bill Wilson is a real alcoholic. He had all the mannerisms, all the ideas that any alcoholic has. And we can see where Bill had an aversion to this spiritual thing. He really didn't care about talking about God for sure. Sure didn't want any religion mixed into it, could just barely kind of believe. And he knew exactly how we were going to feel also. He felt the same way. And he wrote us another chapter called More About Alcoholism. And in this chapter, he talks about one thing and one thing only. He talks about the insanity of alcoholism. You know, step 2 says we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves can restore us to sanity. Well, then that means we must be insane. And many people in AA say, well, I don't have any trouble with that insanity because I remember the crazy, stupid things I did while drunk. No, that has nothing to do with insanity. The crazy, stupid things we did while drunk was caused by a mind filled with alcohol, which is a sedative drug, and it lowers the inhibitions. Sanity and insanity refers to the ability to see the truth or not see the truth. A mind that is whole or a mind that is less than whole. And at certain times for we alcoholics, we cannot see the truth about alcohol. And always, just before we take that first drink, we believe a lie. We're stone cold sober, but we believe a lie. We believe that this time it's going to be okay. And for an alcoholic to believe that is to believe a lie, a mind less than whole, or a form of insanity. Now, we're not talking about craziness. And we're concerned with one thing and one thing only, our attitude toward alcohol itself. Later on, I realized I wasn't too swift in a hell of a lot of areas, but in the beginning, my insanity when it comes to alcohol. Let's see what he's talking about. And here he's going to show us exactly why we'll have to have that power greater than human power. Joe?
Okay, as Charlie says, we're not talking about being crazy. We're just trying to understand insanity means less than whole. Now, you know, when a person's crazy, he might be plenty all gone, right? So we're not trying to say that you're all gone. We're just trying to say that you ain't all there. You know what I mean? In other words, we got a little piece missing. When it comes to alcohol, we got a piece missing. Most of us have been unwilling to admit we were real alcoholics. No person likes to think he is bodily a minute different from his fellows. Therefore, it's not surprising that our drinking careers have been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove we could drink like other people. The idea that somehow, someday, he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. We see that word obsession. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it to gates of insanity or death. We learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. The delusion that we are like other people are presently may be or has to be smashed. And we see Bill, again, with his writing style, he really repeats himself over and over constantly throughout the book. Sometimes it's very confusing to the reader. But what he does, every time he repeats himself, he uses another word that means the same thing. A good writer will do that, because if you use the same word over and over, it says that you're dumb. But so you get another word that means the same thing. So he starts out here with saying the great obsession. Obsession is an idea that overcomes all other ideas. So an obsession would make you believe a lie. We humans try to operate off the truth. But the truth is as we perceive it. Only God really knows the truth. We operate off our perception of the truth. And sometimes we get a distorted obsession when one idea overcomes the other idea. We lose the truth and we believe the lie. The persistence of this illusion, well, that's the same thing. An illusion is something that we see is not true. Like if a magician was an illusionist, he would get up before us with a sleight of hand or some props and make us believe a lie. Pull a rabbit out of the hat. Now the next one is the word delusion. The delusion that we're like other people present there has to be smashed. Now just before we drink, we can say we have an obsession or an illusion or a delusion just before we drink, not after we drink. Because we'd have to believe a lie to take a drink. And when later on, we're going to find out we're going to be restored to sanity. Today, I can see the truth about alcohol. It's very strange, and I can't drink on the truth. There's no way I could walk up to a bar today, a liquor store, and say, hey, mister, 27 years ago, I drank some of that, and I ended up in the nut house. My wife left me, and I spent all my money, and I lost my job, and I was sick as hell. Now, how much would you charge me for another bottle of that to do the same thing? I mean, see, you can't drink on the truth. You would have to believe this time it ain't going to hurt me, or this time it'll be all right, and that won't happen. So really, what we're going to say is I have been restored to sanity. When it comes to alcohol, I can now see the truth.
The rest of this chapter will be devoted to examples of this insanity.
That's right.
Let's go to page 32. Second paragraph.
Man of 30.
A man of 30 was doing a great deal of spree drinking. He was very nervous in the morning after these bouts and quieted himself with more liquor. He was ambitious to succeed in business, but saw that he would get nowhere if he drank at all. Once he started, he had no control whatever. He made up his mind that until he had been successful in business and retired, he would not touch another drop. An exceptional man, he remained bone dry for 25 years and retired at the age of 55 after a successful and happy business career. Then he fell victim to a belief.
Believed a lie.
Which practically every alcoholic has, that his long period of sobriety and self-discipline had qualified him to drink as other men. Out came his carpet slippers and a bottle. In 2 months, he was in a hospital, puzzled and humiliated. He tried to regulate his drinking for a while, making several trips to the hospital meantime. Then, gathering all his forces, he attempted to stop altogether and found he could not. Every means of solving his problem which money could buy was at his disposal. Every attempt failed. Though a robust man at retirement, he went to pieces quickly and was dead within 4 years. Now, this case contains a powerful lesson. Most of us have believed that if we remain sober for a long stretch, we could thereafter drink normally. But here's a man who at 55 years found he was just where it left off at 30. We've seen the truth demonstrated again and again. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Commencing to drink after a period of sobriety were in a short time as bad as ever. If we're planning to stop drinking, there must be no reservation of any kind, nor any lurking notion that someday we will be immune to alcohol. Now, the truth is this. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. We have never yet seen any one of us be able to return back to drinking and drink like normal people. It's always just as bad, or in a majority of the cases, a hell of a lot worse when we return back to it. Now, that's the truth. This guy had a form of insanity. His insanity led him to believe that after being sober for a period of years, he could now drink like other people. Based on the lie, he started drinking. Now, there's one thing about the truth. The truth is always there, always has been there, and always will be there. If you believe a lie and act on that lie, sooner or later you're going to run into the truth. And the truth will beat your brains out. It killed this guy. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Just before he drank, though, he thought he was going to be different. He believed something that was untrue. He believed after being sober 25 years, he could now drink like other people. He could not see the truth. He fell victim to the belief that he was going to be different. He had a form of insanity. Just before he took the first drink, he was stone cold sober. No alcohol in the mind at all. Let's look at another example. On page 35. What sort of thinking dominates an alcoholic who repeats time after time the desperate experiment of the first drink? Friends who have reasoned with him after a spree which has brought him to the point of divorce or bankruptcy are mystified when he walks directly into a saloon. Why does he, or what is he thinking? Our first example is a friend we shall call Jim. Joe loves old Jim. He gets in trouble with Jim once in a while, too. Let's see what he can do with him today. Joe?
Yeah, I love old Jim. He's my main man. Me and him think a lot alike. This man has a charming wife and family. He inherited a lucrative automobile agency. He has a commendable World War record. He is a good salesman. Everybody likes him. Typical alcoholic, isn't he? Great guy. He did no drinking until he was 35. In a few years, he became so violently intoxicated he had to be committed. On leaving the asylum, he came into contact with us. You know, they put him in the asylums then. They got him treatment centers now, the same thing. They just changed the name of them places. So we told him what we knew about alcoholism, step one. They told him about step one. They told him what the problem was. And the answer we had found. And the answer to step one is step two. So obviously it looks like they told him 1 and 2. He made a beginning. And it looks like step 3 is a beginning. So it seemed to indicate that Jim took 3 steps. Jim took steps 1, 2, and 3. We see people today coming in AA doing that, taking 1, 2, and 3 and out the door. They say AA is getting like baseball, 1, 2, 3, and you out, as far as they go. His family was reassembled and began to work as a salesman for the business he had lost through drinking. All went well, but he failed to enlarge on his spiritual life. You know, he wouldn't take any more steps, and the only way you can enlarge on this decision is to work the rest of the steps. It says, to his consternation, he found himself drunk a half a dozen times in rapid succession. Jim got drunk 6 times real quick. We've seen him around AA doing that. On each occasion, we worked with him, reviewing carefully what had happened. And these were good AA members in those days. They worked with him 6 times. I doubt if they fool with you now, but they worked with him. He agreed he was a real alcoholic in a serious condition. He knew he faced another trip to the treatment center if he kept on. Moreover, he would lose his family, whom he had deep affections, yet he got drunk again. Now, when he got drunk this time, these AA guys said, look, you know, we're getting tired of fooling with you, man. This is 7 times. Said, now, let's don't go through this. How are you getting drunk? What's happening to you? Let's just go through this. We asked him to tell us how it happened. This is his story. Said, I came to work on Tuesday morning. Now, Charlie and I studied the book many years before we see these little subtle things in the book, how Bill put them in here. He said, I came to work on Tuesday morning. Where was Jim Monday? Now, we're bad about Mondays.
Let's see where this guy becomes insane. Let's see where his thinking goes from normal to abnormal, where he goes from being able to see the truth to believing the lie. Joe?
I remember I felt irritated. I had to be a salesman for the concern I once owned.
That's probably normal thinking for anybody. If we had to be a salesman for a concern we once owned, we'd probably all feel a little irritated by that. Normal, sane thinking.
I had a few words with the boss, but nothing serious.
Boss probably said, Jim, where were you all day yesterday? Nothing real serious, just a few words with the boss. That'd be normal.
Then I decided to drive to the country and see what my prospects for in a car.
If you're a car salesman, you want to get away from the shop a little while, you're a little irritated with the boss, what's more normal than to go on out in the country and see somebody we already know, and we're going to sell a car to them. Normal, sane thinking for a car salesman.
On the way, I felt hungry, so I stopped at a roadside place where they had a bar. I had no intention of drinking. I just thought I'd get a sandwich.
What's more normal if you're hungry to stop in a roadside place, to get us a sandwich to fill the hunger? We have no intention of drinking whatsoever. Now, this was back in the time when in that part of the country, nearly every roadside place had a bar anyhow. But we're not going in there to drink. That's beside the point. We're hungry, we're going to get a sandwich. Normal, sane thinking.
I also had a notion I might find a customer for a car at this place, which for me, I've been going there for years and eating it there many times during the months I was sober.
Nothing could be more normal than for a hungry car salesman to go in this place to get a sandwich and might find us another customer while we're in there. And there's nothing new about this. We've already been in there many times during the months we're sober. We're not going in there to drink. We're going to get a sandwich and sell a car, maybe.
I sat down at the table and ordered a sandwich and a glass of milk.
What's more normal than if you're hungry to order a sandwich and a glass of milk? Normal, sane thinking.
Still don't thought of drinking. I ordered another sandwich and decided to have another glass of milk.
Now, if you're hungry enough, there's nothing wrong with 2 sandwiches and 2 glasses of milk. Now then comes the squiggly writing.
Suddenly the thought crossed my mind, if I put an ounce of whiskey in my milk, it wouldn't hurt me on a full stomach.
There's where he became insane. There's where he believed the lie.
That's right.
There's where his mind was less than whole when it comes to alcohol. He really believed that now that I've got a full stomach, I could put an ounce of whiskey in milk and it wouldn't hurt me. Now, for an alcoholic, that's got to be insanity. Based on the insane idea, he now makes a decision and takes some action. Let's see where we go from here.
I ordered a whiskey and poured it into my milk. I vaguely sensed I was not being too smart, but felt assured I was taking the whiskey on a full stomach.
Now we've got it inside ourselves. And we get the whiskey in us, then that triggers the allergy. And now the physical craving takes over. Let's see where we go from here.
The experiment went so well, I ordered another whiskey and poured it into my milk. That didn't bother me, so I tried another. This started one more journey to the asylum for Jim. There was threat of commitment, the loss of family position, to say nothing of the intense mental and physical suffering which drinking always caused him. He had much knowledge about himself as an alcoholic, yet all reasons for not drinking were easily pushed aside in the favor of a foolish idea he could take whiskey if only he mixed it with milk. Whatever the precise definition of the word may be, we call this plain insanity. How can such a lack of proportional ability to think straight be called anything else? Insanity is a lack of the proportional ability to think straight. Particularly in our case, at certain times we have a lack of the ability to think straight about alcohol. At certain times we lack that ability to think straight about alcohol.
Now, you may think this is an extreme case. To us, it's not far-fetched. For this kind of thinking has been characteristic of every single one of us. We have sometimes reflected more than Jim did upon the consequences. There was always the curious mental phenomenon that parallel with our sound reasoning, there inevitably ran some insanely trivial excuse for taking the first drink. Our sound reasoning failed to hold us in check. The insane idea won out. Next day, we would ask ourselves in all earnestness and sincerity how it could have happened. Now, is Jim's problem the fact that he's allergic to alcohol? Or is his real problem the fact that he has an obsession of the mind that leads to insanity when it comes to alcohol and makes him believe that he can drink? You see, the allergy can't hurt him if he don't take the first drink. And he can't take the first drink unless he believes a lie. He got to believe that this time's going to be different. A form of insanity. Last paragraph, page 37. Our behavior is as absurd and incomprehensible with respect to the first drink as that of an individual with a passion, say, for jaywalking. Now, I don't understand this guy at all. He gets a thrill out of skipping in front of fast-moving vehicles. Well, I don't understand that, but I can see him doing it. Now, I can see him out here on the interstate, jumping in front of a bus, whirling around twice, see how close it comes, and for some reason, he gets some kind of charge out of that. Now, he enjoys himself for a few years in spite of friendly warnings. People say, hey, Jack, you really oughtn't to do that. Now, up to this point, you would label him as a foolish chap having queer ideas of fun. Luck then deserts him, and he's slightly injured several times in succession. He's getting a little older now. He can't move as fast. They begin to hit him once in a while. Not real serious. He just kind of bounces off of them. Now, you would expect him, if he were normal, to cut it out.
If he were normal.
Presently, he's hit again. This time he has a fractured skull. Now it's beginning to hurt. Within a week after leaving the hospital, a fast-moving trolley car breaks his arm. Now he sings their national anthem. He says, I'll never do that again. He tells you he's decided to stop jaywalking for good. But in a few weeks, he breaks both legs. Now, on through the years, this conduct continues, accompanied by his continual promises to be careful or to keep off the streets altogether. Finally, he can no longer work. He's just so beat up he can't hold a job. His wife gets a divorce. She says, I'm tired of supporting you, me, the family, and everybody else. And he's held up to ridicule. He tries every known means to get the jaywalking idea out of his head. Not his body, his head. He shuts himself up in a treatment center hoping to mend his ways. But the day he comes out, he races in front of a fire engine which breaks his back. Such a man would be crazy, wouldn't he? Now, you may think our illustration is too ridiculous, but is it? We who have been through the ringer have to admit, if we substituted alcoholism for jaywalking, the illustration would fit us exactly. However intelligent we may have been in other respects, where alcohol has been involved, we have been strangely insane. It's strong language, but isn't it true? Now, the next example is going to show you a guy that's never lost anything. Jim lost it all. And Jim didn't feel too good when he got drunk. But Fred is a highly intelligent human being. He's never lost anything, period, from his drinking. Yet the same thing's going to happen to Fred that happens to Jim. Jim didn't feel too good when he got drunk. Hell, Fred's floating on top of the world when he gets drunk. So we're going to see an example of the same thing happening to us, even though we haven't lost all, and even though we don't feel good. You know, we're just apt to get drunk when we feel good as we are when we feel bad. In either case, we drink to feel better yet. If we feel bad, we drink to feel better. If we feel good, we drink to feel better yet. Let's look at old Fred in the middle of page 39. Joe?
And in both cases, whether we feel good or bad, we still have that insanity. Fred is a partner in a well-known accounting firm. His income is good. He has a fine home, is happily married, and a father with promising children of college age. He's so attractive a personality, he makes friends with everyone. If ever there was a successful businessman, it's Fred, so Fred's business is good. To all appearance, he is stable, well-balanced individual, yet he is alcoholic. We first saw Fred about a year ago in the hospital where he was gone to recover from a bad case of jitters. It was his first experience of this kind. He was much ashamed of it. Far from admitting he was an alcoholic. Remember, Jim took step one. He wouldn't take any steps. He told himself he had come to the hospital to rest his nerves. You know,
we see a lot of nerve resters today, and I just like Fred.
The doctor eliminated strongly it might be worse than he realized. For a few days he was depressed about his condition. He made up his mind to quit drinking altogether. It never occurred to him perhaps he could not do so in spite of his character and standing. Fred would not believe himself an alcoholic, step one, much less accept a spiritual remedy for his problem, step two. He wouldn't take either step. We told him what we knew about alcoholism. You know, they told him about step one. He was interested and see he had some of the symptoms. You know, we see that Fred said, I'm a little bit alcoholic. But he was a long way from admitting he could do nothing about him himself. He was positive that his humiliating experience, plus the knowledge he acquired, would fix it, would keep him sober the rest of his life. Self-knowledge would fix it. We heard no more from Fred for a while. One day we were told he was back in the hospital. This time he was quite shaky. He soon indicated he was anxious to see us. The story he told is most instructive, for here was a chap absolutely convinced he had to stop drinking, who had no excuse for drinking, who exhibited splendid judgment and determination in all of his concerns, yet was flat on his back nevertheless. Let him tell you about it. He says, I was much impressed with what you fellows said about alcoholism, and I frankly not believe it was possible for me to drink again. I rather appreciated your ideas about the subtle insanity which precedes the first drink, but I was confident it could not happen to me after what I had learned. I reasoned I was not so far advanced as most of you fellas, and I had been usually successful in licking my other personal problems, and that I would therefore be successful where you men failed. He said, I felt every right to be self-confident. It was only a matter of exercising my willpower and keeping on guard. Boy, I know I've been there too. He said, in this frame of mind, I went about my business, and for a time all was well. I had no trouble refusing drinks, and began to wonder if I'd not been making too hard a work out of a simple matter. You know, he said, man, this thing is nothing. You know, he was probably getting drunk right there. You know, he said, staying sober ain't nothing to it, just quit. I remember when I was there too. Now, this is how he got drunk. He said, one day I went to Washington to present some accounting evidence to a government bureau. I had been out of town before during this particular dry spell, so there was nothing new about that. Physically, I felt fine. Neither did I have any pressing problems or worries. My business came off well, and I was pleased and knew my partners would be too. It was the end of a perfect day, not a cloud on the horizon. Boy, this guy's feeling good, isn't he? Great day. He said, I went to my hotel and leisurely dressed for dinner. As I crossed the threshold of the dining room, the thought came to mind, it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails and go back to the hospital. I had a great day. I had a great day today. I believe I'll go back to the hospital. That's what he decided.
Now, you see, that's the truth. But there's no way that Fred could drink on the truth. So his mind said, the thought came to mind that it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails with dinner. That was all, nothing more. Now, based on that lie, based on that insanity for an alcoholic, he makes a decision and takes some action. I ordered a cocktail and my meal. Now we've got it inside of us. We've now triggered the allergy.
Yeah.
Then I ordered another cocktail. After dinner, I decided to take a walk. When I returned to the hotel, it struck me a highball would be fine before going to bed, so I stepped into the bar and had one. I remember having several more that night and plenty next morning. I have a shadowy recollection of being in an airplane bound for New York and of finding a friendly taxicab driver at the landing field instead of my wife. The driver escorted me about for several days. I know little of where I went or what I said and did, then came to hospital with unbearable mental and physical suffering. As soon as I regained my ability to think, I went carefully over that evening in Washington. Not only had I been off guard, I had made no fight whatever against the first drink. This time I had not thought of the consequences at all. I had commenced to drink as carelessly as though the cocktails were ginger ale. Jim at least vaguely sensed he wasn't being any too smart. Fred didn't even do that. Fred's mind simply said it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails with dinner. Now, for an alcoholic, that's to believe a lie. That's absolute insanity. Now, is his problem the fact that he's allergic to alcohol? Or is it the fact that he has an obsession of the mind that borders on insanity, leads him to believe that he can drink when really he can't? Now, whether we're talking about the man of 30, or we're talking about Jim, or we're talking about Fred, all three, their mind was free from alcohol when they believed the lie. They were stone cold sober. So the real problem of the alcoholic centers in the mind, not the body. If we'll go to page 43, last paragraph. Once more, the alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink. Except in a few rare cases, neither he nor any other human being can provide such a defense. His defense must come from a higher power. Now let's look at a little illustration for a moment, if John will flip it up here on the screen, of these two powers that we've been talking about. We've seen what they are. We've seen why we have the need for both of them. The left-hand side is that fellowship which supports us. The older members, through sharing their experience, strength, and hope with the newcomer, can support the newcomer, help them stay sober long enough for them to get the alcohol out of the brain and be able to start doing a little bit of thinking on their own, maybe. At the same time, through the older member supporting the new member, the older member gets strength and support from that also through helping another human being. It's almost impossible today to come into this fellowship and stay sober for a month or two or three and not begin to believe that there's some power other than human power working in AA. You know, you hear countless numbers of people say it's only by the grace of God or because of a power greater than I am. And it's almost impossible not to begin to believe that after a while. And when the newcomer begins to believe there might be a power, then that opens the mind to willingness. And then we can begin to investigate to see what that power is. And upon investigation, through the reading of the book and the talking to other members, we find that there is a simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet, the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. Through those, we can have a complete new change, revolutionizes our whole attitude and outlook upon life. We have what is called a personality change sufficient to recover from alcoholism, a vital spiritual experience, spiritual awakening, psychic change, personality change, whatever you want to call it. And we change into completely different people than we used to be. Now, when we've had the spiritual experience, then we can go back to the left-hand side of the sheet and become one of those older members who supports the next new member that comes in. Now, if you'll notice, we're basing old membership not on length of sobriety, but on quality of sobriety. Those that have had the vital spiritual experience can now help the next one come to believe and help them have their vital spiritual experience. Nowhere in this book does it talk about how long you've been sober. it does talk about the quality of life that comes about through these steps. And you see all kind of people in AA today. You know, you see some people that have really used these steps, and they've just changed their life entirely. And they're smiling, and they're happy, and they're laughing, and they're helping people, and you just want to be around them. There's something about them that just normally draws people to them. Then we have people who are kind of mediocre. You know, one day they're up, the next day they're down. They've worked the steps some, they're about halfway. And then you find people who are so sick, and they run around saying, if you want what we have and you're willing to go to, you know, hell, some of those people are so sick you feel sorry for them. You'd really like to buy them a drink. You know they'd feel better if they... And some of those people have been sober for years. They've been, you know. So we're really not talking about the length of sobriety. We're talking about quality of sobriety. And these are the two powers that bring that about. Boy, he's convinced me in this chapter. No doubt in my mind at all that if I don't have this vital spiritual experience, I'm going to end up getting drunk sooner or later. Now, if you were raised where I was, and if you were raised in the church I was raised in, when you realize you're going to have this vital spiritual experience, then you're faced with one hell of a dilemma. Because I knew that even though I needed it, there's no way that God's going to have anything to do with me whatsoever. Because you see, I was raised with a kind of God that was hellfire and damnation. Going to hell for lying, cheating, stealing, drinking whiskey, and committing adultery. By the time I got to AA, I'd already had 26 years of that. And I knew God had already told St. Peter, when that little four-eyed sucker gets up there, send him downstairs. We're not going to need his kind at all. And even though I recognize at the end of chapter 3 I've got to have God, I don't think I can do it. Because I don't think he'll have anything to do with me because of what I've been in the past. How many of us have driven down the street on Sunday morning and we saw those Christians going up the steps into the church house, and we said, look at them weak suckers. If they like us and could stand on their own 2 feet, they wouldn't have to go in there and pray to something they don't believe in the first place. How many of us saw Deacon Jones in the dance hall Saturday night? And he wasn't dancing with his wife either. And we said, hell, they're all just exactly like that. They're all a bunch of hypocrites. How many of us spend hours sitting around in bars arguing about God and religion, who is and who isn't? How many of us spend hours talking about what is an atheist, what's an agnostic, and which one we are? Now, all of a sudden, we're faced with the idea, you're going to have a spiritual experience or else.
Tough.
And that's tough. Bill Wilson understood us 100% because he was just like us. He wrote another chapter called We Agnostics. And in this chapter, he gives me information to be able to go on with the idea of the spiritual experience. I'm going to be called upon in just a little while to make a decision. And I can't make that decision based on my old understanding of God. This chapter gives me new information, new understanding of God, and a way to be able to make my decision where without it I simply could not. It starts on page 44. In the preceding chapters, you've learned something of alcoholism. See, he's been teaching us as we go through here. We hope we have made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. If when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely, or if when drinking you have little control over the amount you take, you are probably alcoholic. Isn't that simple? 2 little simple questions. My God, the fellowship today had took those 2 simple questions and expanded them into a pamphlet that has 44 questions in it. I'm sure glad Ebby didn't have the 44 questions when he went in Bill's kitchen. Bill been sitting there drunk for 3 weeks, hungover. wanting to drink with Ebby, and Ebby would have said, Bill, has alcohol been bothering your reputation? Hell, he hadn't had a reputation in years. Then he would have said, Bill, is alcohol interfering with your sex life? And he hadn't had any of that in years either. Two simple questions. I use them all the time today. People come to me and say, Charlie, do you think I might be alcoholic? I say, I don't know. Let me ask you two questions. I say, can you quit drinking entirely on your own strength, unaided? Well, if they're real alcoholics, they got to say no. And I say, do you have little control over the amount you take after you've once started drinking? And if they're real alcoholic, they got to say no. And I say, well, then you're probably alcoholic. And that's the only two questions we need to determine that. Now, if that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. We're very unique people. You know, we number amongst the few people in the world today who have a disease of the body and of the mind that can only be overcome by spiritual experience. And we got to thinking about this not long ago. We number amongst a few people in the world today who have a terminal illness that you can come out of it in better shape than you were when you went into it if you can have the vital spiritual experience. Now, to one who feels he's an atheist or an agnostic, such an experience seems impossible. If you're an atheist, you know God does not exist. Then how in the world can you have a vital spiritual experience if God doesn't exist? If you're an agnostic, you've probably always believed in God, but you've acted as if God did not exist, and you may think now God won't have anything to do with you. And if you're atheist or agnostic, a spiritual experience would seem to be an impossibility. But now my book tells me how I can get from that state to the state of one who can have the spiritual experience and can recover. Joe?
Okay. I'm going here.
Whatever.
To be doomed to an alcoholic death
Step one.
or to live on a spiritual basis
Step two.
are not always the easiest alternatives to face. And this is what we're going to face the decision about. And so we got to really look at that. Okay. But it isn't so difficult. About half our original fellowship were exactly that type. At first, some of us tried to avoid the issue, hoping against hope we were not true alcoholics. But after a while, we had to face the fact that we must find a spiritual basis of our life. Perhaps it's going to be that way with you, but cheer up. Something like half of us thought we were atheists or agnostics. Our experience shows that you need not be disconcerted. You know, we're going to look at these two words, atheist and agnostic. And we know an atheist is a person that says that God does not exist. And if he really believes that God does not exist, then he said the greatest power on earth then would have to be the human mind, so that the only thing he could rely on is himself. Now, so it would be, and the next one is agnostics. You know, I used to get all these things mixed up. I didn't know what I was when I come here. Now, and they say an agnostic is a person that believes that God exists. But since he does not know, he believes in God, but he acts just like the atheist. He still runs his own show and does his own thing. So he ends up with the same thing as the atheist. Now there's only one other way that we can do this, and that is, we say, is be a true believer. A person that would believe, he believes that God exists, so he would turn to God. He makes a decision to turn to God, and he uses that power in his life, and it works, so he knows that God exists. So there's only three ways that we can do this. So we're going to look at if we're atheists or agnostics, How do we get over this hump? How do we get this thing to work? And he's going to give us a simple procedure of how you can leave the atheist or agnostic state and bring this power into your life. A simple procedure.
If a mere code of morals or a better philosophy of life were sufficient to overcome alcoholism, many of us would have recovered long ago. I believe that to be true. Most alcoholics that I know have a set of morals. You know, we're not drunken bums. Most of us have a philosophy of life. Our problem is we can't live up to those because of our alcoholism. Now, if those morals and those philosophies could have saved us, we would have recovered long ago. We wouldn't have had to come to AA at all. But we found that such codes and philosophies did not save us, no matter how much we tried. We could wish to be moral. We could wish to be philosophically comforted. In fact, we could will these things with all our might. But the needed power wasn't there. Our human resources, as marshaled by the will, were not sufficient. Whether we're atheist or agnostic, or whether we got morals and philosophies is beside the point. Our human resources, as marshaled by the will, were not sufficient. They failed utterly. Lack of power. That was our dilemma. We had to find the power by which we could live, and it had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously. But where and how were we to find this power? Now, the only reason you and I are here today is because we did not have the power to overcome this problem by ourselves. We didn't get here accidentally. We got here because we were driven here by alcoholism. We could not solve the problem any other way. AA is the court of last resort. You know, I've never seen an alcoholic yet that took a drink when they were 14, jumped up and down, shouted with joy, said, "Man, I can hardly wait to be a member of AA when I'm 28 years old." No. If we could have solved it any other way, we would have done so. That's our real dilemma. We do not have the power to solve this thing left on human resources. Now, where and how were we to find this power? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. Now, I don't care what your problem is, listen very carefully. Its main object is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself which will solve your problem. Does not say which will help you solve it or enable you to solve it. It said the main object is to find the power, and then the power will solve the problem. From page 45 on, we don't talk about alcohol anymore. We talk about one thing and one thing only: how do you find the power? Right. Now, I don't care whether your problem is alcohol, gambling, food, sex, whatever. We'll all find the power in exactly the same manner. Now, this thing lays out a simple procedure for me to follow. And it doesn't make any difference whether I'm atheist or agnostic. If I'll follow the procedure, I'll find the power. And then the power will solve the problem. The starting of the finding of the power is on page 47, second paragraph.
Okay, the simple procedure is nothing new. It's the way we humans accomplish anything else in our lives. We need to ask ourselves but one short question: do I now believe, or am I willing to believe that there is a power greater than myself? That's all we have to do. As soon as a man can say he does believe or is willing to believe, we emphatically assure him that he is on his way. It has been repeatedly proven among us that upon this simple cornerstone, a wonderfully effective spiritual structure can be built. Now, all we have to do here to get started with this is to ask ourselves two questions. Do I believe, or am I willing to believe? We're going to find out that we agnostics, when we ask ourselves these questions, if you're agnostic, you're going to find out you already believe. The agnostic already believes. Now, if you're an atheist, you would have to become willing to believe. And either of these people can do this, we are at a starting point. Believing is the beginning of anything that we accomplish. Believing is the state of the mind before you do something. And that's all you can have before you can start, is you can believe. You know, I was like the next statement. I thought you had to have faith in God in order to get started. No, faith comes after. Belief is upfront information, and that's all you're required to have. You know, people told me, said you have to have faith. But before you do something, you just believe. When you use the illustration, you know, if I was new here in Houston, and I met a guy yesterday, Bob, he's got an automobile shop. Well, he told me about it. But if I wanted some work done on my car and I was new here in Houston, I'd probably look him up. And you would tell me, said, he's pretty good. Well, I would believe you. You say, well, he's pretty good. If I believed you strong enough, I would make a decision and I would carry my car over to Bobby and he would do me a good job, and I would when I got my car back, it'd just run fine. Well, when I got my car and they're back and it run fine, I know he's good. Before I go over there, I just believe he's good. But when I get it back, I got faith in him. Now, the second trip when I carried my car back, I carried back on faith. But the first trip, I have to go believe you. So believing is the only where we can do. The greatest thing that we agnostics, we felt out, well, we don't have to have faith. I think that's we don't have to have faith. When we realize that all we have to do is believe, and I have always believed. So we are ready to begin. And if we don't believe, we have to become willing to believe. This is the power of our lives. Is each and every one of us has an individual way of believing. And it's the seeds of our lives, because whatever we believe, we're going to make a decision on. We're going to probably take action. And it's the seeds of our lives. You know, are all born in the things we believed. We get in trouble the same way, based on what we believe. We believe a lie, and we take actions based on a lie. We run into truth. We got people in penitentiary today. They're in there because they believe wrong. Well, they didn't lock them up for believing wrong. They locked them up for their actions. But the reason they took those actions is they believed they could steal and get away with it, right? That was the beginning of their trouble. They believed a lie. Because while they was believing they could steal and get away with it, there was a bunch of policemen believed they could catch them. And they run into the truth, right? And they're in trouble because they believed a lie. And they can let them out, and if they still believe the same thing, they're going right back. And we're the same way in our life. What we believe is so important, because we need to examine it, because whatever we believe, we might become. So it's the seeds of our lives are sowed in what we believe.
And even if we don't believe that God can do this for us,
I'm willing to.
What will it hurt to be willing to believe?
Right.
Now, God can't possibly make it any worse than we did. And if we're true alcoholic and we're faced with all the alcoholic's problems, even if the belief is wrong, what would it hurt to try? Because if it don't work, we could always change our belief again later on. So if we're atheists, all we got to do is be willing to believe. If we're agnostic, we already believe, and it emphatically assures us that we're on our way to recovery.
Cornerstone.
And it says, upon this simple cornerstone, a wonderfully effective spiritual structure can be built. Asterisk, bottom of the page, please be sure to read Appendix 2 on spiritual experience. You see, the wonderfully effective spiritual structure is the spiritual experience or the personality change sufficient to recover. Step 1 made us willing. That was the foundation of the structure. Step 2 came to believe. That's the cornerstone of the structure. Later on, we'll put some more stones in place. Later on, he'll tell us what the structure actually is. That was great news for us. For we'd assume we could not make use of spiritual principles unless we accepted many things on faith which seemed difficult to believe. Step 2 says we came to believe, not we came to know. Belief is nothing more than suspicion. Faith is knowledge. Belief is upfront information. Faith is after the fact information. Now let's see how we can get from belief to faith. Let's go over on page 51. This world of ours has made more material progress in the last century than in all the millenniums which went before. Almost everyone knows the reason. Students of ancient history tell us the intellect of men in those days was equal to the best of today. Yet in ancient times, material progress was painfully slow. The spirit of modern scientific inquiry, research, and invention was almost unknown. In the realm of the material, men's minds were fettered by superstition, tradition, and all sorts of fixed ideas. I used to think the reason people didn't invent stuff 1,000 years ago like we have today is because they were dumb. But the students of ancient history say that isn't true, that people were just as smart 1,000 years ago as they are today. The difference is 1,000 years ago they were not allowed to believe differently. And the only way you can change anything, or the only way you can make anything new, is to first believe that you can. And if you dared to believe differently 1,000 years ago because of superstition, tradition, and fixed ideas, you got in hot water fast. You know, it wasn't too long ago here in our own country, we were burning people at the stake because they dared to believe differently, and we called them witches. Well, if you're going to be burned at the stake, even if you believe differently, you're sure as hell not going to let anybody else know about it. So how can you invent an automobile? How could you build an airplane? How could you make a microwave oven if you were not allowed to believe differently? That's right. The only reason we've got all this stuff today is somewhere between 1,000 years ago and today, superstition was dismissed. Tradition was kind of dropped by the wayside. Fixed ideas were cast aside, and we were allowed to begin to believe differently. And therefore, we were able to produce those things we use in our material world today. You know, he says, even the contemporaries of Columbus thought a round earth preposterous 500 years ago. Everybody not only thought, but knew that the world was flat. They knew that if you sailed out there too far in the ocean, you'd sail right off the edge of this sucker. Now, I don't know why they believed that. I guess the reason they believed it is because some of them sailed out there and didn't come back, and they assumed they sailed off the edge of it. Yeah. Joe said the other day, wouldn't it be great if the world was flat? All this environmental junk we've got today, we can just take it out there and shove it right off the edge of it and forget it, see? Now, Columbus 500 years ago dared to believe differently. Dared to believe differently. Columbus said, I don't believe this thing is flat. He said, I believe it's round. He displayed all the mannerisms of an alcoholic. You know, you got to be tougher than hell to stand there and dare to believe differently in the face of all the rest of the world. Because the rest of the world thought that it was flat, and Columbus said, I don't think it's flat, I think it's round. He made one of the most drunk statements I've ever heard in my life. He said, I believe we can get east by sailing west. Now that's alcoholic thinking, isn't it? When he left, he didn't know where he was going. That's alcoholic. When he got there, he didn't know where he was. That's alcoholic. When he got back, he didn't even know where he had been. What really made him alcoholic, though, is a woman financed the whole trip.
Yeah, that was based on, I think the reason Bill used that is such a classic example. You know, as we say, whatever you believe, you're going to become. We've said that. So if you're going to change, you got to believe different. If you believe the same, you're going to end up the same. So Columbus was big enough to believe different. Now he changed the world. He changed the maps of the world. He changed the nations of the world, the economics of the world, the lives of everybody on the face of this earth at that time. And since then, simply with one principle, he was big enough to believe different. He didn't know. the world was round. He said, I believe the world is round. When he left, he believed. In fact, Charlie and I suspect, we always talk about Columbus, we love Columbus, that he hired one special sailor and put him in the tower on the lead ship with a lantern at night. He said, I believe the world's round. But he said, if you see the edge of this damn thing, you holler.
Let's go to work.
Okay.
I can just see that old boy at night on the bow of that ship holding that damn lantern out there and looking. Let's go have some lunch, and we'll finish up right after lunch. See you after a while. Lunch, we were talking about Columbus and how Columbus dared to believe differently, and how his belief really changed the entire world at that time as far as people were concerned. Surely it's had a great effect on everybody that's been born and lived since that time. Circumstances really made that possible because they were trying to find a new trade route to get to the East Indies. And the only way they'd been able to go was by land, and it took years to get there. And they'd found the gold, silk, and spices over there, and they wanted them back faster. So willingness had to be the first thing. They had to be willing to change or willing to do something about it. And the circumstances made Columbus willing. And then after he became willing, he had to believe. And he said, I believe that the world is round rather than flat. He said, since it's round, I believe you could get east by sailing west. But you know, neither of those two really did Columbus any good. Because when he became willing and when he expressed his belief, he's still standing on the shore of the ocean. And it was probably weeks, months, maybe years later that Columbus made a decision. One day he said, by golly, I'm going to go do something about this deal and find out whether the world is round or whether it's flat, whether you can really get east by sailing west. But the decision didn't really do him any good either, because he's still standing on the shore of the ocean when he expressed his decision. And it was some days, weeks, months, or years later that he began to take a little action to carry out that decision. Now, he originally ended up going to the King of Portugal to get the money. And the king, being a very astute businessman, said, Columbus, I'm not about to let you have this money. He said, hell, you'll sail out there and sail off the edge of the earth, and I'll get nothing in return. And that's how he fooled around and finally got to the Queen of Spain and sweet-talked her out of the money. Then he took the money and he got 3 ships with it. And he put provisions in the ships, and he got crews for the 3 ships. And then they began to sail east by going west. And they sailed across the ocean day after day after day. And 33 days later, they found land on the other side. But without that action, he would never have found the land on the other side. So after he took his action, then he got results. And when he found that land on the other side, then he knew good and well that the world's round and that you don't sail off the edge of this sucker. And he came back home and he went right back to the Queen of Spain. And she said, Columbus, where's the gold, silk, and spices that you promised me you would bring me? And he said, honey, I didn't find any. But he said, if you'll refinance me, I'll go back. And this time I'll find it. And she refinanced him, and he got some more ships and some more crews, and he went back. But there was a big difference between the second trip and the first trip. He did not hire that sailor and put him on the bow of the lead ship at night with a lantern. Because when he went back on knowledge or faith, whichever you want to call it. He now knew the world was round. He knew that you wouldn't sail off the edge of it. And he didn't have to have that special sailor that he had on the first trip. So you see, there is a big difference between belief and faith. But certain things have to take place in order to get from belief to faith. Now, I'd like to tell you today that the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous are brand new. The world has never seen anything like them before. But if I did, I'd tell you a lie. Because the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous are based on this same formula. And humankind has known it for thousands and thousands of years. First, you got to be willing. Step one, powerless over alcohol makes us willing. That's the only reason we're willing to stop drinking. It's the only reason we're willing to change. We just don't have any other choices. We either drink until we die, or we become willing to do something about it. Step two, we came to believe. Step three, we made a decision. Step 4 through 9, we took action. And at the end of step 9 on page 83 and 84 in the big book, you will find the results. We know them as the promises. Then on step 12, we will know or have faith. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we can now take our knowledge or our faith, and we can go help the next newcomer come to believe. And then they can make their decision and take their action, and they'll have their promises, and they'll have their spiritual awakening, and then they can go help the next one come to believe. But there's one thing you and I can't do for the newcomer. We cannot make them willing. They become willing by suffering pain, just like you and I had to suffer pain. You become willing by, if you're an alcoholic, by drinking whiskey or vodka or whatever it is that we're drinking. And if your problem's any other problem, you become willing by indulging in that problem till it damn near kills you. And then you're ready to change. And then you believe you can change, you decide to change, you take action, you get results, and sure enough, you will have had the spiritual awakening. So it's not so difficult to get from the state of being an atheist or an agnostic to the state of being a true believer, if you're willing to follow the same little formula that Columbus followed. Now, we agnostics, we believed in God, but we were kind of afraid to take a chance on it because you couldn't prove it to us. We always said, if you can prove God to us, then we will take a chance. Otherwise, we stand on our own 2 feet like the atheist does, and we get nothing out of it. Proof is not always right. There's a little example at the bottom of page 51 that shows you that even if things were proven to you, that proof would not necessarily be right either. Joe?
We ask ourselves this: are not some of us just as biased and unreasoned about the realm of the spirit as were the ancients about the realm of the material? Even in the present century, American newspapers were afraid to print an account of the Wright brothers' first successful flight at Kitty Hawk. You know, at this time, when this happened, they were afraid to print it. You know, as
all this began prior to the Wright brothers' flight. A lot of great minds, people who were probably at that time aeronautical engineers, engineers of some sort, or mathematicians. Many of the great minds has attempted to build a machine that would fly, and all of them failed utterly over the years. And based on that experience, they said it couldn't be done. In fact, they wrote some books about the impossibility of man ever being able to fly. They said it can't be done. Now, and the world had accepted that, and that was the belief of that day. But the Wright brothers came along, and like Columbus, they believed different. They believed that man could fly in spite of all that evidence. And we didn't know the Wright brothers were not aeronautical engineers. Thank God they weren't. Because if they had, they would have read those books and accepted the recommendation of other aeronautical engineers, and they wouldn't have attempted. But they were not aeronautical engineers. They were bicycle mechanics. You know, it's hard to believe how two bicycle mechanics could believe that they could build an airplane when everybody else said they couldn't. But they didn't read those books. And they did. They designed their own aircraft. They didn't use what was designed before because that didn't work. They cleared out their bicycle shop, wrote their own plans, designed them, and took it out and attempted to fly the thing, and at first it crashed. And they probably looked at each other and said, man, I told you this wasn't going to work. They said, well, let's work on it some more. And finally, they took it down, and when it flew, they went to the American newspaper and told them to send it out across the world to the first successful flight at Kitty Hawk. And the man that was on the wire that day on sending out news said, no, I won't send that out because I'll lose my job if I send out news like that.
Tell a lie.
That's right. But so it really proves the power of believing, that it's all we have to do is to believe. It talks also here in the book about the power, about electricity, real subtly throughout here. He has some small things. And we all use electricity every day in our lives. And it's a power greater than ourselves. And we believe in it, and we go over and flip the light switch on, and we use it in our appliances every day. But if we would examine electricity, we know that although we know some things about electricity, we don't know the total thing about electricity even today. You know, we know that they say electricity is a source of power of undetermined source. We don't know where it comes from. Now, we know how to generate it and make it, you know, but we don't know where electricity really exists, where it originates at, where that power originates at. But we still believe in it and know enough about it to use it in our lives. You know, in fact, we can think about all the great powers in this universe. We don't know where atomic energy really comes from, but we know how to make some of it and make it use in our lives. We don't have to know all about everything to be able to use it. You know, I tell them, guys, I don't know about my television. I don't know a thing about that thing, except how to turn it on front, and how to adjust the picture, and how to look at it, enjoy what's going on. If I get in the back of it trying to figure out how it works, I'm going to tear it up. And all I have to do is sit there and know enough about it, and this is the same way about God. All I have to do is know enough about, and this is my understanding of how to apply that to my life.
You know, if we had to understand God before we could use that power greater than human power, we never would be able to use it, because we'll never understand God. If we had to understand electricity before we could use electricity, we never could use it. I just don't understand electricity at all. But I've got absolute faith that when I turn that light switch on, those lights are going to come on. And I use electricity all the time, not understanding it, period. So I don't have to have any proof. And I don't have to understand in order to use powers greater than I am. Even if you proved it to me, that may not be right. You know, physical proof, visible proof. It looks to me like this table we're sitting at is absolutely solid. Sounds like it's solid, but it really isn't. Because there's a whole bunch of little things inside that table whirling around at speeds and attracted to each other, and it seems to hold them together, and it makes it appear solid, but it really isn't solid at all. You know, today they can prove beyond any shadow of a doubt, the mathematicians can, that a bumblebee can't fly. He got a little short, fat, stubby body, little short, stubby wings, and mathematically it's impossible for the bumblebee to generate enough lift to pick itself up off the ground. Now, the only thing wrong with that idea is that the bumblebee can't read. The bumblebee believes it can fly. And based on its belief, it makes decisions and takes action. It just flies all over the place. If I ever teach it how to read, it's at it, you know. And I think what they're really saying to us in the book is those of us that kept waiting for proof, that kept waiting for understanding, were just spinning our wheels anyhow. That all we got to do is just believe, and then decide, and then act, and get results. Now, if our belief is wrong, our decision will be wrong, the action's wrong, the results will be wrong, and then you turn around and believe something different and try again. And that's the only way that human beings have ever changed anything. If we had to wait for knowledge, proof, understanding, we could never come up with anything new at all, period. So the same thing applies in the mind that applies in the material world. All these things associated with the material world, they'll also apply to the emotional or the mental world. One thing about nature, and one thing about God's guidelines, or whatever you want to call them, they apply anywhere in the universe. Right. Material, emotional, spiritual, and any other way. Right. So this little formula is such a simple thing that it makes it a lot easier for me to understand it, and a lot easier for me to get started on this thing. Before, I thought you had to have faith. Why not? That's what the preacher kept saying. Son, all you got to do is have faith and everything be all right. Well, I couldn't have faith. I could just barely believe. And based on belief, that's where we start. If I know I need the power greater than I am, if I know that the starting of the finding of the power is nothing more than to believe or be willing to believe, about the only other thing I need to know is where am I going to find that power? And many of us are confused about this as to where God is. I know when I was a kid growing up in church, every time the preacher talked about God, he always pointed up there. And I just knew God was up there somewhere. Had a little picture in my head, I think, of God standing on a cloud. Tall, elderly gentleman, long flowing white robes, long white hair, golden halo, and sun rays shooting out. And I've looked and looked and looked all my life. I never could see God up there. What really confused me in church was every time the preacher talked to God, he always looked down here. He talked about him, he pointed up there, and he talked to him, he looked down. No wonder kids get confused in church as they grow up. My book's even going to tell me where to find God. If I go to page 55, it'll tell me about the last thing I really need to know. Yet we'd been seeing another kind of flight, a spiritual liberation from this world, people who rose above their problems. They said God made these things possible, and we only smiled. We had seen spiritual release, but like to tell ourselves it wasn't true. Actually, we were fooling ourselves. For deep down in every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, by worship of other things, but in some form or other it is there. For faith in a power greater than ourselves, and miraculous demonstrations of that power in human lives are facts as old as man himself. We finally saw that faith in some kind of God was a part of our makeup, just as much as the feeling we have for a friend. Sometimes we had to search fearlessly, but he was there. He was much a fact as we were. We found the great reality deep down within us. In the last analysis, it is only there that he may be found, and it was so with us. I think our book is saying that God dwells within each one of us. And today I think every man, woman, and child, somewhere deep inside ourselves, we seem to have some form of knowledge that tells us what we should do and what we shouldn't do, that tells us how we should live and how we shouldn't live. And some people, I think, might want to refer to that as common sense. Others may want to call it innate intelligence. Some people might want to call it the conscience, and I'm sure others would prefer to call it the soul. I don't really think it makes any difference what we call it, as long as we recognize that it's there. And it's always been there. And I know it's always been there because I've experienced it before, and I'm sure you have too. You know, I used to get ready to do something, and some voice somewhere within me would say in my mind, "Charlie, I don't believe you ought to do this." And I wouldn't pay a bit of attention to it. And I'd go right ahead and do it, and I'd get in one hell of a shape. And that same little voice would say, "See, I told you not to do it." Now, that didn't come from outside. That came from somewhere within me. And I think we all have that intelligence within ourselves. Now, the question is, if it's there, then how can we tap into it and begin to use it? Now, when it talked about the spiritual experience, it says, we'll know when we've had one. When we become aware of the fact that we have tapped an unsuspected inner resource of strength that we will probably identify as a power greater than ourselves, or our more religious members call it God consciousness. And I think the thing I like about this idea is that if God dwells within me, then I've got my own personal God. I don't have to worry anymore about whether he's the God of the Baptist church or the Catholic church or the Hebrew religion or anybody else's God. If he dwells within me, I've got my own personal God, and I can come to simple and understandable terms with that God. Oh, I'm so thankful for this chapter, because you see, hellfire and brimstone kept me separated from this idea of God for years and years and years. And if I had begun to approach this step 3, and if God was still hellfire and brimstone, there's no way I could make that decision. But through this little chapter, I have a new understanding of God. I have a simple little formula that I can use to find God. And if I'm willing to make the decision, then I'm now on my way. I doubt if many of us could have used these steps properly without this chapter. Now, Joe and I have heard great spiritual people say time after time after time that they have found true spirituality in chapter 4 of the big book Alcoholics Anonymous. And I think the reason it works for us is it does not try to prove God to us. It gives us a new understanding of God, and then gives us a little formula that if we will use it, God will prove himself to us. And that's the difference between this piece of spiritual information and most others that I've read. Joe?
Okay. Step back.
Ready.
This brings us to how it works.
You notice the little meetings we have up here once in a while?
Okay. How it works. To set this up and give a look at it where we're at today, remember we started last night. And when we started, remember we talked about how it was impossible to start off with how it works. We have taken all last night and this morning to do the first 2 steps. And these first two steps, we have found the problem, and then we found the solution. We have covered the ground that the problem is lack of power because of the allergy and obsession. And once we solve that, the first step, then we could develop the second step. Because if you are powerless, the solution has to be power. And we found that power was in the fellowship and the power of the spiritual experience. That was the solution. And this now brings us down to the main job. If that's the case, how do we find that power? And it begins with step 3, which is a decision. We stand at a turning point, and we have two alternatives. One or two are the alternatives. We can disbelieve and continue drinking and end of the road insanity or death, or we can believe and accept spiritual help and have sanity and sobriety. These are the two alternatives. We have but two choices. So this brings us to the beginning of the main job of what we're all about. The main job is how do we recover? And as we said, these steps are laid out just like we treat any time to really get started on the main purpose of the book. And as he said, he got to this point, he had attempted to write, and he really couldn't get started. And this particular night, he was laying in bed with his pad and pencil, trying to write, and he really couldn't get into it. He said he laid down his pad and his pencil, and he asked God for some guidance to write this. He knew this was going to be the main part of the book. He had worked with a lot of alcoholics. They had the little 6 steps of the Oxford group. And Bill said, and as he looked at the Oxford group steps that they had been using, he said he knew that they contained a lot of loopholes that alcoholics could jump through. He knew that the steps needed to be expanded, but he didn't have any idea how much or how to do it. So he said after a while of prayer, he picked up the pad and the pencil, and he said he seemed as though the pencil had a mind of its own as it raced across the pages. And in 30 minutes, he had finished at this portion to know today of how it works. And when he finished, he happened to number the steps. He went back and numbered them, and he found out they were 12. And he didn't know how many there were until he finished. And he said he sort of associated this with the 12 apostles. And I know how he must have felt after finishing, seeing the 12 steps for a while. And right after that, there was a knock on his door, and one of the New York guys in the group came by to visit Bill, just by chance, coming from a meeting. And he had said he had brought his prospect by with him. He was a brand new guy with him. And Bill showed them the new steps. I guess he must have been excited. Look at our new steps. And this guy just hated the hell out of them. They got in an argument right away. The first guy who saw them got in an argument. You know, he didn't like them. What about all this God stuff? And who wants to have all his shortcomings removed anyway? You know, and so they got in a discussion. And you could, I kind of sympathize with the guy. I would have kind of felt the same way had it been me. If I was in the program, just like you and your group this week, you left there and they had 12 steps, right? Suppose you went back and they had 24. You'd be mad too, wouldn't you? Guy had 6 steps, now they got 12. You know, man, we don't need all that. So this argument, they got into it, and finally even the brand new guy who was going to his first meeting probably, he got on Bill. He didn't know a thing about it. But anyway, Lois came in and gave him some coffee, and they finally settled down. Now this began the real discussion over the 12 steps and how it works. You know, they had a lot of discussion about these chapters. A lot of the Akron people were more supportive of Bill than the New Yorkers. The New Yorkers are the liberals. The Akron people in the group were mostly conservatives, and they liked the religion. They didn't mind God. They didn't mind some of the things, but it was really the New York group that gave Bill the hard time. But here began really the real squabble over the book. And the real arguments that took place, one of the biggest arguments and the biggest fights you can't imagine about the book was the 12 steps and how it works. The thing that we reverence so much is what they argued about. But it did take all these different people to really hone the program and to open the door for everybody. As the things they argued over, the results was the steps that we have today. Now Charlie's going to read from the original manuscript as Bill wrote it that night, before these people got hold to it and changed it. This is the way Bill wrote it the night he wrote it.
We go through it, I'll try by changing the tone of voice or maybe by pausing to point out the differences. And if you'd like to go through your book with me, I think we'll be able to see them. He said, "Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our directions." Didn't take very long, did it? Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program, usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. There are such unfortunates. They are not at fault. They seem to have been born that way. They are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a way of life which demands rigorous honesty. Their chances are less than average. There are those, too, who suffer from grave emotional mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. Our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, and what we are like now. If you've decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any length to get it, then you are ready to follow directions. At some of these, you may balk. You may think you can find an easier, softer way. We doubt if you can. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. Remember that you are dealing with alcohol, cunning, baffling, and powerful. Without help, it is too much for you. But there is one who has all power. That one is God. You must find him now. Half measures will avail you nothing. You stand at the turning point. Throw yourself under his protection and care with complete abandon. Now we think you can take it. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as your program of recovery. Number one, admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. Number two, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Number three, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care and direction of God as we understood him. Number four, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Number five, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. Number six, we're entirely willing that God remove all these defects of character. Number seven, humbly, on our knees, ask him to remove our shortcomings, holding nothing back. Number eight, made a list of all persons we'd harmed and became willing to make complete amends to them all. Number nine, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. Number 10, continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. Number 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our contact with God, praying only for knowledge of his will for us and the power to carry that out. Number 12, having had a spiritual experience as the result of this course of action. We tried to carry this message to others, especially alcoholics, to us in the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters. 1, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol. Our lives had become unmanageable. That's a fact. There's no work there. 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves can restore us to sanity. We're dealing with the fact. There's no work there. Now, if we are convinced, then we're ready to make our decision. If we're not convinced, there's no way that we can make the decision called for in step 3. Now, used to, before the book was written, all of this stuff necessary for steps 1 and 2 was done on a 12-step call. They would visit the alcoholic in the hospital or the jailhouse or wherever they found them, and they would sit down like the man on the bed, the picture we see, and they would explain to that alcoholic the disease of alcoholism by telling their own stories and talk about their own disease and their own allergy and their own obsession of the mind. And if that alcoholic could identify with them, then they helped that alcoholic take what you and I know today as step 1. Then they'd say, can we come back in a day or 2? And when they came back, they would begin to talk about spirituality, about how they had to have a power greater than human power to overcome their problem, and so on, and they would help that person take what you and I know today as step 2. Then when they got out of there, they would take them to an Oxford group meeting and say, we've been talking to this guy, and we believe he knows he's alcoholic, and we think he believes in God. We want to sponsor him into the group. And that's what sponsorship was originally, just like sponsoring into the Lions Club or the Eastern Star or anything else. The rest of the group would have to agree to accept them. And then when they accepted them, they would take them upstairs, especially in Dr. Bob's house, and 4 or 5 of them would all get down on their knees together, and this new person would make what they called his surrender. And then after he surrendered, they would vote on how well he made his surrender. And if he didn't make it good enough, he'd have to do that again. But you see, his first step then was our 3rd step today. Right, yeah. There was no 1 and 2 as you and I know it, because that was all done out there. But when the book was written and it came down here to Texas, they couldn't see this guy in Texas on a one-on-one basis. The book had to do that thing. So what we've been doing all this way through the doctor's opinion in the first 4 chapters, we've been making a classic 12-step call explaining the disease and explaining the need for the power greater than human power. And if we've bought into those ideas, then you and I have already taken steps 1 and 2, and now we're ready to go on to step 3. I'm sure glad I finally got to see this so I could understand what he's talking about. I think the other big change is this. When they didn't like this word directions, so they forced Bill to change it from directions to suggestions. They didn't like the idea of it being singular, you, so he was forced to change it to we. They did not like the idea must, so he was forced to change it to ought. They did not like the idea of complete, so he had to change that word to direct. You know, remember now, we're coming from the Oxford groups. And the Oxford groups had 4 absolutes. Absolute love, absolute honesty, absolute purity, and absolute unselfishness. And these drunks were having a hell of a time with those 4 absolutes. And they didn't want nothing in here to smack of absolute anything, so they made him change complete. They said, that sounds too much like that other stuff. The Oxford groups were once known as a first-century Christian fundamentalist fellowship. Now, you can imagine where we're coming from, highly religious terms. And these drunks are having a hell of a problem with that. And they were wanting to get rid of some of the religious stuff. So Bill was trying to write to satisfy all of them. You had the conservatives that wanted more God in here. You had the atheists that wanted no God at all in here. Jimmy Burwell, we've seen Jimmy's picture. They called him Jimmy the Atheist. He had an old long stem pipe in his hand, and he's sitting there. He's the most cold-eyed sucker I ever saw. He looks exactly like an atheist ought to look. You know? And then they had a group that were called the moderates, which were in between. And thank God they finally saved the day, because we came out of this with God as we understand Him, instead of using the more religious or non-religious period. It's the real miracle that they were ever able to work this out. The thing that really gave us the final compromise was a non-alcoholic psychiatrist. And he's the one that said, if you'll change it from directions to suggestions, I believe more people will use the book. He said, if you'll change it from must to ought, I'm sure more people will. And he said, if you'll change it from you to we, he said, more people will use it. Today, we don't know. If we had not made these changes today, instead of 1.5 million worldwide, we might have 10 million. Also, if we had not made these changes, instead of 1.5 million worldwide, we might only have 10,000 too. I don't have any idea. Nobody else does. We know this is the history behind this particular part of the book. But Bill Wilson was cunning, baffling, and powerful also.
Yeah, he was sweet.
And Bill said, I'm going to make these changes. I'm going to compromise with you on one condition. He said, I'm tired of fighting. He said, hell, I fought you all the way through. We're fighting about this. And he said, if I'm going to write the rest of this book, you're going to have to give me permission to be the final authority on it. He said, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to fight with you anymore. And if you don't want to do that, then you write the book. Well, they didn't want to write the book. They didn't want to give him that permission either. But they took the easier, softer way, and they said, okay, Bill, we'll agree with that. Now, what Bill knew, but what they didn't know, is 2 pages later, he's going to put directions right back in the book. He's going to put you and must. The only place you'll ever see suggestions and ought is right here in how it works. The rest of the book, he put her right back just exactly like he intended in the first place. Now that we see that, it'll make the rest of the book make more sense as we go through it. Joe?
Okay, we can sort of look at what Bill actually did that night and really look at the origin of the steps as he wrote them. As he was writing the steps that night, you know, even though he knew he had the steps of the Oxford group, and basically Charlie said he knew that this is what they had been working with. The new alcoholics, I feel sorry for those people. They had a lot of problems with the Oxford group program. It was very religious, and it's very hard for alcoholics to accept those terms and the way it was delivered in the Oxford group. So Bill knew that these steps had to be something that he had to take the Oxford group program and some way put it into a program that was acceptable for alcoholics. So what he did actually, you know, he took the first step in the Oxford group, as Charlie said, was the third step. And the first thing he did in the Oxford group was surrender. Now, so that in itself is a very threatening thing for an alcoholic. It's hard for an alcoholic to surrender anything. So Bill turned that into, instead of surrender, he said, make a decision to turn your will and your life over to God as you understand Him. It's the same idea, said in a better way that is acceptable for alcoholics. Same idea. The second thing, and the next thing in the Oxford groups was called the process of examining your sins. And no self-respecting alcoholic would ever examine his sins. But he would make a searching and fearless moral inventory of himself. Same process, but said in a better way. Step 5 was called a step called sharing and confessing. That's pretty hard for an alcoholic. So Bill turned that in to admit to God, to yourself, and another human being, the exact nature of your wrongs. Said better, acceptable for alcoholics, but the same idea. Step 6 and 7 were steps that he saw that needed to be added for loopholes that the alcoholics could jump through. they were really not a part of the original Oxford group steps. Steps 8 and 9 were one step in the Oxford group called restitution. And that's pretty hard for an alcoholic to make restitution. But he would make a list of people he had harmed and become willing to make amends to them, and then make amends wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. He turned that into 2 steps. Step 10 was an expansion step that closed up a loophole. And step 11 in the Oxford group was a step called guidance. They felt you could receive guidance from God. And that's a little strong for an alcoholic to be guided by anything.
They thought they could get guidance for each other from God also.
That's right. So he changed that into sought through prayer and meditation to receive God's will and the power to carry that out. The same thing as guidance, but said in a different way. And on there he added a 12th step, the value they had found in the Oxford groups of one person helping another. And on top of those 6-step expanded steps in the Oxford groups, Bill added the first 2 steps. He added the idea of powerlessness that came from Dr. Silkworth and the idea of power that came from Dr. Carl Jung. So our steps came actually, step 1 from Dr. Silkworth, steps 2 from Dr. Carl Jung, and our 10-step program of recovery were the expanded 6 steps of the Oxford group people. None of these ideas originated in Bill. Bill didn't originate any of these ideas. Bill always said, my mind was a vessel to gather these things. I did not come up with, they came from these other people, came to his mind. His mind was a vessel that gathered these things from Silkworth and Carl Jung and the Oxford groups and put them down in a simple form into our 12 steps. He did the work, but the ideas originated from other places. And by the way, Dr. Silkworth, Dr. Carl Jung, and the Oxford group people were non-alcoholic people. That is the miracle. Non-alcoholics.
The psychiatrist who suggested that we make the changes in how it works was non-alcoholic also. So the non-alcoholic people gave we alcoholics exactly what we had to have. Bill just took their information, wrote it down with God's help in a way that we alcoholics can accept it in our lives.
Right.
Nothing new at all. All great spiritual programs in the world today that really work are based on this same series of guidelines, steps, or tenets, or whatever you want to call it. God in the beginning, then ourselves, then other people, and then carrying the message. And they all have the same basic tenets at the base of them. Ours, though, are written where we can accept them in our lives. Page 60. Being convinced, we were at step 3, which is that we decide to turn our will and our life over to God as we understood Him. Just what do we mean by that, and just what do we do? Well, the first requirement is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. On that basis, we're almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. And we need to stop and look at some words. Again, if the textbook uses a word and has one meaning for it, the reader of the book reads the word and has a different meaning for it, then the information that comes through will be garbled information. And I think there's 3 words in step 3 that give most of us some problems. First is that word decision. I keep hearing people say, I came in AA 5 years ago. My life is still all screwed up and I don't understand why, because I turned it over to God when I took step 3. No, we don't turn it over in step 3. We make a decision to turn it over. And the word decision itself implies further action. I think the best example I can think of occurred in my own life. Here a few years ago, my wife Barbara and I made a decision to go to Los Angeles, California, and visit some relatives. And this was in the fall of the year. Now, we didn't do anything about the decision, so that year we didn't get to California. Now, the next fall, we made the same decision. Didn't do a thing in the world about it, and we didn't get to California. The next fall, we made the same decision. But this time, I took my car down and had it serviced. And Barbara packed some clothes and a little food, and we got in the car, and we drove from our home to Tulsa, Oklahoma, then to Oklahoma City, then to Amarillo, Texas, then to Albuquerque, then to Flagstaff, then to Barstow, and by golly, we ended up in Los Angeles visiting our relatives. Not because we made the decision, but because we took the action necessary to carry out that decision. Now, we have a series of steps that are going to come after step 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And those are all action steps. And we're going to be able to see that those are the steps that we use to carry out the decision we're making in step 3. Right. If we could turn it over to God in 3, there would be no need for the rest of the steps. We would have found the power in step 3. Right. So we got to have the other steps to carry that decision out. Now, what is it we're deciding to turn over? Well, first we're deciding to turn over our will. And what is our will? I think the best example of that is, let's say we're approaching the end of our lives, and we've gathered up some material things, and we know it's not going to be long before we're going to pass on somewhere else, and we get a little concerned about what's going to happen to these material things. And usually we'll go to an attorney, and we'll sit down with that attorney, and we'll say, now, I want my wife to have this. This is to go to my daughter. This is my son's, and I'm sure I want my brother to have this. And that attorney will take our thinking as of that day and write it down on a piece of paper. And I'll sign it, and he may witness it, he or she, whichever the case may be, and he'll put it in a safe. Now, the day I die, the family rushes me out to that cemetery and gets me in the ground as fast as they can, and they hurry right back to that attorney's office. He gets that piece of paper, he or she, and gets it out of the safe and sits down and reads to them my thinking as of that day that I was in the office. And we know that they call that a will. Will, thinking, mind are synonymous. This thing up here in my head that tells me what to do is called my mind or my will or my thinking apparatus. Doesn't make any difference what we call it. The book refers to it as will. Okay, we're also making a decision to turn our lives over to the care of God as we understand Him. And what's our life? Our life is nothing more than our actions. What I am today, right now, as of this moment, sitting here behind this table, is the sum accumulative total of all the actions I've taken throughout my entire lifetime, is what's made me what I am and got me where I am at this particular moment in time. All action is born in thought. You know, sometimes we react, we think automatically, but not really. I can't reach out and pick up this cup of coffee without my mind informing my body to do so. Now, when I first came to AA, I had a real problem with this step. And I went to my sponsor and I said, I don't believe I can take step 3. And he said, why? And I said, because I don't know what God would have me be. You know, God might want me to be a missionary. He may send me to Africa. He may send me to China, and I sure don't want to do that. And he just laughed. And he said, well, Charlie, let's look at it this way. He said, at least it wouldn't be in the hands of an idiot, would it? He said, let's look back in your life. He said, you have always been a selfish, self-centered, self-willed human being. And you've always done exactly what you wanted to do whenever you wanted to do it, and to hell with other people. And he said the end result of that is that you took actions that hurt other people, and then they retaliated against you, and then your life became an absolute living hell. He said, if you continue to do your own thinking, then your actions are going to follow, and you're going to continue to hurt people, and your life will never be any good. But he said, just think. If God could direct your will, then maybe your actions would become better. And he said, if your actions become better, then maybe your life's going to become better. He said, left on your own resources, you simply do not stand a chance. He had a simple way of getting to me in a hurry. And today I believe that 100%. If I remain as a self-directed human being, my thinking is going to remain the same as it's always been. My decisions will be the same. My actions will be the same. I'll continue to hurt everybody I come in contact with. They will retaliate against me, and that will rob me of any possibility of peace of mind. And I will remain restless, irritable, and discontented. I'll remain filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse, and I won't feel good, and I'll want to feel better, and my mind will start thinking about the only other thing that's ever made me feel better. And it'll lead me right back into the idea of taking that first drink. But if God can direct it, then maybe I can be sober and be peaceful and happy and free and serene for the first time in my life. And then maybe I won't have to drink in order to change the way that I feel. Very simple little procedure. Joe?
I think all of us approach this step with the same apprehension. It's like we balked at every step, and probably this is the first step. When I came to step 3, I understood it altogether different. I was confused about it, and I was threatened by it too. I was very fearful of this decision. I wasn't worried about God making me a missionary. I didn't think I was good enough for a missionary. But my greatest fear was I just knew that God was going to put me in the Salvation Army band. God, I could just see myself standing out there at Christmas time with that little. I wonder why we fear what God's going to do. Looking back on it, I can laugh now. The last 27 years, I always watched the Salvation Army band, particularly at Christmas time. And I've never seen a black guy in the Salvation Army band. That ain't really our kind of music, really, I wouldn't have fit in there, no way.
Joe and I have been looking for two things for years.
Yeah.
We've been looking for a black guy in a Salvation Army band. We really never have seen that. And then we've been looking for a jogger that's smiling. They tell you how good it makes you feel. I ain't never seen one of them smiling yet.
I told one guy that one time about that Salvation Army band. He said, man, didn't you ever realize that every Salvation Army band you seen already had somebody in it? He didn't really need you for that. But this is, we all feel these ideas, and what this Charlie said, this is just a decision to turn over our will.
I think first, I think it takes a little while, and we could just take our time today in going through this step. And I think we're going to have to get a new grip on what is self-will. You know, that little word, what is it in the human life? What role does it play? And we really got to understand it. Now, we're going to find out actually that in order to completely understand step 4, that we are going to have to understand self-will better in step 3. And then step 4 will become alive. So we got to find out what makes up self-will. What is this thing called self-will? What role does it play in the human life? Now, number one, we can actually isolate it by saying there are not but 2 wills in the world. The will of God and the will of humans, men or women. No one else in the world can make decisions. No other living thing, no other living plant or animal can make decisions or has intelligence to do that, but we humans. We are the only thing on face of this earth that was given that ability. You know, I watch the so-called dumb animals. They can't make any decisions at all. They are directed by God's will. The plants that are alive, they have enough will or intelligence to turn to the sun, to go down the ground with their roots and find substance, but they can't make no decisions about where they're going to go at, or can't move, or they can't do nothing. We are the only living thing on the face of this earth that can make decisions. And I might add, we also the only ones can get in trouble. These so-called dumb things they don't have sense enough to get in trouble. So in creation, God gave us this. He wanted us to be like him. He has will. He wanted us to have will. It says we were created in God's image. This don't mean that we look like God physically. But the only thing between us and similar to God, we have will. We have intelligence. We are God. This is in God's likeness. And in the beginning of time, I love the story Charlie and I talk about.
Where did you read that?
I read that in the big book, you know. In the big book, it tells that story about in the beginning when God created this world. And he had a nice place. Charlie and I call it Serenity Park. And because it was a great place, had a meeting every night, you know. And no trouble. It was perfectly run. It was the best deal they ever had. And Adam and Eve were in their garden, and a lot of other dumb so-called God-directed animals. And since Adam and Eve were new at this thing called living, they kind of went in there with those other God-directed animals, and they went along with the program. God directed their lives too.
And provided them with everything
they needed. And it was great. Boy, they had it made. And they were so new at living, they had never used this thing called self-will. So they went along with God's will. And finally one day, they said the story goes, a little snake slid up to Eve one day and said, "How you doing, Eve?" And he went running, she said, "All right." And he went running down to her and said, "You know, I've been watching you and Adam, and you know, y'all going along with all this stuff and following God's will and going along with this." He said, "Didn't you know y'all had self-will?" She said, "What's that?" He said, "You got self-will. You can do what you want to do." He said, "I can't do it, but you can." He wised up to it. She didn't even know she had it. And she couldn't wait till she saw, "Oh, said, I'm going to go tell Adam we got self-will." So she went and looked Adam up and went running down to Adam, told him, explained to him, said, "Adam, we got self-will." Said, "We can do anything we want to do." Said, "These other animals got to go along with that program." Said, "Man, we don't have to go along that crap. We can do our thing. We got self-will." Said, "The snake told me about it."
He said, that apple over there, he said we couldn't eat it, but we can make the decision. They can't, but we can eat it if we want to. They can't eat it, but we can eat it. So Adam made a decision to eat it. It was a bad decision. But you can't knock Adam. That was the first one he ever made. You know. God come along and he saw that apple gone. He wasn't surprised. He wasn't mad, nothing. He just, they done found out about it. They know what they got. They done exercised self-will. And, you know, he told them, he said, if y'all gonna make your own decisions, then you have to take care of yourself. He said, I take care of my own things, that these dumb animals that I direct, said I take care of them. But you, if you're gonna make your decision, you take care of yourself, and you leave. And they had to leave, but I guess as they left, he told them, he made a covenant with them. I guess he stopped them. He said, wait a minute, I'm tell you something before you leave. He said, now, while you're out there, if you get in trouble with that, and you want to make a decision to get self-will back to me, he said, I'll take care of you too. You can come back too. But that's the decision we talk. We can live off of self-will for the rest of our lives. It's a God-given thing. We are the only animal on the face of this earth with that curse, you might say. But only we can make the decision to give that back. God will never take it back, or will he punish us for using it? Because actually we punish ourselves. But this is our decision. This is what self-will is all about.
We think old Adam might have been a little bit alcoholic also. Because when God saw the apple was missing, he said, Adam, where's the apple? And Adam said, we ate it. And God said, you ate it. Why? He said, I told you not to do that. And Adam spun around to Eve and he said, she made me do it. And we've been blaming her for it ever since. Eve might have been the first compulsive overeater that the world has ever seen. Shall I tell them that?
No.
I heard the other day the first words that Adam and Eve said after they left Serenity Park. Eve said, Adam, what is that damn thing? And he said, I don't know, but you better stand back till we see how big it's going to get. We don't know how true that story is. It does make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If we can really understand self-will and really see where it comes from, then I think we can really see the need to turn it back to God's direction. Because left on our own resources, we really don't stand a chance in this world as far as finding some peace of mind, serenity, and happiness. God gives to all human beings 3 basic instincts of life. Bill wrote about these in the 12 and 12, 13 years after the Big Book. And he explains in there in the beginning of step 4 that all human beings are born with 3 basic instincts of life. They are God-given and absolutely necessary for survival of the human race. Now, we've put you a little drawing in that handout material to kind of talk about these 3 basic instincts of life for just a moment. And he talked in there about this thing called the social instinct. Now, we're not talking about social climbing. We're simply talking about our relationship with other people in the world. And he said that all human beings are born with a desire to be liked, accepted, and respected by other people. He said if we cared nothing about what we thought of each other, if we cared nothing about what people thought of us, there could be no society. And he said if we did not join together in a society, then we could not provide the food, the clothing, the shelter, the things necessary for survival. And under those conditions, we would go into a dog-eat-dog situation. Complete anarchy would reign, and sooner or later, the human race would simply fail to survive. And he gave us several names that fall under that social instinct. Companionship, wanting to belong or to be accepted by other people. Prestige, wanting to be recognized or to be accepted as the leader. All of us will go in one of two directions. Many of us just want to be a part of. Just let me be a member of. But some of us want to be the leader of. And the world needs leaders. Somebody's got to make a decision. Now, even in the old caveman days, somebody had to say, Mary, you get over there with your club, and Jack, you get over there with your spear, and Billy Joe and I are going to run this sucker through here, and we'll jump him and we'll kill him. Somebody has to be the planner and the leader. And all of us will go in one or two directions. We just want to be a part of, we want to be the leader of. Self-esteem is another word for ego, and it's based upon what we think of ourselves. Now, if we think other people like us, then our self-esteem ego is usually pretty high. If we think they don't like us, then it's pretty low, based on primarily what we think other people think. Pride is an unjustified opinion of oneself. We either think too well of ourselves or too little of ourselves. In both cases, a form of pride. Personal relationships is simply our relation with another human being. Ambitions in those areas, everybody has plans to gain acceptance, to get recognition, to have power, prestige, and etc. And Bill said those are absolutely essential for the human race to survive. Now, if you want to be liked and accepted and respected by other people, though, you're going to have to work at it. You know, you can't just do whatever you want to do anytime you want to do it and have people like you and accept you and respect you. And in order to get them to recognize you, first you're going to have to decide, well, what is it I need to be? And society teaches us this as we grow up. You know, it's different in different parts of the world. One part of the world, it's an education. Another part of the world, it may be a big family. Another part of the world, it may be property. It could be anything. But we set a goal as we grow up based upon what society teaches us. And to reach that goal, we have to work and work and work and work. And we've got to sacrifice. We can't do some of those things we would like to do, because if we do them and society finds out about it, they're not going to accept us at all. And I don't think we would do the work nor make the sacrifices necessary if we didn't get some form of reward for that. And the reward we get is that great feeling at the moment of successful completion of the goal. Bill said it in his story. He said, I had arrived. How many of us have set the goal for the education, for this, for that, whatever it is, and we work and we work and we strive and we strive and we sacrifice, and when we get there and complete that job, oh, it's a great feeling. Other people look at us and say, oh, man, you're doing a great job, we're proud of you, and we just feel so good about ourselves. But the only thing wrong with it is just a temporary feeling. We no sooner reach the goal when we look around, we say, well, is this all there is to it? And we set another goal. And we work and we work and we strive and we strive and we sacrifice and we sacrifice and we reach the new goal and we feel good about it for a little while, but it doesn't last very long, and we set another goal. And it seems as though the more recognition we get, the more acceptance we get, the more power we get, the more prestige we have, the more we want. And it seems to create within we human beings an insatiable desire for more of the same. And we're not getting there fast enough. And they're not giving it to us the way we think they ought to, so we start taking a few little shortcuts, and we start doing a little conning, a little lying, a little manipulating the people, and the next thing you know, we begin to hurt other people. And then they retaliate against us, and then that creates pain and suffering for us. Yeah, it's plain that a life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success, because under those conditions, we're always in collision with something or somebody, because of these insatiable desires created within us. He talks about the security instinct. Now, I know in AA we live one day at a time, but I also know that everybody in here has got an insurance policy of some kind to protect ourselves in the future. And Bill said every human being is born with a desire to be secure in the future, because without it, we would do nothing regarding the future. And in the next drought season that comes along, we would all starve to death. Or next winter, we would all freeze to death. And he said if we didn't have this basic idea or want or desire to be secure in the future, the human race would simply fail to survive. Now again, if we want to be secure, we got to decide, well, what is it we need to be secure? Society teaches us that. In one part of the world, it's $4. Another part of the world, it may be 4,000. Another one, 4 million. Another one, 182 acres of land. Another one, 142 stones. Whatever it is that they use in that particular society to measure security by. And we set the goal, and we begin to work toward it. You know, you can't just blow your money all the time and be secure in the future. So you're going to have to sacrifice, you're going to have to work, the same as you do for the social instinct, and you work and you work and you strive and you strive and you sacrifice, and finally you reach the goal. And oh God, it feels good. How many times have you and I said it? A new pair of shoes, a new dress, a new suit, a new car, a new home, a new piece of property. And when we once get that sucker, it feels so good when we pay the mortgage off. We even call in the neighbors and we have a hell of a big party and we celebrate and we burn the mortgage, and it is one of the greatest feelings we can have. Now, the only thing wrong with it, though, it doesn't last very long. You no sooner reach the goal, complete the job, than you look around and you say, well, hell, her house is bigger than mine. He's driving a Cadillac and I still got a Chevrolet, and that causes me to set another goal. And I work and I work and I strive and I sacrifice and I reach another goal and I set another goal, and it seems to create an insatiable desire within me to collect more and more and more and more of these material things, and I can never seem to get enough, and I'm scared to death I'm going to lose what I've already got, and I'm scared to death I'm not going to get what I want, and they're not giving it to me fast enough. I'm not getting it the way I think I ought to, and I start taking a few shortcuts. I go doing a little lying, a little conning, a little manipulating, a little stealing, and when I do, I hurt other people. And then they retaliate against me, and that creates pain and suffering for me. It's plain that a life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success, because under those conditions, we're always in collision with people, places, and things. The third basic instinct Bill refers to as the sex instinct. Now, I know in AA we talk about sex a lot. We laugh about sex a lot. We treat it as a dirty subject quite often. I'm not so sure that we know a hell of a lot about it. But Bill tells us that all human beings are born with a basic desire to have sex. Because if we didn't have sex, we couldn't reproduce ourselves. And if we don't reproduce, then sooner or later the human race is going to fail to survive. Now, our sex drives may be turned off by bad happenings and bad teachings, but all human beings are born with a desire to have sex. Now, just like the other two, in order to successfully complete the sex act and to reproduce ourselves, we are going to have to work at it. You know, you can do more work in 3 minutes of sex, if you can last that long, than you'll do all day digging a ditch. You older fellas remember how it used to be when you got through with it. You just fall over sideways. Sweat's just pouring off of you. You can hardly get your breath. You feel like you've died, gone to heaven, come back 2 or 3 times. And I don't think we would do that work if we didn't get some form of reward for it. And the reward we get is that great feeling, both physically and also emotionally, at the moment of successful completion of the sex act. I don't think there's anything that can give us more pleasure and more satisfaction than the way we feel at the moment we successfully complete the sex act. Now, the only thing wrong with it, though, just like the other two, it's just a temporary feeling. You no sooner get through with doing it than you get to thinking about doing it again. And you get to thinking about doing it in different ways, and you get to thinking about doing it in different positions, and you get to thinking about doing it at different times, and you get to thinking about doing it with different people. And it seems to create an insatiable desire within us for more of the same, and the next thing you know, we start doing it at the wrong time in the wrong place with the wrong people, and we end up hurting other people. And then they retaliate against us, and that creates pain and suffering for us. Plain that a life run on self-will can hardly ever be a success, because the fulfillment of all 3 of these basic instincts of life is so great, we will always overdo in those areas. Left on self-will. Now, if God could control our will, we could live in these 3 areas based at the level that God intended for us to live. And if all human beings lived at the level God intended for us to live, there would be no conflict in the world today. But unfortunately, most human beings don't live on God's will. You know, that's the only thing wrong with self-will. Everybody's got one. And everybody overdoes in these 3 areas at one time or other, at least one of them, and probably all 3. And any time we do, we're in conflict with other people. And even if other people don't catch us at it, if God dwells within us, then we know when we've done it and we shouldn't have done it, whatever it might be, and we're going to get to feel some guilt and remorse, and we're going to have to feel fear of what they're going to do if they find out about it. Self-will effectively robs us of peace of mind. There's 3 basic wrongs that come from self-will. You know, somewhere down the line, when we saw the word wrongs in step 5, we thought that was just people we had hurt. But if we'll go to the dictionary and look up the word wrongs, we'll find there's 3 basic kind of wrongs. One is called incorrect judgment. That's considered to be a wrong. And we're going to find out a little later on that's exactly what a resentment is. One is called incorrect believing. And we're going to find out that's what most of our fears are. Then we have a wrong that is incorrect acting, which ends up in harms for other human beings. All selfish, self-centered people will display these 3 basic symptoms or basic wrongs of spiritual illness or selfish, self-centered life. You show me a selfish, self-centered person, and I'll show you one that's madder than hell all the time. By God, the world's not treating them right. And damn her, and damn him, and damn them, and I'm going to get even with them, and blah, blah, blah. On. Show me a selfish, self-centered human being, I'll show you one scared to death. We have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. But we can't depend on other people. We can't depend on God. And if we're practicing alcoholics, self-will's failing us, and we can't depend on that. And we know when tomorrow gets here, it ain't going to be worth a damn, whatever it is. Show me a selfish, self-centered person, and I'll show you one that's continually doing things that hurts other people. They have to, because of these 3 basic instincts of life. Now, if you fill with anger, and you fill with fear, and you fill with the guilt and remorse and fear associated with the past, then you've robbed yourself of any peace of mind whatsoever. We're going to be restless, irritable, discontented, filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse, and then sooner or later, the mind wants to feel better, and it goes to thinking about taking a drink in order to feel better. That's the reason I need to get rid of self-will as much as I can. I'll never get rid of all of it. But with God's help, we can get it to the level that God intended for it to be And then we can live relatively free of anger, fear, guilt, and remorse.
As Charlie said, we'll never get rid of self-will. We wouldn't be complete humans without it. You know, it's necessary. Companionship and all these things that make up self-will, pride, self-esteem, security, our sex lives, all this is very vital to our lives. And we wouldn't be complete human beings without these. But then Bill goes on to say these same instincts so necessary. Sometimes they get out of control and they far exceed their proper function. And then instead of becoming an asset, they become our liabilities. You know, I kind of associate self-will with just like this building. This is a beautiful building. I notice the walls and the floors and everything is here. But one of the essential things within this building is the electricity, probably some type of heat and some water. Without those utilities, without those powers, that's the real comfort of this building. Without that, the building would not be usable. But still yet, you know, all those things are vital and necessary. If we don't control that electricity and that water and that gas, it will probably be what destroys this building. And that's the same way with our lives. Self is the power, the strength of our lives, and it's necessary and vital. But only God's will can control that. And when it becomes out of control, it becomes a destructive force in our lives. So we're not talking about getting rid of these things. We're talking about, our book talks about rearrangements, some adjustments, moving some things around, not getting rid of anything, putting them back where they should be. And none of us are ever going to be perfect. Bill said nearly every human problem, not just our alcohol, and I love to see it as broadest scope. Every human problem, and there are many, many human problems today. People in prisons, people in divorce courts, people in all sorts of situations, even a small child is standing in the corner somewhere today. Every human problem in the world is a result of what you see on that board. Some part of self, out of control. Why did a person steal that's in prison today? Did he steal for security? Maybe. Material security? He could have been stealing to use the money for companionship or to buy a personal relationship or sex. One part of self caused him to steal. One of our basic instincts has to be out of control in order for us to have problems. So we have self, we have to have it, but then we're going to make this decision to turn it over right here. And then we're going to go to work in the program to go to work and get rid of the manifestations, the things that have grown out of that over the past years. So it says selfish and self-centered, that we on page 62. That we think is the root of our troubles.
We're going to do the rest of step 3, and then we'll take a break.
Driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, and self-seeking, we step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation. It looks like they did this for no reason. But invariably, we find that sometimes in the past, we have made a decision based on self, which placed us in a position to be hurt. You know, it looks like other people pick on us. They are always they. But because of our self-centeredness, we can't see it. But actually, we have done something to start the whole thing, and they are retaliating against us. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves, and the alcoholic is an extreme example of a self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so. Above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of selfishness. We must, or it kills us, and God makes that possible. There often seems no way of entirely getting rid of self without His aid, and this is true. There's no way that we human beings can get rid of self-will. Only God's will can overcome self-will. You know, you can't get rid of self-will on your own. I used to have an old guy around, I remember an old guy around at home used to always say, an alcoholic trying to get rid of self-will is like a monkey trying to get rid of bubble gum. You know, it sticks on the end of his hand when he tries to throw it away. There's no way. You can't get rid of it. Some other power's got to take that. He said, many of us have moral and philosophical convictions of the Lord. We could not live up to them even though we would have liked to. Neither could we reduce our selfishness much by wishing to trying our own power. We had to have God's help. Now we have seen that only God's will can overcome the will of man or woman. We have seen the destructive, and this is probably too, it's a very destructive force on the face of this earth. We have seen the Holocaust, we have seen the Second World War, we have seen the destruction of self-will, man's will. It is probably the most destructive force on this earth. And we have seen the power of that. So only God's will can overcome a force like that. And he says, this is the why on the why of it. First of all, we have to quit playing God, and that's all we're doing, because this is still a God-directed world. It didn't work. Next, we decided hereafter in the drama of life, God was going to be our director. See, he's got it in there. He didn't say suggestions. He said director. He is the principal. We are his agents. He is the father. We are his children. Most good ideas are simple, and this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we passed to freedom. He's telling us step 3 is the keystone. Remember, as we began building this structure, he said the foundation of it was willingness was the foundation. Then he said believing was the cornerstone, and now he's telling us what we're building. We didn't know what we were building at this point. He said we're going to build an arch through which we pass to freedom. And he says step 3 is the keystone of this arch. And the keystones were this kind of the last stone they put in that held up the gate. Everything leaned against the keystone. And he says step 3 is a supporting stone of this gate through which we pass to freedom. When we still took such a position, all sorts of remarkable things followed. With a new power being all-powerful, he provided what we needed if we kept close to him and performed his work well. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. More and more, we became interested in seeing what we contribute to life. As we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, and we discovered we could face life successfully, we became conscious of his presence. We began to lose our fears of today, tomorrow, the hereafter. We were reborn. We were now at step 3. Many of us said to our Maker as we understood him, God, I offer myself to thee to build with me and to do with thee as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. We thought well before taking this step, making sure we were ready, that we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to him. We find it very desirable to take this spiritual step with an understanding person such as our wife, best friend, or spiritual advisor. But it's better to mean God alone than one who might misunderstand. And this is reference to, at that time, they sometimes took this step with other people. The wording, of course, was quite optional so long as we expressed the idea, voicing it without reservation. This was only a beginning. Step 3 is only a beginning. It's the first step in recovery. Though if honest and humble made an effect sometime, a great one was felt at once. Now, step 3 was said is the first step in finding this power. So as you know, we put a lot of emphasis on the third step, but it's just a decision to do something, and it is the first step in recovery. So we don't get a lot out of step 3, it says. In most cases, sometimes in the case of the spiritual experience, what they might, but in most cases, of a spiritual awakening. This is the first step. It's just the beginning. We haven't done anything. We've made a decision to do something. So we don't get a lot out of the third step. If we notice as we study the steps and find the results that come after the steps, after 4 and after 5, and we're going to hopefully point this out, that you get a lot more out of step 4 and a lot more out of step 5 than you do step 3. Why? Because these are action steps. We have to put something into those steps, so we get more out of those than we do just a decision to do something. We haven't done anything. We just made a decision to turn over our will. Now, the only way we can turn over our will is steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Those are the actions that carry out the decision.
In the middle of the afternoon, it gets quite sleepy in one of these sessions. We're going to start on a simple way of doing step 4 according to the big book. And we all really need to be wide awake and alert. Let's take a 15-minute break, kind of freshen ourselves up a little, and then we'll come back and start 4.
Everybody ready?
Step 4, here we go.
No, they ain't ready. Everybody ready?
A good bunch, aren't they?
Yeah.
Joe just sitting up here told me, he said, Charlie, this is the finest looking bunch of sick people I ever saw in my life. On page 63, bottom of the page, we've completed our step 3 to the best of our ability. And it says, next we launched out on a course of vigorous action, the first step of which is a personal house cleaning, which many of us had never attempted. Though our decision, referring to step 3, was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless at once followed by a strenuous effort to face and to be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking us. Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to causes and conditions. Now, I think there's 2 or 3 ideas in that paragraph we need to look at. First, even though we made the decision, it's really not going to do us much good unless we get on with the rest of our business. Now, what we're going to try to do is to face and be rid of those things within ourselves which had been blocking us. Blocking us from what? Blocking us from God's will. There's only 2 wills, self-will and God's will. And we people who've been operating on self-will have been blocked off from operating on God's will. So if we can find those things within us that block us off and then get rid of them, then we can give self-will back to God. Okay. But as long as those things are within us,
Good night, Karen.
we can't give self-will back to God because we're blocked off from it. Now, we already know that the body has nothing to do with this process. The body is what causes us to be allergic to alcohol. But it has nothing to do with our will. Has nothing to do with whether we drink or not. We know that whether we drink or not is based upon how we think and how we feel. If we feel good, we probably stay sober. If we feel bad, we probably drink. If we're thinking's okay, we're probably going to feel good. Thinking lousy, we're probably going to feel bad. So we're dealing all the way now with our mind, and we're going to try to find those things within our mind that blocks us off from God, face them, and then get rid of them. Also, I think it's important we recognize in a couple places in the book, there is a time element put on the steps. And people keep saying, well, how long should you wait to take step 4 after you take step 3. And God, we hear anywhere from a week to 2 weeks to 3 months to 6 months to a year. Not too long ago, we heard a professional in the field, also an AA member, counseling another AA member to wait a minimum of 2 years. And our question to him was, how many people have you killed with that statement? Now, the big book tells us when we ought to take step 4. At once after step 3. That does make sense. 4 has always followed immediately after 3. And it does put the words at once in here. And I think we do that on purpose. Self-will is that thing that keeps us from ever doing any of those things that causes us to change. When we took step 3, there was just enough removal of self-will to perhaps let us get on with step 4 and begin to honestly look at ourselves. But if we procrastinate, it isn't very long before self-will comes right back and says, we really don't need to do this. Or it says we're afraid to do this. We don't want to look at this, and we don't want to let anybody else see it. And self-will will come right back and block us off from going any further. I think we're going to find also that every day we procrastinate is another day that we're restless, irritable, and discontented. Another day that we're still filled with shame, fear, guilt, and remorse. I wonder how many of those days we can stand before the mind leads us back into the idea of taking a drink in order to get that sense of ease and comfort. I don't know. And I hope I never have to find out. Because the only way I could find out would be to keep procrastinating on step 4 until such time as I get drunk, and then I'd know how many days it took. I think we're in great danger every day we procrastinate on step 4. It's impossible to go any further with the program. Because we're going to find in a few minutes, if you take step 4 like the big book says, it's going to lay the groundwork for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and you might as well say 11 and 12. And I can't do those other steps if I don't do 4. And sooner or later it gets me in trouble if I don't do it. So we say, well, then how do you do 4? Very confusing to us. We've tried to do it over and over and over the way we thought the big book said to do it, and for many of us that simply did not work. Because the instructions in here are so short and so simple that we complicated people looking for something harder have overlooked them for years and years and years and could not do it according to the big book. The example on page 65 is already filled out, and we didn't know the procedure he followed to fill it out. So in our desperation, we begin to search for other ways to do step 4. And when you get over in step 5, there's a statement in there regarding all our life story. And we said, oh, that's what they wanted. They wanted us in step 4 to write all of our life story, we thought. And many of us did so. I did. Now, it probably wasn't very important to other people, but it was to me, apparently, because I had about 98 pages in it. I took it to another human being. He read it, said, not very pretty, is it? And I said, no, it isn't. He said, well, you'll never have to be that way again. And he tore it up, threw it in a waste paper basket. And I learned nothing from that. Now, one reason I learned nothing from that is because everything I wrote down I already knew. So I learned nothing new by that procedure. Today I realize that 95% of my life story really doesn't have anything to do with my drinking anyhow. The fact that I was born in 1929, I don't think that's got a thing in the world to do with my alcoholism. In fact, I graduated from high school in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I don't think it's got a thing to do with my alcoholism. The fact that I went into service when I was 17, I really don't think that has anything to do with my alcoholism. The fact that I was married at age 21, I don't think it's got a thing to do with my alcoholism. But I'll tell you what it did do. That 95% effectively covered up the 5% that did have something to do with it, and I never could see any of it. So for me, it was an absolute waste of time to write my life story. So again, in our confusion, casting around for better ways to do it, somebody up in Minnesota wrote a 4-step inventory guide. And we took it and we tried to combine it with the big book, and we got more confused yet. Then somebody in Dallas wrote a 4-step inventory guide. We took the Dallas guide, the Minnesota guide, and the big book and tried to combine them all three, and got more confused yet. I have no idea how many inventory guides are floating around today. Joe and I saw one not too long ago. It had 26 pages to it. I'll guarantee you, if you wasn't crazy as hell before you took it, you would be when you were through with it. And all the time, the instructions have been here in the book. But they're so simple and so short that for years we couldn't see them. Another thing we're going to have to do, if we're going to find out how to do step 4 according to the big book, we've got to understand Bill Wilson and the way he writes. Now, we've seen him using different words to mean the same thing. Like he used obsession, illusion, delusion. God, he just loved to do that. All three of them meaning the same thing, a form of insanity. We've seen him comparing one thing to another to get his ideas across. We've seen him using a parable, telling a little story. You know, we had another great teacher that did that a couple thousand years ago. And when that teacher wanted to get something across to a fisherman, he told him a little story about fish and got his point across. Now, if he wanted to teach the same thing to the shepherd, though, he didn't talk about fish. He told him the story about sheep. And then when he went over to the farmer's house, he talked about cattle and grain, always getting his point across, speaking in the language that these people would understand, talking about the things they knew about. We saw Bill do that with a great ocean liner the moment after shipwreck. In 1939, the Titanic was real fresh on everybody's minds, and he knew that we would know exactly what he's talking about. Okay, he's going to do the same thing to us in this inventory. He's going to tell us how to take a business inventory, assuming that we know a little something about a business and about a business inventory. And then when he tells us how to do that, then he's going to turn right around and say we did the same thing with our lives. He's going to tell us how to take our own inventory, just like he just told us how to take a business inventory. Now, if you can see that one thing and compare these two together, the 4th step is the simplest, easiest thing you ever saw. Let's just kind of relax on step 4. Let's look at a few words. Let's see how simple this thing really is. And if you're like anything like Joe and I think you're going to be absolutely amazed at what shows up here on page 64. He said, therefore, we started upon a personal inventory. Now, let's say this before we go any further. What is an inventory? The dictionary defines an inventory as a written list of items. There's no other kind of inventory. You know, if you ladies, sometimes before you go to the store, you go in your kitchen, you check over your food stuff, see what you're going to need to buy. And you come out of the kitchen, somebody said, what have you been doing? You say, I've been in there inventorying my food stocks. No. If you didn't make a written list, you haven't been inventorying, you've just been in there looking around, that's all. There is no such thing as a mental inventory. That's the first thing I think we really need to get clear, is it will be written. Then he said this was step 4. Now watch him. A business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. He went from personal to business, just bang, bang. And I think he did that on purpose. I think his first valid comparison is this, that if you own a business and you don't inventory once in a while, you're probably going to go broke. Let's say you've got a business, and I don't care what it is, ladies' purses, men's watches, bicycles, shoes, don't make any difference. If you don't inventory once in a while, you have no idea what's going on in that store. You don't know what's been stolen from you, and you need to rebuy and replace. You don't know what's been sold, and you need to rebuy and replace. You don't know what's really not selling. You know, you may have some purses or shoes in there that's become damaged, and nobody wants to buy them. And they're sitting there filling up your shelves, and you're probably paying interest on borrowed money on those things that are damaged. And they're costing you money day after day after day. And if you don't get them out of there and replace them with something else that will sell, sooner or later that's going to cause you to go broke. Some of that stuff is damaged. Some of it is out of style. Some of it nobody wants to buy it. And you really don't know what you need to put on sale, what you need to make special effort to get rid of, and etc. And if you're trying to run a business under those conditions, you probably would end up going broke sooner or later. You and I have a business which to us is the most important business in the world. And that business is, how do you find a way to live where you can be sober and peaceful and happy and free and not have to go back to drinking, eating, smoking, shooting, or whatever it is we've been doing. And if we don't inventory in our business of finding a way to live and be peaceful, happy, and free, chances are we're going to go broke too. Because we're going to stay restless, irritable, and discontented until such time as we go back to that other stuff. I think that's his first valid comparison. Then he says, taking a commercial inventory. Now, Dad burned him. Hell, he could have said business again. But he don't like to repeat himself. So this time he said commercial instead of business, meaning, of course, the same thing. Now, John over here on this screen is going to show us, and you don't have a handout sheet for this. I hope you can see it from the back of the room. On the left-hand side of that sheet, we have put personal. On the right-hand side of that sheet, we've put business. And we're going to compare those two inventories. Now let's see some words that he uses in talking about this business inventory. He says taking a commercial inventory is a fact-finding, and we're going to put those words under business, and a fact-facing process, and we're going to put the words fact-facing under business. It is an effort to discover the truth, and we're going to put the word truth there, about the stock in trade, and we're going to put stock in trade there. Now we know what the stock in trade is. That's the watches, the purses, the bicycles, the shoes, whatever it is we got to sell. Now one object is to disclose damaged and unsaleable goods and to get rid of them promptly and without regret. If the owner of the business is to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values. And sometimes he will try to fool himself. Sometimes he made the decision to buy those shoes, and nobody else is wanting to buy them from him. And he said, well, them damn customers, they don't know what's good for them. And he may keep those shoes in there a lot longer than he should. He better be truthful. And he better get them out of there. And he better get them replaced with something that people will buy. Now there's a few key words. Fact-finding, fact-facing, truth, stock in trade, damaged or unsaleable goods, get rid of them promptly and without regret. Now, I think you and I can understand that if you got a business, that's what you need to do to make it successful. Okay, now this man loves to compare words. Let's look at step 4, under personal inventory. We made a searching. Compare that to fact-finding. Basically, they mean the same thing. We made a searching and fearless. Compare fearless to fact-facing. Basically, they mean the same thing. We made a searching and fearless moral. And there's where we got in trouble. We saw that word moral and we said, oh God, there it is. There's that list of dirty, filthy, nasty crap. And we don't want to look at it, and we sure don't want anybody else to see it, so we don't dare write it down on a piece of paper. I'm not sure what all Bill Wilson knew, but I'm sure one thing, Bill Wilson knew the English language. And I believe that if he had wanted you and I to make a list of dirty, filthy, nasty things, he would have said we made a searching and fearless amoral or immoral inventory. He didn't say that, he said moral. Finally, that drove me right back into the dictionary, and I looked up the word moral. You know what it means? Truth. The facts of the matter as really is. Truth and moral means the same identical thing. Now, we made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Now, let's put ourselves across from stock in trade. We are the only stock in trade that we have in this business of sobriety. We're the only ones that can determine whether we drink or not. We're the only ones that can determine what goes on up here in our head or not. We're the only ones that can determine whether we're going to stay sober or not. Now, there's only one part of me that has anything to do with whether I drink or not. It's not my body. What is it? Right up here in my head. The way I think will determine whether I drink or not. Stinking thinking leads to drinking. If I'm thinking okay, I'll probably stay sober. If my thinking's lousy, I'll probably end up drinking. So in my business of staying sober, the stock in trade that I'm going to look at is these thoughts up here in my head, which block me off from God's will. See, I've made a decision to turn my will over to God. But there are certain thoughts within my mind that block me off from turning it over to God. And they are the thoughts that will cause me to fail in my business and cause me to get drunk. And if I can find them and get them out of there and get rid of them, then God can direct my thinking, and I'll be successful in my business. So my stock in trade in my business is the thoughts up here in my head. That's what I'm going to inventory. Now, if the business, whether he goes broke tomorrow or not, will not be determined by what was in his store 20 years ago. And whether he goes broke tomorrow or not will not be determined by what he plans on putting in his store 20 years in the future. Whether he goes broke tomorrow or not will be determined by what's in his store today. Now, in my business of staying sober, whether I stay sober tomorrow or not will not be determined by how I used to think 20 years ago, nor how I plan to think 20 years in the future. My sobriety tomorrow is based upon how I think today. So I'm going to examine my thinking as of today to find the damaged and unsaleable goods in my head that block me off from God's will, right now, at this moment. Not 20 years ago and not 20 in the future. Now, in carrying this comparison to the full extent, I like to view my mind and my head up here as a little bitty store. Not a hell of a lot.
Stop and shop.
Joe said stop and shop or get and go or 7-Eleven or something like that. Little bitty thing up here. And in this store I've got up here, I've got some display cases right over here. Now those display cases are filled with some damaged and unsaleable goods. And the only way I can put new item in stock is to remove the old items first. The only way God's will can come in is for me to clean a place for it to come in. Now the damaged and unsaleable goods that I've got right over here in this display case happen to be called resentments. And that case is just full of those damn things. What she did to me and what he did to me and what they did to me and what God did to me and on and on and on. Just full of that stuff. Now how in the world can God get in that case when those resentments have it full? But if I could do something about the removal of those resentments and empty that case out, then God can enter that part of my head. Over here in this part of my store, I've got a file cabinet. And oh, that sucker's filled up with fear. My God, what is she going to do when she finds out what I did? Are they really going to fire me for taking off work last week? What if they find out I've been padding my expense account? What's the Internal Revenue Service going to do when they really see that income tax return? And on, and that whole thing is filled with fear. God can't get in that file cabinet. Those damaged and unsaleable goods will have to be emptied out. And then God can enter that file cabinet. Back here in the back of my store, I've got a storage room. And it's filled with guilt, remorse, shame, and fear of what they're going to do to me when they find out what's been going on. And that whole damn room's full of that. God can't get in there until I empty that stuff out and get it out of the way. And then it can be replaced by a new kind of thinking. God will not allow a vacuum in my head any more than he will allow a vacuum or a void anywhere in the universe. If I can get those things to leave my mind, then God's thinking will have to automatically come in to replace them. I've heard and I've read over and over and over about these 3 dimensions of life. And I've read over and over that we are not only mentally ill and physically ill, but we're spiritually ill also. And the book's going to tell me in just a few minutes, the physical and the mental can be overcome when the spiritual is straightened out. All 3 dimensions, you can be sick in all 3. If I'm physically ill, I usually go to a medical doctor. And that physical illness will display certain symptoms. The medical doctor, with their knowledge, can read those symptoms, diagnose my problem, prescribe, and hopefully I get well physically. If I'm mentally ill, I normally go to a psychiatrist. And that mental illness will display certain symptoms. The psychiatrist, with their training, can read those symptoms, determine what's wrong with me, prescribe, and hopefully I get well. Now, a spiritually ill person is one who is blocked off from God, has no contact, operating on self-will. Spiritually ill people display certain symptoms also. They're very easy to read. We saw them a while ago when we looked at the 3 wrongs that come from self. One of the first symptoms of a spiritually ill person, one who's not operating on God's will, who's operating on self-will, is resentment. Nothing's going right in their life. The second common symptom of spiritual illness is fear. Scared to death about what's going to happen in our lives. Can't depend on ourselves anymore if we're practicing alcoholic. Never could depend on other people, sure can't depend on God. And under those conditions, you're just scared to death all the time. Spiritually ill people are always doing things that hurt other people. So the three common symptoms of spiritual illness, the three common manifestations are resentment, fear, and wrongs done to other people. And if I can take those things out of my head and clear my head out, then God's thinking can enter it and fill up those blank spaces. And instead of resentment, I might have love, patience, and tolerance. Instead of fear, I might have courage. Instead of guilt and remorse, I may find myself wanting to do things to help people rather than doing things to hurt people. And under those conditions, I might have some peace of mind, serenity, and happiness. But if I leave my head full of resentment and fear and guilt and remorse, then I don't stand a chance. So in my store, my damaged and unsaleable goods that I'm going to look at are going to be resentments and fears and the harms that I do to other people. My book tells me how to look at them, it tells me how to get rid of them, and it tells me how to keep them from coming back in the future. And if I can look at them and get rid of them and keep them from coming back, then God can direct my thinking. But until I do so, resentments direct my thinking. Fear directs my thinking. Guilt and remorse directs my thinking, and God can't. This is the simplest little thing that I ever saw, and you're going to be amazed at what the results are going to be. Let's see how we do this, Joe.
Do the next paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay. Resentment is our number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease. For we have been not only mentally and physically ill, we have been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. And begins talking about resentments as the number one offender. That is, the number one thing that blocks us from God is resentments. And there's no way that God can direct a mind that's full of resentments, because if our mind is full of resentments, our mind is being directed by the person or thing we resent. It controls and dominates our mind. God cannot direct our mind. So in order for us to carry out this decision, if we're going to turn this area over our mind, we got to get rid of that, so God can direct this part of our mind. And the word resentment, it comes from the word resentire. And that's Latin. I have a lot of fun with that when I pronounce it. I speak so Latin, so it might not be too good. But that means means again, and sentire means to feel. So when we get it down, it's self-explanatory. It means to feel over again. And we all have this ability. It's not anything we're going to get rid of. It's a part of the human life experience. And it's how do we use it? Now remember, as Charlie said earlier today, the biggest problem is I got
And everybody else got self too. Everybody has one of these things called self. And sometimes one of their self instincts is out of control. Maybe their material instinct is out of control, and to satisfy that, they want more something, more money or something. And based on that, they will do something that hurts me. And it strikes me. Their self causes them to do something that strikes a part of myself. And when they hurt me, then that's wrong. And that's going to happen because everybody's got self.
On their part.
On their part. That's a wrong on their part. Now, once they have hurt me, then usually I had the bad habit. I would go into the next room, I wait till it was all over, and I would sit there and play the whole thing over again. They hurt me the first time, and then I would sit down and I would sit there and go to thinking. Boy, when I go to thinking, I get in trouble. And I said, I was just sitting here just doing nothing, trying to be nice. Whenever somebody did something to me, it seemed like I was so good. Sitting here just a perfect angel. And they come up and did that to me and play it all over again, acted out real nice, and hurt myself the second time. Now, when I do it the second time and re-feel that pain, that is a resentment. The first time it was a wrong on their part. Next time it's a resentment. And the stupid thing about a resentment is I do it to myself and blame it on other people. They did it first time, I do it the second time. Now, there's another trick about resentments that we don't realize. See, we don't live on the truth. We just live off the truth as we perceive it on an individual basis. And sometimes we don't know, we just start the truth. Each time I play that thing over, I add a little bit to it. Make them a little worse. Make my little self a little more innocent. And the more I play it, the worse it gets. In fact, finally, it don't even resemble what really happened. But I don't know that because it's true to me as I see it. We alcoholics get up every morning, and I kind of associate it with the football games, too. That's the way I watch the football. We all like football games this time of season. And when that little guy goes, one guy runs out for the ball, and he reaches up there for it, they wait till he gets his hands up in there, and they just knock the hell out of him. Sometimes they knock him out. Sometimes they have to get him up. But most of the times he stays in the game. Sometimes he goes out, but most of the times he keeps on playing, and the game goes on. But not the announcer. He don't like that. The announcer says, let's look at that again. He wants to play it over. And he's got a resentment machine, And he replays that machine, and when you see it in slow motion and living color, he slows it down, and it looks a whole hell of a lot worse than it originally did. Every time he plays it, it looks worse. An alcoholic, he does that every morning. He gets up at home, and he tunes on his replay machine, and he sets it up and focuses it every day, and he leaves home and he records everything bad. He don't record the good stuff. He like the 6 o'clock news. He don't want no good stuff. No, we don't want to see that. And then he comes home at night and turns it on and replays it and makes himself sick. And there's a reason. It's really stupid, but there's a reason for this. We're going to find out after we analyze this. And one of the key words in this is not only I think we've talked about listing our resentments. There's not a lot of benefit in listing your resentments. In fact, it might be kind of painful. In fact, it might be bad for you if that's all you're going to do. Write them down and list them. But there's a key word in this process of this step that says we list and analyze. Analyze means to get down to the truth. And the truth will set us free from the lie that we have created, or the falsehood that we have created over the years by playing this resentment over. Now, some days when the alcoholic is filming these resentments, some days, he goes out and he shines his resentment machine and records everything, and some days they just won't do nothing to him. He has a bad day. Everybody treats him halfway decent. That's a bad day. So he don't have nothing to record. Now, on those days, you know what he does? He records what they're thinking. Oh, boy, you're really sick when you know what people are thinking, but he's good, you know.
We can tell just by looking at them exactly what they're thinking.
Okay. So resentment is like a boomerang. It can't go one way without coming home to you. This is why resentment is the #1 offender. Probably we would spend more time in this dominant pattern than any other, because it is a two-way, it goes both ways. Every time you resent a person or thing, eventually you're going to end up resenting yourself of being in the position where they were allowed to do this to you. And that's self-resentment, because once we resent another person, we end up resenting ourselves, which is self-pity, probably our #1 offender. You know, we alcoholics seem to love self-pity. You know, after you get off into this thing and it becomes a part of your life, and some days we really threaten when we don't have enough of it. You know, some days you wake up and say, what's the matter? I ain't sick enough. You know, you don't feel sorry enough. We get up every morning and we sort of go out and lay ourselves on the altar. Here I come, world, y'all just getting me. And we see ourselves as a victim. We lose our self-worth and our self-esteem. If you want to make an alcoholic mad, you try to feel sorry for him. He'll tell you, that's my damn job. You can't have that. So we will never be happy. There's a way to be internally happy with resentments. Now, a resentment is it's a shortcut way of living. And they say the only people who get trapped in life are those who try to escape. You know, they say the resentments, I love the little book that writes about it. It says the resentment is like a callus on your foot. Every once in a while you might have an ill-fitting shoe that rubs your foot, and it's painful. It begins to irritate your foot. And as that shoe begins to irritate your foot, nature has a way of protecting your foot. Nature will form a callus on your foot to protect your foot from the shoe, and does a pretty good job until the callus becomes the problem. And that's what a resentment is. A resentment is a way of protecting ourselves and putting blame on other people. But then it becomes a spiritual callus that blocks us from God. And so what this is all about is to eradicate that, to get rid of that. Because it's a shortcut way that has really gotten us into trouble.
You have a sheet of paper called a Review of Resentments. And John's going to put it up here on the screen. And John's going to show you first the first 3 columns of it.
Yeah.
Your sheet has 4 columns. We don't really want to look at the 4th column for a while. We will in a couple of pages. But if you were looking at the first 3 columns only, you would have page 65 in the blank form. We are not trying to bring something new in AA. We got enough of that stuff already. The first column says, I'm resentful at, just like the first column on page 65. Second column says the cause, just like the second column on page 65. The third column says affects my. And all we've done with the third column is take the same identical words that Bill has been using and divided that into the three basic instincts of life. If you do anything to me that threatens my social instinct, either my self-esteem or my personal relations, you're going to make me madder than hell. If you do anything to me that threatens my security instinct, either emotional or material, you're going to make me madder than hell. If you do anything that threatens my sex life, you're going to make me mad. Now, the only difference is we did take the sex life and we added two words. One column is acceptable sex life. Now, that's what society looks at. And society says, well, that's fine. Now, that's my sex relations with my spouse in my home. Whatever society looks at and says that's okay. Now, if you threaten that, I'm going to get upset. My hidden sex life might be that I've got on the side over here, and I really don't want anybody to know about that. You know, I may have a mistress over there. Or if I'm a lady, I may have a boyfriend over there. Or, hell, you might find anything over there. A pet goat. A monkey. If you take as many fifth steps as we have, you'll be amazed at what you're going to find over there sometimes. But if you threaten that, we're upset also. Okay. Let's go find the instructions now on how to fill this blank sheet out. Let's go back to page 64, middle of that last paragraph. In dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. Now that should lay to rest forever whether we're going to take a mental or a written inventory. If you're going to set it on paper, you got to have a piece of paper. Pencil, pen, typewriter, paintbrush, computer, some way to write it down on that paper. The first instruction is this. We listed people, institutions, or principles with whom we were angry. Period. Stop right there. Right. Let's go to column 1. And while we got one thing and one thing only on our mind, let's start listing those people that we're angry with. Institution. Then let's list those institutions we're angry with. You know, that's such things as the police department and the post office and the church and the federal government, and God, we could name dozens of them. And then we'll list those principles we're angry with. Principles are old guiding forces or laws. Many of us get upset with some of those principles. 10 Commandments, that's a set of principles. There was one that said, another one that said, what goes up must come down. I never cared for that one. There's one that said, what you give out's what you're going to get back. Another one said, there are no free rides. You'll pay for whatever you get. And I could probably sit here and name a dozen of those. And I never did like them because they interfered with my style of living. Now, what can be more simple than to make that list? I've never seen an alcoholic yet that does not know just exactly who and what they're mad at. Hell, we spend hours and hours sitting around in bars talking about it. All we got to do is pull it out of our head and write it down on this sheet of paper. You don't have to be highly educated to do it. You don't have to be sober for a long period of time to do it. And if you can't write, ask somebody to help you. Feed the names, let them write them down. Do not repeat. Do not go left to right. We're taught to read and write left to right. But if you do this inventory this way, you're going to have to put the name, the cause, the part of self that's affected, Go back to the second name, the cause, and you keep and after a while your head just starts going in circles. But what can be more simple than to make this list? Bill said, Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, my employer, and my wife. Now surely he had more resentments than that. Probably didn't want to use any more space in the big book. The sheet we have given you has room for 8 of them. And I'm sure all of you can get your resentments on that one sheet. But I found out I couldn't. You know, they said to me, you need to make a list of your resentments. I said, I don't have any resentments. And they said, well, those things you're mad at. And I said, I'm not very mad at people. Oh, yeah, 2 or 3. And they said, well, list them. And I took this sheet, and I listed, to my amazement, 8 of them. And I picked up another sheet and listed 8 more, and another sheet and listed 8 more, and another sheet, and I got up there to about 132. And I said, boy, you madder than hell at everything. I did not know that. You can only see one thing at a time in your head. We will never see how many resentments we have and how much they control our thinking until we put them all down on a piece of paper. And I've made a decision to let God direct my thinking. And if I've got 132 of these resentments down here on a sheet of paper, then those resentments are directing my thinking. And I don't think any of us will ever realize how much and how strong a part that plays in our lives until we put them down on a piece of paper where we can see them all at one time. It's absolutely amazing. Column 2. The next instruction says, we ask ourselves why we were angry. Column 2, the cause of the anger. At the side of each name, we write it down, whatever it is. It may just be one cause, or there may be multiple causes. Working from top to bottom, we fill column 2 out completely. I've never seen an alcoholic yet that not only do we know who we're mad at, but we know just exactly why we're mad at them too. And all we got to do is pull it out of our head, put it down on a piece of paper. Now, Bill was mad at Mr. Brown because his attention to my wife told my wife of my mistress, and Brown might get my job at the office. I don't blame him. I'd be getting a little upset with Brown, too, about now. He's mad at Mrs. Jones. She's a nut. She snubbed me. She committed her husband for drinking. He's my friend, and she's a gossip. He's mad at the employer. Oh, he's unreasonable, unjust, and overbearing. He's probably saying, Bill, where were you all day Monday? He threatens to fire me for drinking and padding my expense account. Now, that's unreasonable as hell. He's mad at my wife, misunderstands and nags, and she likes old Brown, and she wants the house put in her name. You tie together liking Brown and wanting the house put in her name, it's time to be getting a little upset. Very carefully, we write down the cause at the side of each name. And there will be at least one cause for every name. You can't be mad at somebody unless there's a reason for it. I think we're going to be amazed when we fill out column 2. We're probably going to realize that it's really not the people we're mad at anyhow. It's what they did that's got us upset. You know, I take Mr. Brown out of here and put Mr. Green in. I'd be just as mad at Green as I am Brown if he does the same thing. I can take my wife out of here, put my mistress in, and I'll be just as upset with her as I would my wife if she does the same kind of things. And for the first time, I realize it's really not people. It's what they're doing to me that's got me upset. That's going to be valuable for me to know a little bit later on. I have now finished 2 columns. Let's look for the next instruction. In most cases, it was found that our self-esteem, our pocketbooks, our ambitions, our personal relationships, including sex, were hurt or threatened, so we were sore, we were burned up. On our grudge list, we set opposite each name our injuries. Was it our self-esteem? our security, our ambitions, our personal or sex relations which had been interfered with. We go to the first column in the third column, which is self-esteem. We look at each name and what they did to us, and we put down, was it a threat to my self-esteem? Does it make me appear little in my eyes or other people's eyes? If so, I put a little check mark there. Then I go to the second name, and then the third, and then the fourth, and I check each one, doing the self-esteem column top to bottom. Then I come back to the personal relationships column. Was it a threat to a personal relationship? If so, I'll put a little check mark there. When I finish the personal relationship column, I come back to the material security, always working top to bottom, then the emotional security, then the acceptable sex life, then the hidden sex life, then the ambitions. I cannot get upset with you unless you have in some way threatened one of those parts of self. And as I fill this out, I begin to realize that maybe I really got a problem with self-esteem. Or maybe I really got a problem with material security. Or maybe I got a problem in the sex area somewhere. One of them was probably going to predominate and stand out. It's going to be a combination of all of them, but one of them is going to be the predominant thing usually. And I begin to see which part of self is really giving me the most trouble. When I fill out the third column, I'm amazed. It's really not people I'm mad at. It's really not what they do that's got me mad. It's my reaction to it based on my own basic instincts of life. For the first time, I see where anger comes from. I never knew where it came from before. I've always had a problem with anger. I've always said and done things through anger I was sorry about, and I had to go back later and apologize and say I'll never do it again, and next time I get mad I do the same thing, and I never could handle anger because I never knew where anger comes from. I thought it came from them, or I thought it came from what they do. But it doesn't. It comes from my reaction to it based on my own basic instincts of life, and today I know that's 100% true. You know, my wife is a lovely lady. My wife is a good member of Al-Anon, has been for years. I call her a black belt Al-Anon. And sometimes she does things to me that I don't like. And if I'm okay spiritually, if I'm right with God, I'm able to say, well, the poor old thing, she's just sick, and she can't help it. And it'll just slip off my back like water off a duck's back, and I don't get upset at all. Now, 2 weeks from now, the same lady can do the same thing, and if I'm not right with God, I'll just blow my stack and romp and stomp and raise hell and go right through the roof. Same woman. She did the same thing, but I chose to react to it in a different way based on my own basic instincts of life. I never knew where anger comes from. Now, before you can do anything about a problem, you got to understand the problem. And before we can get rid of anger, resentment, we're going to have to see where it comes from. And it comes from the basic instincts of life. Now, all I've done is list, and I've learned 3 things. Column 1, how mad I really am, and how much anger controls my thinking. Column 2, it's not them I'm mad at, it's what they did. Column 3, it's really not what they did, it's how I reacted to it based on my own basic instincts of life. That's going to be very valuable for me a little bit later on. Joe?
Third column.
Okay, third column. Bill, in his example, he's mad at Mr. Brown because of his attention to my wife. Now, what does that threaten? Well, that's threatened his sex relations. You know, if his wife gets to fooling with Brown and find out old Brown better than he is, she may cut him off at home and he may not have any there. It's also a threat to his self-esteem. What are people going to think about me if my wife gets to fooling around with Brown? He's also mad at Brown because he told my wife of my mistress. Now, boy, that's a real threat to sex relations. Because as soon as the wife found out about the mistress, she cuts us off at home. And then she goes over there and she raises hell with that mistress. And now we're cut off over there. And we don't have any sex relations at all. It's a threat to our self-esteem. Here I am living in the neighborhood, work 5 days a week, pay my taxes and my bills like a fella really should. I'm teaching Sunday school on Sunday morning. I'm taking the Boy Scouts out on Saturday afternoon. Now all of a sudden this little story about me, my wife, and Brown and my mistress becomes public knowledge in the neighborhood. Oh, what are they going to think about me now? If you don't think that'll get to you, you pick up the phone and you call Jimmy Baker. You call James Swaggart. Or you call that guy named Hart. And they can all three tell you in a real hurry what this does to you. A very definite threat to self-esteem. We very carefully go down through those things and check those things off, doing just like Bill does here in the book. And we learn many things about ourselves. Joe?
We went back through our lives, nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty.
We have gone back through our lives resentment-wise. You see, those resentments didn't come in my head just today. Some of them came in there yesterday. One came last week. One of them popped in there a month ago. Here's one that came in a year ago, 5, 10. They've been lodging in my head throughout my entire lifetime. Now, as I examine them, they're in my head today. But I've gone back through my life, resentment-wise, completely.
The first thing apparent was that this world and its people are often quite wrong. To conclude that others are wrong as far as we ever got is usually this is what we did. The usual outcome was that people continued to wrong us and we stayed sore. Sometimes it was worse and then we were sore as ourselves. But the more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got. As in war, the victor only seemed to win. A moment of triumph was short-lived. It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile.
I read that statement, and I stopped. And I tried to look back in my life and see how many hours I've squandered in resentments. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I know about me. And when I got a good resentment going, I'm pretty well paralyzed from doing anything worthwhile. And one of my favorite things that I used to do when I was drinking was get up early in the morning, have a cup of coffee and a drink of whiskey, and turn on my resentment replay machine. And I would replay what she said yesterday, what he did last week, what they did a year ago, what she did 2 years ago, what that guy did 5 years ago, what Mother did 15 years ago, what somebody else, and I could sit there and play, and it'd take me just about an hour, and I just loved to do it. And when that tape would run out, I'd have another drink of whiskey and another cup of coffee, and then I'd turn on my get even machine. Now, by God, the next time she does that, she's going to say this, I'm going to do that, she's going to do that, and then whacko, they're not going to treat me that way. And I could spend another hour doing that. Now today, to the best of my ability, I cannot see where that has ever done me any good whatsoever. I've spent countless thousands and thousands and thousands of hours in resentments. It never did make me any money. Never made me feel better, only made me feel worse. Never straightened up a relationship with another human being, it only made it worse. And as far as I can tell, that's absolutely squandered and wasted time. Now, as a human being, I'm limited to a certain number of hours here on the face of the earth. And this is the first time in my life that I have been sober and feel good at the same time. And I just love to feel good. I am not going to squander, if I can possibly keep from it, any more hours in resentments, feeling bad, feeling lousy, trying to get rid. I love to feel good. I've only got so many of those hours left. And I'm going to try to make every one of them count in the future and feel just as good as I can possibly feel for the rest of my life. That resentment is absolutely wasted time, and that's a bad deal. But that's not the worst deal. Here's the worst deal. But with the alcoholic whose hope is the maintenance and growth of his spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. We found that it is fatal. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. We are blocked off from God by resentments. The insanity of alcohol returns. We want to feel better, and the mind begins to think about taking a drink. And we drink again. And with us, to drink is to die. If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch of the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are poison. We turn back to the list. You see, this is why you got to have a written inventory. If all you had was a mental inventory, you would have lost it by now. But with a written inventory, I can go back now and look at it again. For it held the key to the future. I wrote on there about the past, but it is the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. Always before I looked at it to see what those suckers had done to me. Today I'm looking at it to see what that resentment does to me. That's an entirely different angle. And if that thing is going to cut me off from God and cause me to drink, I simply can no longer afford to have one of those. Justified or unjustified does not make any difference whatsoever, because both of them has control of my thinking. We begin to see that the world and its people really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, had power to actually kill. And I stopped and I thought, and I said, my God, how dumb can you be? All my life I've been proud of the fact I stand on my own 2 feet. I make my own decisions. Nobody tells me what to do. I run my own show. And when I read that statement, I suddenly realized that other people, through my resentments toward them, have had effective control of my thinking as far back as I can remember. All action is born in thought. If they got control of my thinking, and they got control of my decisions, and they got control of my actions, and they got control of my entire life, and I never knew that. I thought I could control. I always thought I did it. Hell, they've always done it. Now, I made a decision in step 3 to let God be the director of my life. And if other people are directing my thinking and my actions in my life through my resentments toward them, then God can't. And it's just that simple. We saw, how could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. You know, a resentment comes from self-will. God made self-will. And only God has the power to overcome self-will. Self-will cannot overcome self-will. In order to escape from a resentment, it says this was our course. We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. And they are. Everybody's got self-will. We asked God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this sick man How can I be helpful to him? God, save me from being angry. Thy will be done. You know what this is saying? This is saying I might have to pray for some of those people that I resent so damn bad. Bill said in his story, simple but not easy. A price has to be paid. And I may have to do some praying to get rid of some of these resentments. But if they're going to block me off from God, then I become willing to try to do something about them. Joe?
Okay, at this point, we lifted and analyzed those resentments. And we said analyze means to get down to the truth. As we read over those resentments and we see it's a process. It is a very positive process, by the way. Step 4 is a way to eliminate things, not just to list them. Now, once we get all these resentments down on this sheet, then we can read them across and for the first time see the true picture of each resentment. And the truth will set us free. Analyzing it and get to the truth will set us free from the lie. Just reading over these resentments after get us down will get rid of a lot of them. About 95% of them should leave us once we get them down on paper. See, we can't analyze them in our head. We can't see the truth. If we could see the truth of them, we wouldn't have had them in the first place. But now that we got them down on paper, we can read them across and see the truth of each resentment. Now, once we read these, we alcoholics are just like most people. I guess most people like us, but particularly we alcoholics, we think we have a little intelligence. And after we read these resentments over, about 95% of them look pretty double dumb when you read them. They don't look dumb in your head, but when you get them down on paper, they really look stupid. So most of them will leave you once you go, we don't know we're doing these things. But there are some that will stay, deep-seated resentments. And he says we use prayer on those. We have to pray to get rid of those deep-seated resentments. And if we can enter a relationship with God about these people and pray for them, there's no way we could show concern. Pray for God to help them the way we ask to do this. Pray for their well-being, showing concern for their lives, and at the same time resent them at the same time. That would relieve the resentment if we could do this, and it tells us exactly how to do this. If we turn back, we have a fine example we like to sometimes to use to show you an example of this. On page 551 in the back of the book in the story, Freedom from Bondage, there's a classic example of the use of prayer on a resentment. I think it's, you might want to use it in working with someone or yourself. Beginning on 3rd paragraph, she says, I've had many spiritual experiences since I've been in the program, many that I didn't recognize right away, for I'm slow to learn and they take many guises. But one was so outstanding I would like it passing on when I can and hope they will help someone else as it has me. As I said earlier, self-pity and resentment were my constant companions, and my inventory began to look like a 33-year diary, for I seemed to have a resemblance against everyone I had ever known. All but one responded to the treatment suggested the steps immediately, but this one posed a problem. In other words, when she inventoried, she got rid of all of them once she seen what she was doing except one, and it stayed. She said, it was against my mother. It was 25 years old. I had fed it and fed it and nurtured it as one mighty delicate child. It had become much a part of me as my breathing. It provided me with excuses for my lack of education, my marital failures, personal failures, inadequacy, and of course my alcoholism. And though I really thought I was willing to part with it, now I was reluctant to let it go. One morning, however, I was realized I had to get rid of it. My reprieve was running out, and if I didn't get rid of it, I was going to get drunk, and I didn't want to get drunk anymore. In my prayers that morning, I asked God to point out me some way to be free of this resentment. During the day, a friend of mine brought me some magazines to take to a hospital group I was interested in. And I looked through them, and a banner across the front of one featured an article by a prominent clergyman in which I caught the words, resentment. He said, in effect, if you have a resentment you want to be free of, if you pray for the person or thing that you resent, you will be free. If you would ask in prayers for everything you want for yourself to be given to them, you will be free. Ask for their health, their prosperity, their happiness, and you will be free. Even when you don't really want it for them and your prayers are only words and you don't mean it, go ahead and do it anyway. Do it every day for 2 weeks, and you will find that you have come to mean it and want it for them, and you will realize that where there used to be bitterness, resentment, and hatred, you will now feel compassionate, understanding, and love.
If you've got a resentment that you don't want to get rid of, for God's sake, don't pray about it, because if you do, you're going to lose it. I speak from past experience. I had one of those that I fully intended to carry with me all the way to the grave. I hated a guy with a purple passion, and I think I would gladly have put him away if I could have got by with it without having to go to penitentiary over it. And I got along to this stage of the recovery program, and this thing began to bug me. And I finally went to my sponsor and talked to him about it. And he said, Charlie, you got to get rid of that resentment. And I said, I don't want to get rid of this resentment. He said, that's beside the point. He said, if you don't, it's sooner or later it's going to cause you to drink. And I said, okay, tell me how to do it. And he said, let me show you. He took me to this thing that Joe just read. And he said, now you read that and you go home and you do what it says, and you'll lose that resentment. And I read it, and I went home and I got down on my knees, which I very seldom did then. And I said, God, I want you to give that son of a bitch everything he deserves. And that's the only prayer I had for him that day. I found myself 2 or 3 days later, though, saying something that I really did not intend to say. I found myself saying, God, give to him what I want in my life. Give him the peace of mind, the serenity and happiness that I seek for myself. And again, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days later, I don't really know when, I woke up one morning and that resentment was entirely gone. And it's never returned since then. And I think the irony in the situation is this. Today, that same guy is my next door neighbor. And we visit back and forth in each other's homes. We laugh and we cut up and we have good times together. Only because I was willing to do what my book told me to do. This thing really works. Now just think. By listing and analyzing these resentments, 95% of them disappeared because they really do look stupid on paper. You know, when we really see these things and see what's been going on with them and see what they're doing to us, 95% of them are going to go. The other 5% we can remove through prayer. You cannot pray for another individual and resent them at the same time. Prayer is the utmost expression of love. And you can't express love and resentment at the same time. I can be, if I wish, 100% free of these resentments. That display case that had been filled with that damaged and unsaleable items called resentments has now been emptied out. And God will not allow it to stay empty. He won't allow a vacuum in my head. If the resentments go, something has to replace it. And the only thing that can replace it is the opposite of the resentment. And I may find that that shelf is now filled with love, patience, tolerance, and goodwill toward my fellow man. And in that side of my head, I'm feeling good, and I'm in much less chance of taking a drink than I was before I started looking at resentments in the first place. Now, I never had to look at an asset. I looked at a damaged and unsaleable goods. I never had to read another book. I never did have to go find love, patience, and tolerance. If God dwells within me, then those things have been within me forever, but I've never been able to use them. In my chase for money, power, prestige, sex, and etc., all of those good things were repressed inside me to a subconscious level, and I've operated up here consciously and filled my head with resentments. But when those disappear, then God can begin to come to the surface. This is the most amazing thing that I have ever seen, and it is so simple that we complicated people tend to think it won't work. But don't knock it until you try it. And if these things disappear, then you're going to be free in that part of your head, and you're going to be in much less chance of drinking than you was before you did this process. But it would do me no good to get rid of them if I don't know how to keep them from coming back. Because the world's full of sick people, and tomorrow they're going to do it to me again. And if I let that fester into resentment, then I'll have another, and another, and another. And within a week or two, I'm a basket case all over again. Let's see now how we can keep them from coming back. We've emptied them out. Let's see how we can keep them out of there. Joe?
Okay, let's look at this fourth column. We got those three columns down. Referring to our list again. Putting out of our minds the wrongs others have done. Let's forget about that first or second column. We resolutely look for our own mistakes. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though the situation was not entirely our fault, it might not have been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person's involvement entirely. Where were we to blame? The inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrong honestly, and when we were willing to set these matters straight. So now we're going to, we have all these things down in that fourth column. He says, where were we selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? And when he mentions these character defects, what character defect did we have in each? Some character defect played a role in these resentment. What was going on wrong with us? What role did we play? Which part of our distorted character was involved in these resentments? You know, it appears, as we said in the first time we first started over here, it appears that they did these things to us for no reason whatsoever. But we're going to find out that once we look in this fourth column, that was because of one part of our character defect. We have done something to satisfy maybe ourselves with our instinct that hurt those people, and they retaliated against us. And we are resenting them to put the blame on them to cover up what we did. So a lot of times we just don't get no relief until we really look into that fourth column and look at ourselves and see what was going on with us. How were we involved in this resentment? And in most of all cases, we're going to see that we were involved in that resentment. It just was not their fault. No, I had a very bitter resentment against my mother-in-law, and I really hated that woman. I thought it was legal to hate your ex-mother-in-law. And I could just set up on a bar, God, and get to drinking. And a complete stranger come in and sat down beside me. I said, let me tell you what my mother-in-law did to me. You know, I had to share it with everybody I seen. I seen the man in the grocery store. I tell him, hey, man, let me tell you what she did. You know, I played that thing over and over, and I really resented that woman. Now, so I finally had to put her down, and they said to list it and analyze it. Well, putting her name down made me mad, just seeing it. That day I said, this ain't helping a bit. Then I said, well, what did she do? Well, she broke up my marriage. Oh, that made me, I'm getting worse now. I said, this ain't helping a bit. This is making it worse. Well, what part of self did she affect? Well, she wiped out my self-esteem. I lost a personal relationship. She destroyed my material security and my emotional security and wiped out my sex life. Boy, no wonder. And all my ambitions was messed up. So I really hated that woman. Boy, I'm telling you, I know. I said, well, I got a right to resent her. This is a justified resentment. Okay. So then he got over there and they said, okay, now, what did you do in that? Oh, nothing. Oh, no. I didn't do nothing. You know, oh, no, I was good, you know. She just come up and did it to me. And really, I think it was a little tricky thing where that's a resentment is very cunning, where it sneaks up on you. Really, truly, I hadn't ever done anything to her personally. But finally, I was able to look and see how I had treated her daughter and her grandkids. The people that was the hardest way, that was the closest thing to that woman. I didn't really hurt her, but I hurt something so close to her that she just retaliated to protect them. She didn't really hate me. She was doing this to protect them. And I'm beginning to look at that fourth column. Now, if I hadn't been so dishonest and so selfish and so self-seeking and so inconsiderate of those people, I would have never did what I done, and she would have never retaliated, so I would have never resented her. I started the whole thing. But that's one thing about a resentment. A resentment is a lie. A resentment is a way that you can transfer blame from yourself to other people. It's a cover-up job. And that's why I had to keep on resenting her so hard all those years, because I couldn't stand to look at myself for what I had done, and I was using her as a scapegoat. And that's usually what a resentment is. It's a lie. It's a scapegoat. It's a way to transfer responsibility from ourselves onto other people. But it ends up trapping you. It ends up as a trap. In every resentment, I found out that I was involved in some way when I looked at it. So sometime, we can get to the truth in the fourth column and finally be free of that resentment. So after I analyzed this out, I found that my mother-in-law was a person that came off of my resentment list. She was one of the people that I went on my amends list. Our book says we should be making out a list of people we have harmed while we are doing the inventory. Once we analyze these resentments, we're going to find out that some of these people we need to put on our list for step 8 and make amends to them in step 9. So this is why when we analyze, we will see this. We will spot these people while we're doing this process.
What's the exact nature of my wrong? Well, the resentment is the wrong. That's what blocks me off from God's will. But what's at the core of that resentment? That's what nature means.
Yeah.
What's the inherent characteristic of that resentment? What's within me that allowed that resentment to surface in the first place? Today I realize why I loved resentments. Because when I played those over in my head, they got worse and I got better. And you let me play it enough times, and finally they're the devil, and I'm just as pure as the driven snow. Now, I think as a practicing alcoholic, we have to develop those kind of skills. Because if we had to honestly face what's going on in our life when we're drinking, I don't think we could face it. But I don't have to face it when I can use a resentment and transfer blame from me to them and make me pure. Then I can go right on with my life and do whatever I want to, because I don't have to look at me that way. And when I did this and looked into that fourth column, every name on column 1, I had done something to them. They had retaliated against me. I had resented them and effectively, finally transferred all blame to them. I did not have a name on my sheet that I didn't start it in the first place. My wife's name was on here, Barbara. Why? She filed for divorce 3 times the last year I drank. Christ, she's spending more money on lawyers than I was on drinking and everything that goes along with that. What part of self is affected? Well, certainly my self-esteem, my personal relationship, my material emotional security, my sex life. And I really had it in for her until I looked in column 4. And I said, Charlie, disregard what she did. What part did you play in this thing? And if I hadn't been so selfish, I wouldn't have been out there doing some of those things that I was doing. And I got caught at them. And she retaliated against me. If I hadn't been so dishonest, I wouldn't have been lying to her and sneaking around behind her back. If I hadn't been so self-seeking and frightened, I would have been saying I'm getting close to 40, and if I'm ever going to get out there and get any of it, I better go do it now before I get too old. If I'd been more considerate of my wife and my children, I wouldn't have been doing those things in the first place. All she did was retaliate against me for something that I had been doing based on my own character defects. I had the Internal Revenue Service on this sheet. Why? Because, by God, they're finding me and they're trying to make me, they may put me in jail. What part of self is affected? Well, certainly self-esteem, certainly material security, and God, I hated their guts until I looked to see the part I played. And I found out that if I hadn't been so selfish and dishonest, I wouldn't have been cheating them on my damn income tax in the first place. And if I hadn't been cheating them, they wouldn't have come after me. You know, I look back in that part of my life today, and I'm amazed at how I used that stuff and covered up for it. Nobody ever put me in jail for writing good checks. Nobody ever arrested me for sober driving. Nobody ever come up to me and just knocked the hell out of me because they didn't like the way I looked. Every one of those, I put me in that position. This guy that I hated so bad, he and I went into partnership together. And one day he absconded with the funds. Now that's a threat to self-esteem, personal relationship, material security. And I really had it in for him till I looked in the fourth column. And if I hadn't been so selfish, I would never have gone to him to be my partner in the first place. He had something I needed. He had some money I didn't have. And he had some expertise I didn't have, and I used him. If I'd have been a little more considerate of him, if I'd have been a little more honest in the situation, I would never have put me in a position to have that happen to me. Now, that doesn't excuse him, but it shows me where I put me in that position. Now, those are the 4 basic character defects of all human beings in column 4. All others stem from those 4. And if I stay selfish, if I stay dishonest, if I stay self-seeking and frightened, if I stay inconsiderate, I'm going to keep right on doing those same things over and over and over. And people are going to retaliate against me, and I'm going to resent them, and that's going to block me off from God's will, and I'm going to end up drunk. See, that's the personality change in column 4. If I can get rid of some of that stuff and become less selfish, less dishonest, now I didn't say honest, less dishonest, less self-seeking and frightened, and less inconsiderate of other people, then I'm automatically going to quit doing some of those things that hurt people and cause them to retaliate. And I'm going to automatically start finding some peace of mind, serenity, and happiness in that era of my life. But if I don't change that 4th column, I don't stand a chance. Now, this is the first time I've ever honestly looked at me. Always before, it was them. I could tell you who they were and what they did, and I could tell you exactly why they did it. Except it never was the truth. For the first time, I see the truth of my resentments. Now just look at what we've accomplished here. Joe?
Once we have completed these resentments, we have analyzed them and got them out of our minds. By processing them, we see the truth about some of them. We get rid of those. We have prayed about the deep-seated resentments and got rid of those. And we have made a list of the things that really caused it in the first place. Those are the things we're going to go to work on those things in 5, 6, and 7. So, if we have done this, we have effectively removed these resentments process from our minds. And if we have done that, then we are carrying out the decision. Remember, we made a decision to turn our will and our lives to the care of God as we understand Him. Well, 1/3 of this has been removed, so 1/3 of that decision can be carried out. God can direct that area of our minds that were being directed by resentments. So we are carrying out the decision we made in step 3 as we do the inventory. We've also gathered some information that we're going to need for the rest of the steps. In the first column, Mr. John?
John?
In the first column, the top of this sheet is all step 4. That's what we're doing.
Write 4 up on top of that
Big
sheet.
4. This is step 4. Over in the 4th column, we'll have listed all the information we're going to need for steps 5, 6. The exact nature of the wrong is listed in the 4th column. The exact nature of the wrong is selfishness, dishonest, self-seeking, frightening, and inconsideration. That's where the resentment started. That's the exact nature of the resentment, the inherent characteristic. Those are the things we're willing to let go of in step 6. John, you can get it on. Got 5 on there? And 6. Help him, John.
You put them down on the column, John. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Way down there. Way down.
Way down there,
Yeah, down
yeah.
in there. 5,
5.
6.
Those are the things we're willing to let go of. And they are also the things we're going to ask God to remove. So those are things that are listed in the 4th column. Also, as we said, after we analyzed some of these names in column 1, just like my mother-in-law, I found out that her name was reserved for step 8 and 9. So some of the people in the first column are reserved for 8 and 9. So if we have worked step 4 according to the book, all on that one sheet as far as resentment is concerned, we have all the information for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 to carry out through the rest of the program. We have made a list of the people that we have harmed because of resentments. We have the things we are going to talk to another person, what we're willing to let go of, and what we're going to ask God to remove. So we have gathered all the information to process our resentments all the way through step 9.
As I sit here and look at this sheet, I realize I can't do anything about column 1. That's in the past. That happened days, weeks, months, or years ago. I can't change column 1. I can't really do anything about column 2. That's what they did in the past. I can't do anything about column 3. That's how I reacted to it. But I can sure do something about column 4 with God's help. And if I can do something with column 4 with God's help, then I no longer have to react as I did in column 3. I don't have to react with anger anymore. I don't care what they do to me, and I don't care who they are. If I can change column 4, I no longer have to react with anger and resentment. And I can live relatively free of that stuff for the rest of my life if I wish to. Now, nobody can do this for me. I have to do this with God's help. And we're going to see tomorrow where it doesn't make any difference whether we call it a wrong or a fault or a mistake or a shortcoming. Bill used these words interchangeably, and they all mean identically the same thing. These are the things that we find in step 4 that cause us to do those things, which results in resentments. Column 4 is the things we're going to talk to another human about. Column 4 is the things we're willing to get rid of after we see what they do to us. And column 4 is what we're going to ask God to take away. So we've laid it all out for step 4, 5, 6, and 7. Isn't this something? You all are going to be the most beautiful people in the world tomorrow morning, because you're going to take this sheet home and you're going to work on your resentments tonight, and you're going to get rid of every one of them, and you'll be resentment free in the morning. Won't that be great? Some of you are sitting there saying, well, Charlie, what about those that I didn't do anything myself? What about those that they did to me years ago when I was a kid growing up? Don't I have a right to resent them? Well, does that resentment block you off from God's will? Sure, you got a right to resent them if you want to, but if it blocks you off from God's will and causes you to get drunk, can you afford to have it?
What value is it?
Now, if you don't want to get rid of it, knowing what it'll do to you, then you better look at it real close. Because just like this lady in the book, you may be using it to justify not doing something you ought to be doing. She used it to justify her lack of education. Bull. She used it to justify her marital failure. Bull. She used it to justify her alcoholism. Bull. We may be using that resentment to justify doing things we really oughtn't to be doing. Now, it's very easy to say, well, if they hadn't done that to me and made me the way I am, then I wouldn't have to do that to them. Watch it carefully.
It's tricky.
Now, there's something going on in AA today that I think is very dangerous. Within the last few years, we've become, I don't know what to call it, therapy nuts. I talked to a guy the other day that's in AA, and he's got an alcoholism therapist. He's got a sex therapist. He's got a marriage counselor. And he's got 4 or 5 different therapists for each different problem. We're spending so much time trying to figure out, why didn't Mother and Daddy do that to us?
Psychodribble.
It really doesn't make any difference why Mother and Daddy did it to us. They did it. It's in the past, and we can't do anything to change that. Then we try to figure out, well, why did what they did to us make us the way we are? That's beside the point. We are that way. But we can change that with God's help. Instead of worrying about what they did and why we are the way we are, instead of trying to therapize ourselves, why don't we just do what the big book says and get rid of that resentment? It makes no difference. It makes no sense to let what they did to me 30 years ago that hurt us so bad keep hurting us today. We're doing it today. They did it then. We're doing it today. Now, the only reason I would hold on to that is because I'm using it for selfish reasons. I'm too dishonest to look at me and see the truth. I'm so frightened of turning loose of that, I don't know how to live without it. I'm so inconsiderate of those people that all I do is blame them and never try to consider that they're sick people also. You know, if I could turn loose of that and forgive them, maybe we could have a decent relationship, and maybe they would feel better also, and surely I would feel better. Let's don't psychoanalyze each other. Let's just do what the book says. Let's don't discuss the problems. Let's use the steps and get rid of the damn problems. There's no sense in letting the past control us today. There is a very simple way to get rid of that if we're willing to do it. Tomorrow morning we're going to talk about fears, and we're going to get into sex. Right now today we're both tired and we got a hell of a headache. We don't feel like fooling with sex right now. Let's get a good night's sleep and we'll have sex on Sunday morning, okay? Thank you, Bobby. My name is Charlie Parmley, and I'm a very grateful recovering alcoholic.
Hi, Charlie.
Because I'm a member of the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and by the grace of the power that I found in the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous, haven't found necessary to take a drink for 7,273 days today, one day at a time, and for this I'm very grateful. I didn't mean to imply when I said it'd just be Joe and I that it wouldn't be better if John was with us in December. We might even work that out before we're through and have John up there if we can get him to come. We're looking forward to that big book study also. We're going to move right into this thing this morning. We got quite a bit of territory to cover. And everybody's always asking the question, well, how are you going to get the rest of the steps done just in 2 or 3 hours? And the answer to that is we've already done most of the work. When we did step 4 yesterday, according to the big book, went through our resentments and could see all the different things we found out. And we could see where we've already laid the groundwork out for 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And it's not going to take us very long to go on through those steps this morning. We might very briefly review what we did yesterday on resentments. We took that sheet called a Review of Resentments, and on the first column we made a list of those people, institutions, and principles that we resented. And remember, we said we started from the top and worked to the bottom always. The key to that thing is top to bottom. In column 2, we listed the cause of the resentment. You know, what is it they did to us? Column 3, we put the part of self that's been affected or threatened by whatever they did. We couldn't be resentful, angry at another human being or an institution unless some way they threatened a part of our own basic instincts of life. It'll be a threat to the social instinct, security instinct, or sex instinct, which gets us upset. For the first time, we could see on paper how resentful we really were, how many resentments we had, how much they controlled our thinking. We could see that it wasn't the people we resented anyhow so much as what they did to us. And then finally we could see that it really wasn't what they did to us, it's our reaction based upon our own basic instincts of life which caused that resentment and that anger. Then in column 4 we looked to see the exact nature of it. And we found that each of us have within ourselves, within our personality, some character defects. And we found that due to selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, frightened, inconsiderate, we ourselves would do things to people. They in turn would retaliate and create pain for us. Then we would resent and play that over and over in our head, make them worse, make us better, and finally transfer all blame from ourselves to other human beings. Most of us are absolutely amazed when we look into that fourth column to see that the resentments we've been carrying so long really aren't the truth. We thought they were, but we had distorted them and transferred blame to other people. We could see in some cases where they did things to us that we ourselves didn't do anything to set the ball rolling, perhaps as a kid growing up. And we've carried that particular resentment with us all of our life. But seeing what that resentment will do to us, seeing that it will cause us to drink, if we're not ready to get rid of those resentments now, then we better look at them pretty close and see why we're still hanging on to them. If I wasn't so selfish, I could turn loose of that old resentment against mother or father or whoever it might be. If I was a little more honest with myself, I could truthfully look at it and see that I've been using it probably to rationalize things. If I wasn't so frightened, I wouldn't be afraid to face life without carrying that resentment around. If I considered those people more, chances are I could do something about that deal and straighten up the past and not only make myself feel better, but maybe them also. So we have a way that we can work on, we can list, analyze, we can get rid of resentments, and then through the changing of the old character in that fourth column, we can keep those resentments from coming back in the future. Now we need to say that we're not going to be 100% resentment free, because resentments do play a useful purpose in life. God didn't give us anything bad. You know, resentments make us kind of competitive with each other. If you do something to better yourself or better the neighborhood or anywhere, sometimes I resent that. But if I react to it right, it'll force me to do something which will better me too. For instance, if we're living in a neighborhood, the whole neighborhood's all run down, all the houses need painting, window panes broke out, everybody's house is the same, I don't pay attention to it, and I just sit on my front porch and rock and enjoy the situation. Now some idiot moves in across the street and buys that house. And he goes to the store and he buys paint and window panes and starts fixing it up, and I resent the hell out of that. I say, who in the hell is he moving in here screwing up the whole damn neighborhood? Now if I use that resentment right, it'll cause me to get up off of my rear, get some paint, window panes, and fix my house. And then my neighbor's going to resent me and he'll fix his house. And then after a while, God's got the whole neighborhood cleaned up like it ought to be. But an alcoholic won't use that resentment right anyhow. We'll sit there and rock, and 30 days later, we'll go over at midnight and burn his damn house down. We'll never be completely free of resentments, but we found a way to handle them and take care of them and get rid of them where they don't drive us and dominate us and control us like they used to. With the resentments gone, then God can direct that part of my mind. Joe?
Okay, now that we have made that decision, carrying out that decision as far as resentment is concerned, we move into the next manifestation. Remember we said that when we looked at what are the wrongs that come out of our basic instincts, we said one was resentment, which is wrong judgment. Then the second we talked about, the second manifestation, he doesn't say second, he just calls the resentment first, and then he puts the next one next, so I guess it's second. We talk about fear, and we said that was wrong believing. And we want to, if it's wrong believing, we want to analyze it and see where it's wrong and get down to the truth and get rid of that wrong believing or that fear. And it begins into that on bottom page 67. Notice the word fear is bracketed along with the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, the employee, and the wife. This short word somehow touches almost every aspect of our lives. It was an evil cording thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? You know, we don't look this way, but we're going to find out after we analyze our fears that we started the whole thing. It began with some basic instinct out of control. Sometimes we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. It causes more trouble. Now we're going to use the same process, and I think that this is why we took so much time on resentments, learning how to do this inventory process. Now now that we've learned that, we're going to repeat that on our fears. We reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentments in connection with them. In the first column, we list from top to bottom all of our fears. Never going across, and that's a bad habit because everything else we learned to do that way. But this way, we go up and down the column, listing all of our fears, whatever they might be.
Many people say, well, we don't have very many fears. We men, you know, we kind of like to consider ourselves as macho and we're tough. But we're not talking so much about physical fear anyhow as all those fears that we have in our minds, and we've all got them. You know, we're all afraid of what other people think of us. Yeah. We have fears connected with our jobs. Yeah. We have fears connected with our government. We have fears connected with our spouses. We have fears connected with our children. And we could just sit here and name fear after fear after fear after fear that we have. And all we got to do in column 1 is just make a list of those fears. Yeah. Column 2, why do I have the fear? Now, this is not an attempt to psychoanalyze ourselves. You know, I'm not going to say the reason I'm afraid of the dark is because Mother didn't change my diapers right when I was a year old. Some fears we're supposed to have. Fear is like resentment. It plays a useful part in life if it's handled right. Fear brings caution. You know, I'm supposed to be afraid of the dark to a certain extent because I don't have headlights and I can't see at night. And fear brings caution. But if it keeps me from going outside at night, then it's completely out of hand. I'm supposed to be afraid of heights because I don't have wings and I can't fly. That brings caution. But if it keeps me from riding in an elevator, then it's completely out of hand. Most fears that I have, if I'll carefully examine them, I'll find that probably I myself did something to set the ball rolling and create the fear in the first place. For instance, I had my wife Barbara on the resentment sheet. I've also got her on the fear sheet. Why? Because if she ever really does find out all I was doing 20 years ago, she's probably going to file for divorce again. I had the Internal Revenue Service on the resentment sheet. I've also got them on the fear sheet. Why? Because if they really catch me, they're going to throw me in jail. That's why. And most of my fears, I myself have done something to put those things in motion. All we got to do is list why do we have it. Column 3, what part of self is affected? I can't be afraid unless there's some threat to one of those 3 basic instincts of life. Yeah. Bill says one of our great problems is the continual fear that we're going to lose something we've already got, or we're not going to get something that we really want. And those all stem from the basic instincts of life, just like resentments did. 4th column, what's the exact nature of that fear? If I wasn't so selfish, I wouldn't be putting myself in positions where I have to feel fear all the time. If I wasn't so dishonest, I wouldn't be cheating Internal Revenue Service in the first place, and I wouldn't have to worry about them putting me in jail. If I wasn't so self-seeking and frightened, I wouldn't be scared to death all the time I'm going to lose something I've got or not get what I want. If I was more considerate of other people, I wouldn't be putting myself in positions where I have to fear what they're going to do if and when they find out what I've been doing. I find the same basic character defects in column 4 that I found for resentments. Now, if I don't change those things in column 4, then there's no way that I'm going to have any peace of mind, serenity, and happiness. I'm going to keep doing the same things I've always done. I'm going to continue to feel that fear, and I'm going to rob myself of any peace of mind and block me off from God's will. You have the same instructions on page 68 for reviewing fears that you had for resentments, just worded a little bit differently, that's all. I think we'll find with fear the same as resentments. When you put them on paper and analyze them and see the truth of them, they look stupid. They really do look stupid on paper. And we fancy ourselves as reasonably intelligent people, and we don't like to look stupid. And about 95% of these fears are going to disappear when we put them on paper and analyze them and see the truth about them. The remaining 5%, we're going to use prayer to handle them just like we used it to handle resentments. We're always hearing about the step 3 prayer, the step 7 prayer. You never hear about the step 4 prayer. We've already seen prayer once in step 4. Let's look at it again in these fears.
Okay, we have a prayer for fear, for those deep-rooted fears. We never apologize for anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think spirituality is a way of weakness. Paradox is a way of strength. The verdict of ages is faith meaning courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. They never apologize for God. Instead, they let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. Now we have the fear prayer. We asked Him to remove our fears and direct our attention to what He would have us be. At once, we commenced to outgrow fear. You know, there's no way that you can enter into a relationship or communion with God about a particular thing and at the same time have fear about it. No, if we continue to, he said at once, if we do this at once, we begin to outgrow fear. So we have done this, listed and analyzed our fears. We will have gotten down to truth and gotten rid of about 95% of them. And then if we use this, we could have removed the rest of them. So what we're actually doing again is carrying out the decision in step 3. You know, we're moving things that blocked us from that decision. And if we have done this, then God can now control and direct this area of our minds that we've been directed by fear. If our mind is being controlled by fear, then our mind is being directed to whatever we fear, and there's no way God can direct that mind. By using this process, we have removed those fears, and now God can carry out directions in this area of our mind that was being dominated by other things. We've also went through the list and done the same thing we've accomplished on that fear sheet. John, got a pen? No.
John don't have a pencil.
John don't have a pencil. We have accomplished the same thing that, I have to get them on the ball. I don't know these guys, what they're doing up here. They've been talking all morning, make arrangements. I don't know what they've been talking about. They ain't got nothing.
At least we had the pencil.
Okay, this is again step 4 in the middle. Put step 4 at the top, John. As far as fear is concerned. Now, over in the 4th column, we have all the information regarding our fears for step 5. The exact nature of the fears is our selfishness, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened. This is where it began. And we're willing to let go of that in step 6. And we're going to ask God to remove those things in step 7. We also found out that once we listed and analyzed these things, some of the people in the 1st column and situations and institutions that we fear, the reason we fear them, we had done something to them. And the only way to get over that is to make amends to them. So we are making out the list throughout this process for step 8 and 9. So some of those people we found out in the 1st column go on the list for step 8 and step 9. So we have all the information we need for fears on this one sheet for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All the information we're going to need for the rest of the program.
Be prepared to be amazed that many of the same names that appeared on a resentment sheet will also appear on the fear sheet. Barbara was on both sheets. The Internal Revenue Service was on both sheets. The police department was on both sheets, and on and on and on. Many of them will appear on both sheets. Now, that little file cabinet that I had over here yesterday that was filled with fear has now been emptied out. That damaged and unsaleable goods has been removed. 95% disappeared through the inventory process. The other 5% has disappeared through prayer. Now, God will not allow a vacuum or a void in my head. That file cabinet will now have to be filled with saleable goods, and it will be the opposite of the fear, which will be courage. And I'm going to find myself able to do many things that I was afraid to try to do before. You know, a lot of us would like to go back to school, for instance. And many of us will never do that because of fear. We're afraid we can't compete. We're afraid we'll fail. We're afraid we'll be embarrassed by it. So that fear keeps us from doing something we would really like to do. Also, sometimes fear keeps us doing things that we really shouldn't be doing. And we'll use our fear just like we used a resentment to rationalize and say, well, you know, if the circumstances were different, I wouldn't have to go do this. We find that we have courage, and we can automatically begin to do things we were afraid to do and quit doing things we were afraid not to do, and we find that automatically we begin to build our self-esteem and we feel better. And I'll have peace of mind and serenity and happiness in that area of my mind where before it was blocked out by fear and the things resulting from fear. 2/3 of my head now has peace of mind, serenity, and happiness, and I'm in a lot less chance of taking a drink than I was before I started the inventory process. Joe?
Now we come to the third area. How about sex? You know, this is one way that we can harm people very deeply. Many of us need overhauling there. We always look at this and tell everybody, don't tell you older fellas, don't get your hopes up. We're not going to be talking about physical sex. We're talking about emotional sex. I was telling the guy before we got started on this, a guy asked me some time ago, said, how come Charlie knows so much about sex? I said, he's got a good memory.
I refresh it every once in a while, too. We're going to find that sex with we human beings is different than it is with the rest of the animals on the face of the earth. You know, they have a sex urge also. And they have to have that in order to reproduce themselves, just like we have to have it to reproduce ourselves. But the difference between them and us is that they do not become emotionally involved in sex. You see, they don't think and they don't reason and they can't make decisions. When it's time for them to have sex, God determines that time. A certain time of the month or the year, depending on what the species might be. He usually signifies that time by some physical change in the female of the species. The male will sense it, and he'll prepare himself. The two join together, and it's kind of like bang, bang, thank you, ma'am. And when it's over, they go their separate ways. Now, they didn't think about doing it before they did it, and they don't think about doing it while they're doing it, and they don't think about doing it when they're through with it, and they don't have any choices as to who they're going to do it with, where they're going to do it, how many times they're going to do it, or what position they're going to do it in.
Just do it.
Now, since they are not emotionally involved in it, I have never seen a cow on a psychiatrist's couch talking about sexual dysfunction. They just don't have any problems in that area. But we human beings can think about it. You know, we can make decisions about it. We can decide when we're going to do it. We can do it anytime we want to, day or night. any day of the week, any week of the month, any month of the year. We can determine who we're going to do it with. And we can determine whether we're going to do it with one or more. We can determine how many times we're going to do it, providing we can physically do so. And we can determine what position we're going to do it in. You know, the rest of the animals just have one position, period. They tell me we've got something like 64 different positions. I don't know what the hell they are. 3 is about all I've ever been able to do, but they tell me there's some 64 we could get into. Now, I think the sex troubles for the human race come not from the sex act itself, but it comes from right up here, how we think about sex, and our emotions that become involved in sex. Our book is going to give us a way to look at our past sex life and see if perhaps that has been hurting other human beings, and see if perhaps it's been making us more restless and discontented. And it's going to give us a way to determine a sex life for the future that maybe we can live with some peace of mind and contentment, and maybe not end up hurting a bunch of people. Let's see what it says about it. Now, about sex, many of us needed an overhauling there, but above all, we tried to be sensible on this question. It's so easy to get way off the track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes perhaps. One set of voices cry that sex is a lust of our lower nature, a base necessity of procreation. And you and I have heard that set of voices all of our life. They're the ones that say that sex is a dirty thing, and you ought to do it at one time in one position with one person only, and the only reason to do it is to reproduce the human race, and to enjoy it is a sinful thing. And I've heard them over and over all my life. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage. You think that most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we do not have enough of it, or that it isn't the right kind. We hear those voices today also. And they say you ought to be able to do sex anytime you want to, anywhere you want to, in any position where you want to, with as many people as you want to, and you ought to be able to enjoy it every time. And if you don't, there's probably something wrong with you. You know, today we might call that the sexual revolution. Main thing I see wrong with it, it happened about 20 years too late for me to participate in. One school would allow man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. We want to stay out of this controversy. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. What can we do about them? And I read that with great relief, because I knew that this book was getting ready to condemn me for what I had been in the past, and I knew it was getting ready to tell me what I was going to have to do in the future, and I'd already made up my mind I wasn't going to pay any attention to it at all. And I was surprised when it said, we're going to stay out of this kind of controversy. We're not going to try to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. You know, this book is written to match and help any alcoholic or any other person with an obsession, really, anywhere in the world, period. And if it began to draw lines on what we can and cannot do in the sexual area, then surely it would begin to alienate people. You know, what's acceptable sex in one part of the world may not be acceptable at all in another part of the world. So rather than try to draw lines and make a moral issue of it, the book is going to give me a way to look at my own sex life and make my own decisions. We reviewed our own conduct over the years past. Now here's your same set of instructions to look at your sex life as we had to look at resentments and that we have to look at fears. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? We got this all down on paper and looked at it. So we have another sheet called a review of our sex conduct. Column 1, we make a list of those that we have harmed in that area. And I don't think we need to go into it in any great detail. I doubt if any of us have ever hurt another person in a sexual area that we don't know it. There are lots of ways we do that. We can do it by committing adultery. Maybe I hurt my spouse when I do that. If I've got children in the home and it creates a problem there, I've surely hurt my children by that same act. If the lady I have sex with outside of marriage, if it becomes public knowledge, I've probably hurt her also. If she's married and her husband finds out, I've hurt him. And if they got children in their home, I probably hurt them. Sometimes we hurt people in the sexual area by simply demanding more than our fair share of sex. Maybe we have a partner and we have a relationship, and they don't want to do it as much as we want to, and we selfishly demand that they go ahead and have sex with us even though they may not want to. Surely we create some pain and suffering for them when we do so. Or maybe we take the other tact and we become callous and cold, and we're in a relationship and we don't give sex as much as we should. And maybe we hurt another human being simply by withholding sex. Or maybe we demand they do it in positions they don't want to. And maybe when we do so, we create for them not only emotional pain, but actual physical pain. Many ways we hurt people in the sexual area. Maybe we haven't even done anything wrong, but I think most of us have probably deliberately created some jealousy and suspicion in another human being. Maybe our partner's not paying any attention to us, and we will deliberately set up a situation to create jealousy and suspicion in their minds so they in turn will pay attention to us. And sometimes we carry that a little bit too far, and we get involved in things we really didn't intend to in the first place. I think we all know who we've hurt and what we've done, and if so, we make a list of their names. Column 2, what did I do? Very simple. Column 3, which part of self caused me to do that? Now, I think this is probably the most revealing thing in the sex area that we can possibly run into. You know, God gave us the urge to have sex, and He made it pleasurable so that we would do so, because without sex we can't reproduce. So He intended for us to have sex to reproduce, and He intended for us to enjoy sex when we have it. Now, if we are using it for other purposes, though, we're probably using it for something God didn't intend for it to be used for. We're going to find, I think, that most of the sexual misconduct is caused not by the sex instinct, but probably by the social and the security instinct. Well, I think once in a great while, maybe to get the physical release and the emotional gratification that comes with sex, we do something wrong in the sexual area because of the sex instinct. But I think we'll find that in most cases that isn't true. For instance, we boys, as we grew up, we learned at a very early age that you could use sex to build your self-esteem. After all, the more members of the opposite sex you can attract to yourself, the greater man you really are. And we call that John Wayneism. I don't know what you girls called it, but some of you tell me you had the same difficulty and you used sex for the same reasons, to build your self-esteem and build your ego. Sometimes we use sex to buy emotional security. Maybe we're just lonesome, and maybe we just want another human being to pay attention to us. And we found out a long time ago we can give sex and buy back a personal relationship and buy back emotional security. Well, now, if that's what we're using it for, that's not to reproduce, nor to enjoy, but to fulfill the other basic instincts of life. Sometimes we use sex to buy material security. Maybe we're in a sexual situation we'd really rather not even be in, but we become so overly dependent on another human being for our material security, we give sex and buy back material security. Now, that's not to enjoy or to reproduce. That's to fulfill the security instinct. Sometimes we use sex to get even with another human being. Oh yeah, we're in a relationship and our partner goes out and does something they shouldn't do, and we find out about it and it infuriates the hell out of us, and we say, we'll show them, and we'll go do the same damn thing. And the fallacy in that usually is that we can't afford to tell them we did it after we've done it. But there, we didn't use sex to reproduce or to enjoy. We used it to get even with another human being. Sometimes we use sex to force our will on another human being. Yeah, they're not doing what we think they ought to, and we say, well, we'll show them. We'll just cut them off at the pass, and we won't let them have any until they come around to our way of thinking. Now, we boys aren't too good at that. We only last about 3 days. But you girls have honed it to perfection. You know exactly how to do that, and I don't blame you. I'd use it for that, too, if I could get by with it. But there, we're not using sex to reproduce or to enjoy. We're using sex to force our will on another human being. I think if we carefully examine this, we're going to be amazed by what we've been doing with sex. And when I did this, 2 things happened for me almost immediately. First, a lot of guilt began to disappear. You see, I thought I was just a dirty, filthy old man. But I found out that isn't true at all. I'm a sick human being like all human beings, and I use sex to fulfill the other 2 basic instincts of life, not because I'm bad, but because I needed that to build my self-esteem and etc. And as soon as that guilt began to disappear, and as soon as I saw what I had been using sex for, then the desire to go do sex in those situations became less and less and less. You know, it looked kind of ridiculous to me when I finally saw what I was using it for. You see, I always thought I was oversexed. No, I'm not oversexed, I'm undersecure. And when I found out that's what I'm using sex for, then I found I didn't need to go do that stuff as much as I used to. A lot of that restlessness and irritability and discontent associated with sex became less and less. You know, this is one of the most revealing things that I think we can do as a human being, to look at our sex life and see what we've been doing with it. In this way, we might be able to get a new ideal for our future sex life and quit hurting people with it and begin to live with it without so much restlessness, irritability, and discontent. Column 4, what's the exact nature of the wrong? The sexual harm I did is the wrong, but what's the nature of it? Same basic instincts. If I wasn't so selfish, so dishonest, so frightened, so inconsiderate, I wouldn't need to do that stuff in the first place. If I can change that old character in the 4th row, then maybe I can start living with this in the future with a little bit of peace of mind. Joe?
In this way, we try to shape a sane and sound idea of our future sex life. We subject each relationship to the test, was it selfish or not? We ask God to mold our ideas and help us live up to them. We see prayer throughout here. I think there are about 3 prayers throughout this sex part. Remember always that our sex powers are God-given and therefore good, neither to use lightly, to selfishly, or despise our lot. Whatever our ideas turn out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. We must be willing to make amends where we have done harm, provided we do not bring about still more harm in doing so. And we see him now relating to step 9, when to do so would injure them or others. In other words, we treat sex as any other problem. In meditation, we ask God what we should do in each specific matter. The right answer will come if we want it, and we see more prayer. God alone can judge our sex situation. Counsel with other persons is often desirable, but we let God be the final judge. We realize that some people are fanatical about sex and others are loose. We avoid hysteria thinking our advice. And I think here we have to be very careful, because he says here that, you know, we don't know who we're talking to. You know, that's one thing about around AA. I like what Willis says, we get a lot of, they say we share our experience, strength, and hope. And a lot of us have added advice too. You can get a lot of advice around AA. And if you want to do something, if you talk to enough people, you'll find somebody to agree with you. But it says here we avoid that advice in this area of our life. And I think we should, you know. I think if we'll listen to our inner selves. You know, I've never been in a sexual situation that was wrong in my life that I didn't know it was wrong. You know, it says follow that. Let that be the final judge. And avoid other people because we don't know which one we're talking to. Suppose we fall short of the chosen idea and stumble. Does this mean we're going to get drunk? Some people tell us so, but this is only half true. It depends upon our motives. If we're sorry for what we have done and have an honest desire to let God take us to better things, we believe we'll be forgiven and learned our lesson. We may make some mistakes with this. But if we're not sorry and our conduct continues to harm others, we're quite sure to drink. We are not theorizing. These are facts of our experience. You know, if it's going to harm another person, it's usually going to get us in trouble. To sum up about sex, we earnestly pray, we see more prayer, for the right idea, for guidance in each questionable situation, for our sanity and strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves harder into helping others. We think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperious urge when the yield would mean heartache. And then he tells us, you know, one of the ultimate weapons of escape from self is work with another alcoholic. It seems like this is the only way we can get out of self. We get so involved in his life that we get out of self and God can work in our lives. So this can be used on any problem, but particularly we have in our lives. And now he's going to review all this work and summarizing what we have done, the same thing here on sex that we have completed for the resentments and fear. If we have completed this sex sheet and we have the same information as step 4.
John, step 4.
Step 4 on top of it, John. This is, as far as sex, this is step 4. We also have the exact nature of our sexual harms are listed in the 4th column. The exact nature of our sexual harms was our selfishness and our dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened, and inconsiderate personality. This was the root cause of it. These are the things we're willing to let go of in step 6.
Put 5, 6, and 7.
And the things we're going to ask God to remove in 7. Over in the 1st column, quite naturally, we have a list of people we have harmed. We're going to add this to the list of the people we harmed through resentments, and the list we harmed the people through fears. Now, what we need to do is go on and continue, even though it has nothing to do with sex. Any other way you harmed anyone else. Put their name at the bottom of one of these sheets. Who did you harm? You know, if you stole from them or whatever you did, it has nothing to do with sex. Put it on one of those harm sheets. Put down what you did.
Thank you.
Put down who you hurt. Put down what you did to them. And then look and see which part of self caused you to do it. And then look and see which character defect was involved in that action. Now, the reason he's asking us to make out this list of the people we have harmed and analyze it in step 4. The reason we're asked to do that, if you make that list out and analyze it and see what was involved and how you did it, it makes it easier for you to make amends when you see how you are involved in that. When you don't see how you are, what part of your character was involved in what caused it, it's pretty hard. It makes it a hollow thing. It makes it hard for you to make amends. This is why you're asked to make out the list for step 8 while you're doing the inventory. So let's complete all of that list and set that aside, and we'll be ready for step 8 and prepared when we get there.
I think we're going to be amazed again that the same names in many cases keep popping up on all 3 sheets. Barbara was on all 3 sheets. Internal Revenue Service was on all 3 sheets. You know, I resented them and I feared them, and I gave them a pretty good screwing before I got through with it. I better quit saying that. They'll put me in jail for that someday. But this is amazing. It's absolutely amazing what we're going to find as we fill these 3 sheets out. If we've been thorough about our personal inventory, we've written down a lot. We've listed and analyzed our resentments. We've begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. Now, it doesn't say so, but we've listed and analyzed our fears and our sex harms and also the harms we've done in any other way.
Yeah, we done missed it all.
Now, let's look at the results of this. We've commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies. Now that is a real change for an alcoholic. It's to start learning a little tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies. For we look on them as sick people. We have listed the people we've hurt by our conduct, and we're willing to straighten out the past if we can. In this book you read again and again that faith did for us what we cannot do for ourselves. We hope you're convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from Him. If you've already made a decision,
Step 3.
and an inventory of your grosser handicaps,
Step 4.
you have made a good beginning. That being so, you swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. Your grosser handicaps. I think the greatest failing in AA today is that everybody's waiting until they can do step 4 perfect before they do it. And what they're saying is, we're going to get well and then do step 4. And it don't work that way. We do step 4 in order to get well. And the grosser handicaps, that's resentment, that's fear, that's harms done to other people, that's selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate character. Most of our troubles will stem from that area. Now this is so simple that many of us today who have been used to therapy and used to psychiatrists say, well, this couldn't possibly work. But as I look back through my life, I fully realize today I have never had an emotional problem that didn't center around one of 3 things. I was either madder than hell about somebody about something, I was scared to death about something, or I'd done something to hurt another human being. And as I project into the future, I don't think I'll ever have an emotional problem that won't center on one of those 3 things. I'm going to be mad at somebody because they're not doing what I want them to do. I'm going to be scared to death about something, or I will have done something to hurt another human being. Now, I can't do those things unless selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsideration comes back into my life. I think this inventory is 100% complete. I found for me that is absolutely true. Joe?
But I also like to notice here after step 4, it says we're going to learn tolerance, patience, goodwill toward all men, even our enemies. And we have to be, if we will carefully look through the steps that we've been through, 1, 2, 3, we will notice that we said we was going to have a personality change as a result of these steps. Well, we didn't get anything out of 1 and 2. They just showed us where we were. 3 was just a decision. We didn't do anything. Now, this is the first step of action. And it's indicates the first personality change. We have learned a little love, tolerance, and patience, and goodwill toward our enemies. Now, we're going to notice from now on out, through taking these action steps, the personality change, a little bit's going to come as a result of each step. But the first personality change comes after step 4. Step 4 is a very positive step. It's not a negative thing. It's a very cleansing thing. And it really prepares us for all the rest of the steps. We have now gathered all the information we need for 5, 6, and 7, 8, and 9. And then we're going to find out when we get in 10, it really sets us up for step 10. It's very hard to work step 10 effectively unless you've had a good, solid inventory.
Page 72, chapter 6, into action.
You want to do 551? Okay. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
69.
Yeah. 69. You forgot.
Yeah, Joe reminded me of a story. It won't take but a moment. Again, it's about a young lady. She'd been in AA about 90 days. She went to her sponsor and said, "Sponsor, I'm having a hell of a hard time in the sex area." Her sponsor said, "Oh, what seems to be the problem?" And she said, "Well, I don't know anything about this sober. Said anything I've ever done in this area or tried to attract a man or anything else has always been when I'm drinking, and I just don't know how to function sober at all. Could you help me?" And she said, "Well, yeah, I believe I could." She said, "What you need to do is go home and get your big book out and read page 69. And she said, on page 69, you would find the answers to any sexual problem you might have. So the young lady went home and got out her big book and proceeded to read, but she got confused on page numbers. Instead of page 69, she read page 96. Just for the hell of it, won't you go to 96 and see what she read? If you're in the mood to laugh, and if you're not too self-righteous, you ought to find a little root humor there. Page 72. Having made our personal inventory, what shall we do about it? We've been trying to get a new attitude, a new relationship with our Creator, and to discover the obstacles in our path. We have admitted certain defects. We have ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. We've put our finger on the weak items in our personal inventory. Now these are about to be cast out. We've been looking for weak items. We haven't looked for assets. We haven't looked for the good products. We've looked for those damaged and unsaleable items. This requires action on our part, which when completed will mean that we've admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. This brings us to the fifth step in the program of recovery mentioned in the preceding chapter. Again, we must stop and look at words. Step 5 says we admitted to God, to ourselves, and another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. But if you'll notice here in the narrative on step 5, he doesn't use the word wrongs, he uses the word defects of character. And people always ask Bill about this. In fact, they would say to Bill, "How come you got wrongs in 5, defects in 6, and shortcomings in 7? What's the difference?" And Bill would always say, "There's no difference in them at all. But when I took English and writing courses in college, they told me not to use the same words over and over. Shows how dumb you are." He said, we find those things in 4 that block us off from God. We talk about those things to another human being in step 5. We become willing to have God take them away in step 6, and we ask Him to take them away in step 7. And He said, it really doesn't make any difference what you call them. A fault, a mistake, a shortcoming, a defect, a wrong, a personality trait, whatever you want to. Now, if we watch Him in the next 2 or 3 pages, we're going to see Him doing exactly this, using these words interchangeably, paying no attention to where they fall. And this is the first indicator of it here. In step 5, He's talking about defects, not wrongs. This is perhaps difficult, especially discussing our defects with another person. We think we've done well enough in admitting these things to ourselves. There's doubt about that. In actual practice, we usually find a solitary self-appraisal insufficient. Many of us thought it necessary to go much further. We'll be more reconciled to discussing ourselves with another person when we see good reasons why we should do so. The best reason first, if we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. And that's about as good a reason as I can think of. But in the next 2 pages, he explains why that's true. Over on page 73, second paragraph, more than most people, the alcoholic leads a double life. He's very much the actor. To the outer world, he presents his stage character. This is the one he likes his fellows to see. He wants to enjoy a certain reputation, but knows in his heart he doesn't deserve it. The inconsistency is made worse by the things he does on his sprees. Coming to his senses, he's revolted at certain episodes he vaguely remembers. These memories are a nightmare. He trembles to think someone might have observed him. As fast as he can, he pushes these memories far inside himself. He hopes they will never see the light of day. He is under constant fear and tension, and that makes for more drinking. Psychologists are inclined to agree with us. We have spent thousands of dollars for examinations. We know but few instances where we've given these doctors a fair break. We have seldom told the whole truth, nor have we followed their advice. Unwilling to be honest with these sympathetic men, we were honest with no one else. You know, it really doesn't make any sense, but we alcoholics will go to a psychiatrist, pay them $100 an hour, lay down on the couch, and lie to them the whole hour we're laying there. You know, those things that we do when drinking, we don't want anybody else to know about that. We don't want to look at it again. We push it inside ourselves and repress it, hope it'll never come to the surface. We saw what we did with resentments. We use them to transfer blame from ourselves to another human being. Let's face it, we have become the world's greatest con artist. If you're a good practicing alcoholic, you've got to develop those kind of skills or you can't live. If you can't lie and cheat and manipulate and con people, there's no way you can really be a good practicing alcoholic. Now, I think the one you got to con the most is yourself. I don't believe we could live with ourselves if we had to honestly see and face those things. But we don't have to do that because we have learned how to transfer that blame to people, places, and things. Now, when I take step 4, I have done the best I can to be honest with me, but there's no way I can be honest with me. I can be honest to the best of my ability, which in many times is not very good. I need to take my step 4 and go at another human being who's walked this walk before me, who knows what I'm trying to do, and let them help me see my character defects. And I was amazed at this. And in one case I said, this is caused by the sex instinct. He said, oh, no. You're just trying to build your self-esteem here. And I said, this one was caused by fear. And he said, oh, no, this is plain damn dishonesty. He helped me see things I couldn't see. You know, I know confession is good for the soul, but I also know I need to find out all I can about me. And another human being can look at this honestly. I can't. You know, I don't even trust me today. I am perfectly capable of walking by you, and if you've got a $100 bill sticking out of your pocket, I can steal it. And by the time I get to the back door, I've figured out a reason for doing it. By the time I'm through the back door, I figured out how I've done you a favor by taking your $100 bill from you. You know, oh, God, we're great at this kind of stuff. I think I need another human being to help me see what my character defects really are.
Okay, page 74. We won't go through this one today, but time. But this page was in there to really tell them how to select someone to take step 5 with. Remember, in the early days when this book was written, it's been unchanged. It didn't say go to your sponsor, because when the book first came out, it wasn't any sponsors. So it was a complete book, and this told them how to do this, to find someone to do this with. Then over on page 75, he tells us how to do this. When we have decided who is to hear our story, we waste no time. We have a written inventory. We have all our inventory down. We are prepared for a long talk. We explain our partner what we're about to do and why we have to do it. He should realize that we are engaged on a life and death errand. Most people approach in this way We'll be glad to help there, be honored by our confidence. We pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Once we have taken this step, after we get, this is the results. Withholding nothing, he says, we are delighted. We can look the world in the eye. We can be alone at perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. The feeling that the drink problem has disappeared will often come strongly. We feel we're on a broad highway walking hand in hand with the universe. Now we look at, as we said, as the results come after the steps. We talked about the results that came after step 4, and this is even a greater results after step 5, because we put still more action. It takes more work in 5. And we didn't get anything out of 1, 2, and really 3 was just the beginning. The personality change began at step 4, and now at step 5 we got more personality change. It all was so sad that at step 2 we had certain spiritual beliefs. We came to believe at step 2. But it's after the spiritual experience begins after step 5, not after step 3. I thought you just make a decision and it begins. But it begins after you put some work into it. So once we have gotten this result, then he says, returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour. He gives us a little rest. He didn't say 38 days, though. He said 1 hour. Carefully reviewing what we have done. We thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better. We know God better. Taking this book down from our shelves, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals. We asked if we omitted anything, for we were building an arch through which we shall walk a free man at last. As our work solid so far are the stones properly in place, have we skimped on the cement put in the foundation, have we tried to make mortar without sand. Now once we go back and review, and he says we take a look at the 12 steps and we review the first 5. And then, he uses that same little picture he's been using since the beginning of the book. Remember when he said step 1, wilderness was the foundation. Then he said believing was the cornerstone. And he said step 3 was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch to which we pass to freedom. And then we come in now, we put in 2 more stones. We'll put in step 4 and step 5. He said review and see if they're in place, because we're building an arch through which we're going to pass to freedom. And if we answer to our satisfaction, if they're in place, then we can go on with step 6.
I think we'll find there's nothing negative about any of these steps. See, we're building this wonderfully effective spiritual structure, which we could see was the personality change sufficient to recover the spiritual experience. And we're making those changes as we progress through the book. At the end of step 5, we are not what we were at the beginning of step 4. Changes are already taking place. Page 76. If we can answer our satisfaction, we then look at step 6. We have emphasized willingness as being indispensable. Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things which we have admitted are objectionable? Can He now take them all, every one? If we still cling to something we will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing. Now that's all of step 6. And it didn't say anything in there at all about defects character. It said those things which we have admitted are objectionable. Now surely in step 4 and through step 5, we could see that old character out there in column 4, that old selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, and inconsiderate character. And we could see that's what keeps us doing those things that creates harm for other people, and how they retaliate and create pain and suffering for us, and how it creates fear and guilt and remorse within us even if they don't catch us at it. Surely by now that old character has become objectionable to us. And if it's not, then the book says we ask God to help us be willing to get rid of that old character. The book recognizes all the way through that self cannot overcome self. Every step has prayer in it. A prayer dealing with the fact that we're going to have God's help in each case. Now let's face it. If you've been living selfish, dishonest, inconsiderate, frightened all your life, you don't know what another kind of life would be. And here we're faced with the idea of changing. Well, if I get rid of selfishness, how am I going to get what I want? If I get rid of dishonesty, how am I going to make a living? If I get rid of that self-seeking, frightened nature, then I've got to give up all those things that I've used to rationalize and make excuses for. How in the world can you be happy considering other people first rather than yourself first? And many of us would rather stay in today's pain than take the chance on changing in the future to something that we don't know anything about. And sometimes it's very difficult to be willing to get rid of these things. I remember going to my sponsor and I said, if God takes away all my character defects, I won't have any personality left at all. And he said, you're about 100% right. He said, what you don't realize is that God's not going to leave a hole in your head. That if a character defect leaves you, it will have to be replaced with the opposite. And he said, if you can get rid of selfishness, then you can become unselfish. And he said, if you can get rid of dishonesty, then you can become honest. And if you can get rid of fear, then you can have courage. And he said, if you can get rid of inconsideration, then you can start considering what other people want and need. And he said, you might find that that's a better way of life. And you know, I found this to be absolutely true. I never knew that if you became unselfish, it made you feel better about yourself. I never knew that if you practiced honesty, you had peace of mind. You see, I don't have to worry today about what I told you yesterday, because I didn't lie to you yesterday. I don't have to worry about what I stole last week. And I have a lot more peace of mind and serenity that way. If I consider you first, I didn't know that that would make me feel better about myself. I didn't know there's pleasure involved in doing for other people, expecting nothing back in return. How would I know that? I'd never done it before. This really is a better way of living. When we are ready, we say something like this: my Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character. Whoop, we're in step 7 now. And here he's talking about defects of character. Should have been talking about them in 6, and they ought to be talking about shortcomings in 7, but we're using defects of character now in step 7. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. We've then completed step 7. Bang, bang. Get ready and ask God to take them away, and we've done steps 6 and 7. I think we make a mistake here, though. I think many of us feel that we can just say, okay, God, here it is. Give me the $29.95 special and make me as pure as the driven snow. And God will not do for us what we can do for ourselves. Now, we cannot remove character defects, but we can, through what willpower we can muster and through God's help, practice the opposite of the character defect. And if I want God to take away selfishness, then I'm going to have to start trying to be unselfish. Lord, that's alien to my nature. I've never done it before. It's hard for me to do, but with God's help, I can practice unselfishness. If I want Him to take away dishonesty, then I can, in any given situation, with God's help, do my best to be honest. If I want Him to take away fear, I can try to practice courage. And if I want Him to take away inconsideration, then with His help, I can start considering what other people want. And slowly, slowly, the old mental habits that got me in trouble disappear, and a new set of mental habits take their place. And when I start living with unselfishness, honesty, courage, and consideration, life is a hell of a lot better. And the only way I can do that is to practice the opposite with God's help. These are the steps we took. God don't have to take these steps. He's in pretty good shape already. He'll help me take them, but He won't take them for me. My mind is nothing more than a set of mental habits. And it'll either stay on the old habits or it'll develop new habits, depending on just about how hard I work at changing. Joe?
As Charlie said, step 4 and 5, all these other steps have prepared us for these changing steps. 6 and 7 are the changing tools. And it's how we apply these. And I think the biggest thing is to understand that we work at it. As Charlie said, our mind is a set of mental habits. And it's a set of mental habits that we have developed over years of hard work. You know, it took us a long time to get sick. And we had to work at getting sick. We did it day in and day out, day in and day out. So now we're using those old mental habits, reinforcing them, and that's become what we are. And so now we need to change. So 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, these steps is identify what we need to change. So 6 and 7 is about all to go work, is ready to go to work on it. And they are very hard steps to use. He said it's simple, not easy. This is very difficult to change, but we have the opportunity to change. You know, I look around at the people in the world today, and I see all kinds of people. But I think we are, people in the 12-step program are very blessed. Most people in the world today are trapped in what they are. Whatever they are, they never will be able to get out of it. But we, through a problem in our lives, have given some tools. They have given us the ability to change. We can live 2 lives in one lifetime. Whatever they are, they can't do anything about it. I feel sorry for them. They're trapped in it. Now, how do you change 6 and 7? They're very difficult to do. 6 is real simple. It's hard, but it's simple. How do you change? Well, you don't do what you want to do. That's hard, right? If you keep lending actions to your old thoughts and your old habits, you're going to feed them in your mind, and they're going to grow and grow and grow and be a permanent part of your personality. That's what we've been doing. But when they come up, if we deny action to them, then we can starve them to death with inactions. And at the same, when we don't do what we want to do, and then the step 7 is a very difficult step too. Both of these are hard steps. Then step 7 is make yourself do what you don't want to do. And that's hard. Now, as you begin to do what you don't want to do, as Charlie said, practice tolerance, patience, and love instead of resentments. As you begin to practice those things in your life and you see the benefits that you get from them, you can't know what they're about unless you practice them. Once you see what you get out of those things, then they'll become a part of your personality. And then the old ideas will be cast aside and the new motives begin to dominate your mind. And we will change by working against yourself. You can never change if you always do the same old thing you want to do. You will always be the same. So change is about working against yourself. And we can change and change and change. You know, I was a great student many years ago in the big book. He said, you know, I didn't know what he was talking about until I understood the steps. And he said, successful living, what Paul said, was daily dying. You know, if you're going to live somewhere new in your life, you got to die somewhere. We got to die in these old sick ways to live in the new life. And only we can slay ourselves. Only we can do that job. And this is what these are powerful tools that we have been given through the first 5 steps. Our mind is just like our bodies, and we got people, and interested, and we're all interested in changing our bodies. You know, we want to move some weight from here to here and get rid of some and do some rearrangements. Same thing as training the personality. And our mind is, our bodies are a product of what food we put in them. Our minds are a product of what food we put in them. It's the thoughts that we place in our minds. And of course, they have some things on TV that said if you want to change your body, you can lose weight. Just eat the same thing and lose weight. And a lot of those advertisements on TV now, you might lose some money, but you won't lose no weight. You know, they'll get your money. They're about to get your money. That's what they are for. But losing weight is simple. Same principle, same program. To lose weight, you know how to lose weight? Anybody want to know? You want to eat. And make yourself eat something you don't want to eat.
With God's help.
That's right. And you know, that's the way you do it. Principle's the same. And you'll change accordingly. So we have the opportunity, and it says with these 2 steps we could probably change and change for the rest of our lives. And they said that we humans, if we really know how to, we can fashion our own life. We can be renewed and change from one state to the other until people wouldn't even know us. Our lives would become so much different with these 2 steps. But probably most of us won't. Because it says most human beings are in love with what they are. And they're not really willing to die so they could live better. You know, we are in love most of the time with whatever we are. We're not ready to give that up, as Charlie said, so that we can go on to somewhere else. But we have the opportunity to do these 3 steps, these 2 steps to live better than most people. And it gives us a lot of responsibility. It gives us, if I can change, and step 6 and 7 gives me the ability to change. And it's also beginning to give me another responsibility too. Because if I can change my life, then I am responsible. I cannot blame any people anymore because I can change my reactions to whatever goes on in my life.
Through these 2 steps, I've had to face the most awesome responsibility I've ever had in my life, and that's to be responsible for me. So always before I blamed it on them. Blamed it on her, him, and God. But now I can't do that anymore because now I know that I can do something about it. Before I could do nothing about it because I didn't know how. Today I know how to do it. So if I'm not feeling good, then it's my fault. If I'm staying selfish, it's my fault. If I'm still lying, it's my fault. If I'm still running afraid, it's my fault. If I'm not considering other people, it's my fault. I can't use Mama, I can't use Daddy, I can't use him, her, God, or anybody else. Because now I know what I can do with these steps. And it's up to me to do so. We've talked about the 3 dimensions of life. We've talked about the mental dimension of life, or the spiritual dimension of life. We've talked about the mental dimension of life. And we've also talked about a 3rd dimension of life that is called the physical. This book is a design for living that really works. And it's designed to put us back together as God intended for us to be in the first place. In step 1, 2, and 3, we worked on the spirit. You know, if God dwells within all human beings, and I'm sure He does, then we're going to have to live with God whether we want to or not's beside the point. And the only question is, do we live with Him in harmony or disharmony? And we were always in disharmony with God. Step 1, 2, and 3, God gave us the right relationship with God. We self-directed people, because of our powerlessness and because of a belief in a power greater than we are, made a decision to let God be the director of our lives. And for most of us, that's the first time we've been in that situation in a long, long time. We all have a mind. We act sometimes like we don't, but we do. And we're going to have to live with it, whether we want to or not. It's beside the point. And the only question is, do we live in harmony or disharmony with our mind? And we alcoholics have been sick in our mind for a long, long time. Never satisfied with ourselves, never satisfied with anything else, never happy, always restless, always irritable, always discontented. In 4, 5, 6, and 7, we looked in our mind. Yeah, we looked in our store. And we found those things that keep us in those conditions. And we've done something about their removal. And we're now right mentally. Now that we're right with God and right with ourselves, we can now get right in the third dimension of life. Most of us are eaten up with guilt and remorse and fear associated with the past. The things we've done that hurt people, the money we've stolen from them, the hot checks we've written, the sexual harms we've caused them. And those things block us off from God's will. And the human race has known for thousands and thousands of years that you get rid of the past by making restitution for the past. And we alcoholics didn't like the word restitution, so Bill called it amends. And one time he said complete amends, and they said that sounded like perfection, so he changed it to direct amends, which means the same thing. Now, if you and I want to get completely well and be a complete, whole human being, as God intended for us to be, we got one other thing we got to do. And that's do something about the past. Steps 8 and 9 are designed for that purpose. It's called the physical dimension of life, but it's not just our body. It's our relationship with every material thing in the world. Other human beings, our automobiles, our dogs, our spouses, our children, or whatever. And we got to live in this world. Whether we want to or not's beside the point. The only question is, do you live with it in harmony or disharmony? And we've been in constant disharmony with the world and everything in it. Now we have an opportunity to clean that up too. And if we can get right in all three dimensions of life, then we'll be well and we'll be put back together as God intended for it to be. Page 76. We're going to start on steps 8 and 9, but we better take a 15-minute break first. Thank all of you for your participation in that. Page 76, middle of the page. Now we need more action, without which we find that faith without works is dead. Let's look at steps 8 and 9. We have a list of all persons we've harmed and to whom we are willing to make amends. We made it when we took inventory. You see, we probably wouldn't be willing to make amends to a lot of these people if we had not seen in our inventory the part that we played.
That's right.
But by seeing the part we played on that resentment sheet and fear sheet and sex sheet, then probably by now, for the majority of those, we are willing to make some amends to them. We subjected ourselves to a drastic self-appraisal. Now we go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which is accumulated out of our effort to live on self-will and run the show ourselves. If we haven't the will to do this, we ask till it comes. Every step recognizes we can't do this by ourselves. And every step has some prayer in it where we need God's help to overcome self-will. Remember, it was agreed at the beginning we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol. Now, that's all of step 8. We're through with it.
That's 8.
You know, it's just made a list of all persons we've harmed and become willing to make amends to those people. And when we've done that, then we're through with 8. Now we look at 9. 9 is really quite simple. People get confused with it, but if we need to break it down into pieces. First thing step 9 does, it says we made direct amends. Now that tells us the kind of amends to make, direct. It also tells us when to make them. Wherever we possibly can, not whenever, but wherever we possibly can. And then it tells us when not to make them, except when to do so would injure them or others. So the first thing we do is look at made direct amends. And we believe there's two kinds of direct amends. That direct did take the place of the word complete. And there's two examples that we'll look at real fast as we go through step 9 on a direct amend. One is face-to-face, one-on-one, eyeball to eyeball. What we're going to try to do in 8 and 9 is get rid of our guilt and our remorse. And we're never sure that we've done our utmost unless we can go to these people eyeball to eyeball, face to face, one-on-one. If I make a telephone call, I'm never quite sure. If I write a letter, I'm never quite sure. But if I sit down with you and make my amends to you eyeball to eyeball, one-on-one, I know I have done my utmost, and I'm not concerned at all with how it was accepted. I'll never have to worry about that anymore because I've done the best I can do. Now, I would like for you to like me, but if you don't, that becomes your problem because I've done all I can do to make the amend when I see you eyeball to eyeball, one-on-one. Page 77, the middle of the second paragraph. The question of how to approach the man we hated will arise. It may be he's done us more harm than we've done him, and though we may have acquired a better attitude toward him, we're still not too keen about admitting our faults. Nevertheless, with a person we dislike, we take the bit in our teeth. It is harder to go to an enemy than to a friend, but we find it much more beneficial to us. We go to him in a helpful and forgiving spirit, confessing our former ill feeling and expressing our regret. Under no condition do we criticize such a person or argue. Simply, we tell him that we'll never get over drinking till we've done our utmost to straighten out the past. We are there to sweep off our side of the street, realizing that nothing worthwhile can be accomplished until we do so, never trying to tell him what he should do. His faults are not discussed. We stick to our own. If our manner is calm, frank, and open, we'll be gratified with the results. In 9 cases out of 10, the unexpected happens. Sometimes the man we're calling upon admits his own fault. So feuds of years standing melt away in an hour. Rarely do we fail to make satisfactory progress. Our former enemies sometimes praise what we're doing and wish us well. Occasionally they will offer assistance. It should not matter, however, if someone does throw us out of his office. We've made our demonstration, done our part. It's water over the dam. The guy that I hated so much, I finally realized that not only did I put me in that position, but I put him in that position too. And I decided I need to go to him and make some amends. And about halfway through, he said, "Whoa, wait, stop." He said, "I've been wanting to apologize to you for a long time." And by the time we were through, we had become good friends again, and we've been good friends ever since. Eyeball to eyeball, one-on-one, face-to-face. This is one form of direct amend. Joe?
Another form of direct amend is in direct proportion to what we owe another person. You know, I heard a story not so long ago when we discussed our stories. The guy who went to his sponsor, asked his sponsor, said, "Can I make my amends by mail?" And his sponsor said, "Yeah, if you harmed them by mail." You know, another way is in direct proportion. It says the next paragraph is going to deal with that. Most alcoholics owe money. I wonder how Bill knew that. We do not dodge our creditors, tell them what we have to do. We make no bones about our drinking. They usually know it anyway, whether we think so or not. Now, are we afraid of disclosing our alcoholism or a theory will cause financial harm? Approach this in this way, the most ruthless creditor will sometimes surprise us. Arranging the best deal we can, we let people know we're sorry. Our drinking has made us slow to pay. We must lose our fears of creditors no matter how far we have to go. We're liable to drink and we're afraid to face them. And this is another kind of a direct amend, direct face-to-face, then direct proportion of what we owe. And they said, we go to them, we might not be able to give them all the money at one time. We alcoholics would like to walk in there with a great big sack and say, here's your damn money, bang. You know, that's what we would just like to do it like that, but we might not be able to do that. Well, I think if we go in there and make the best deal we can, maybe we have to pay them $5 a week or $10 a week. But once we go in there and face these people, it's really all over. Once we begin to pay on it, the willingness to begin, we're free. Remember, the key is going to come. Bill said the key in the freedom from the guilt or remorse to past is not going to come through doing step 9. It's going to really come through once we become willing to begin. Then we're going to be free right there. Even before we get it paid, we're free in our mind.
There's only about 2 things would keep us from doing this. Number 1 would be fear of what they're going to say and do. Well, if we've really been working 4, 5, 6, and 7, that fear should have begun to disappear by now. And we ought to have the courage to do this. The only other thing that will keep us from paying the money back is just pure, plain selfishness, wanting to keep the money for today's purposes rather than pay it back to the people it rightfully belongs to. People say, well, that's too much money. Can't afford. I think we forget God's with us from step 3 on. And if we're to do these things, God will make it possible to do it if we are willing to do it. But if we stay selfish, we probably won't be willing to do it. And if I don't pay these people, I'm never really free in my mind, because I'm afraid I'm going to run into them walking down the street. I'm afraid to go to that particular city because I may see them somewhere, and that's going to block me off from the sunlight of the Spirit. Plus, if God dwells within me, the guilt and the remorse will always nag on me until such time as that money's paid back. And it doesn't make any difference how long it takes. You know, I have a friend that's been sober now well over 30 years in AA. And he was 29 years sober, and he said, Charlie, I paid the last of them last week. And I said, Dan, how do you feel? And he said, about 8 foot tall. Now, Dan's 5'2". He said, this first time in my life that I can ever remember that I don't owe somebody something for what I stole from them in the past. And he said, I feel good about me. It took Dan 29 years to do it in AA. Doesn't make any difference how long it takes it. The willingness to do it and the starting of the doing it, wherever we possibly can, begins to relieve us of that stuff of the past. You know, I don't regret the past. I don't want to shut the door on it. But I want to be free of the past. And as long as I've got the fear and the guilt and the remorse associated with the past, then I'm not free of it. And I'll never have the peace of mind that I'm really searching for. This really does work. Now, it's not easy. It's simple, but it's not easy. A price has to be paid. It means the destruction of self-centeredness.
Okay. As we move, we won't deal with this briefly. As we move through these pages, we need to mention that all of these pages here from now on through page 83 are going to deal with step 9. So there is a lot of material in here on step 9 because there are a lot of different types of things that can come up in making amends. And this book kind of deals with it paragraph by paragraph very brilliantly. I've worked with thousands of alcoholics, I guess, and I've never seen an alcoholic making amends that I couldn't find something in the book that really would give him some directions in it. We've covered both types of direct amend. The next paragraph is going to be talking about past criminal offenses. How do we face those? Over on page 79, it'll be talking about how do we handle other people if the other people are involved. Sometimes there's a story in here, it goes through page 80, that we can get they can get their approval even though they are involved. We can go to other people, get their consent, and still make the amend. On page 81, beginning at the bottom of page 80 and the top paragraph on page 81, we're going to talk about how do we make amends for sex outside of marriage. So that paragraph deals with that. And the bottom paragraph on page 81 talks about should we tell all? how much should we, how deep should we go into these things? So really, most amends that we might need, we will find something in the big book to guide us on that. And still yet, you know, we can talk to someone else about it. But I think that the key thing is to, as Charlie said, is to make direct amends, and it says wherever possible. Many times we talk about in the studies, I hear people reading the step, and they always say, they'll change the step 9, and they'll say, instead of saying wherever possible, they will read it and say whenever possible. Now, you know, it wouldn't be much of a amends step if you told an alcoholic he could do it whenever possible. He never would do it. But it says wherever possible. And then it tells us when not to do so would injure them or others. So we come over to page 83. In the last paragraph it says, there may be some wrongs we can never fully right. We don't worry about them. We can honestly say to ourselves we would right them if we could. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter, and there may be a valid reason for a postponement in some cases. But we don't delay if it can be avoided. We should be sensible, tactful, considerate, and humble without being servile or scraping. As God's people, we stand on our feet. We don't crawl before anyone.
People ask me the question all the time, well, should I put myself on the amends list? Well, certainly we owe ourselves an amends. Now, we've probably hurt ourselves as bad as we ever hurt anybody. Now, I'm not going to go along with the idea we didn't hurt other people, because most of us did. But we hurt ourselves too. And I think the finest amend we can make to ourselves is to free ourselves of the guilt and the remorse and the fear associated with the past. And the best way for me to make amends to me is to make amends to others. And as I do so, that guilt and that fear and that remorse begins to disappear. And then I feel okay about me. And if I've done everything I can do in this area of amends, and I still am feeling guilty, still beating myself over the head with that old self-guilt, that's nothing more than self-resentment. And we've already found out how to handle resentment. You know, God and I together may have to work on my resentment toward me for what I've been in the past. But if I've really done my amends to the best of my ability, most of that's going to disappear anyhow. Well, my forgiveness for me comes through making amends to other people, and then that frees me from the past and lets me get on with my business. We promised you in the beginning that if you would believe in step 2, as Columbus did, and if you would decide in step 3, as Columbus did, and if you would act in steps 4 through 9, as Columbus did, then you could expect to get some results from that. The results of the first 9 steps will be found at the bottom of page 83 and on into 84. Joe?
We have the promises. If we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we'll be amazed before we are halfway through. We're going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past, so wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity, and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we'll see how our experience can benefit others. The feeling of usefulness and self-pity will disappear. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we cannot do for ourselves. Are these extravagant promises? We think not. They are being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly and sometimes slowly. They will always materialize if we work for them. There's one stipulation, that these promises will come if we work for them. You know, promises always comes as a result of work. Nobody promises you something for nothing. You know, you can go down to the bank and they'll promise you 8%, but you're going to have to put some money up to get it. Everything comes as results of our doing something. I always think about, and we talk about I remember as a kid, my mother would get up every Saturday morning and she'd promise me that I could go to the movie. Now that was the highlight of my life. I don't know what the kids do nowadays, but man, if you didn't go to the movie on Saturday, wasn't no need of going to Sunday school on Sunday, because that's what we talked about. I mean, you know, that was the highlight of my week. And I looked forward all week to that. And I would get up Saturday morning and I'd say, Mama, can I go to the movie today? And she said, oh yeah, you can go. But then she had some steps for me to take, more than 12, you know what I mean? She had a bunch of steps. She wanted me to, you know, cut the grass and whitewash the fence and empty the water in the ice box. Any of y'all remember that? You know, and do all them things. And then when I got through that evening, along about 2 o'clock, she'd give me a quarter. Boy, I'm telling you. And I remember those Saturday evenings. She'd give me that quarter, and I'd go around there at that movie, 15 cents to get in. And you could see 2 pictures and Captain Marvel and everybody else, you know, stayed there the rest of the evening. And I'd buy me a big old bag of popcorn and a great big old candy bar, and I was in heaven, right? And that was as results, but I had to do something. And I think that these things, and it wouldn't materialize every Saturday, but I had certain steps I had to take. And that's what this is in this program. We have to work at this. And the only thing it stipulates that these things will always, that's very positive, they will always materialize if we work these first 9 steps.
Sometimes quickly, spiritual experience.
Yeah.
Sometimes slowly, spiritual awakening.
Okay.
But they will always materialize
Right.
if we work for them.
Yeah.
I was in a hospital room not long ago to talk to a brand new alcoholic in AA, and there's an AA member standing by the side of the bed reading to him out of the big book. And I said, man, I'm glad to see you reading to him out of the book. What are you reading? He said, I'm reading him the promises. I said, great. Did you read him what went before the promises? He said, no. And I said, well, how in the hell you expect him to get them? They will materialize if we work for them. If we'll do the work involved up to this point, then we can expect to get them. Now, if you'll notice, every one of those promises deal with the mind. They do not deal with the body.
Changes in the mind.
And surely, if we've had those promises in our mind, then we are entirely different people. You know, we have really undergone a personality change sufficient to recover right here. If we can have those promises in our mind because of those first 9 steps, because of getting right with God, getting right with ourselves, and getting right with our fellow man, then we have been put back together as God intended for us to be in the beginning. And we're going to feel good. And if you got those promises, you're feeling good. I want to read them one more time, and I'm going to add my words to them. And the words I'm going to add to them are whenever I took a drink of alcohol. And this is referring back to the time when alcohol was my friend, when I could drink it and be Fred Astaire on the dance floor, the world's greatest lover in the back seat of a 36 Chevrolet, before it turned against me. This is the way alcohol used to make me feel. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I knew a new freedom and a new happiness. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I did not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would comprehend the word serenity and I would know peace. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, no matter how far down the scale I had gone, I could see how my experience would benefit others. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, that feeling of uselessness and self-pity would disappear. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in my fellows. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, self-seeking would slip away. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, my whole attitude and outlook upon life would change. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, fear of people and of economic insecurity would leave me. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle me. Whenever I took a drink of alcohol, I would suddenly realize that alcohol was doing for me what I could not do for myself. No wonder I love to drink. All my life I've looked for a sense of ease and comfort. All human beings do this. And one day I found that sense of ease and comfort in a drink of alcohol. And I used that alcohol, and it let me do those things I needed to do. It let me be a part of. And I doubt very seriously as a kid growing up if I could have functioned without it. And it gave me that sense of ease and comfort, and it gave me every one of these promises in my life, and I loved what it did for me. Then one day it turned against me. And all those things that I was afraid would happen began to happen. And I didn't know I was alcoholic. I knew there had to be some way to drink and recapture what I got from it in the beginning. And I spent the last 4 or 5 years of my drinking trying to find a way to recapture that sense of ease and comfort, not knowing I'd never be able to find it. And I damn near destroyed me and everybody around me. I came to AA, and you gave me 9 steps. And I put those first 9 steps in my life, and to my amazement, I get the same good feelings from those first 9 steps that I used to get from that drink of alcohol when alcohol was my friend. I think the thing that's so important today is that the first 9 steps have never turned against me as alcohol did. You know, I've never been placed in jail because of the first 9 steps. Nobody's ever drugged me in a divorce court over the first 9 steps. I've never vomited. Damn near did a time or two, but never really vomited over the first 9 steps. You know, this is the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous, is you and I can receive all the good from the first 9 steps and none of the bad. Now, the reason we don't drink is because we don't need to drink. If we feel this good as the result of being put back together as God intended, then we don't need to take a drink in order to change the way that we feel. Surely we have recovered at this point. And wouldn't it be great if we could stop here? If we could just take these promises in our life and go on about our business and stop right here, it'd be great. But we can't do that. There's another law in the universe that says nothing ever stays the same. Everything in the universe is changing. It's either growing or it's dying. It's progressing or it's regressing. You watch a beautiful tree grow, and it'll grow and grow and grow, and every day it gets more beautiful until the day it quits growing. And that day is the day it starts to die. And eventually it reverts back to where it came from. The human body is probably one of the greatest things God ever created. And it grows and it grows and it grows until it gets to be about 19 years old, and then it quits growing. And the day it quits growing, it begins to die, and eventually it goes back to where it came from also. But whatever applies in the material world applies in the mental, emotional world also. If I could stop my spiritual growth here and maintain and keep this for the rest of my life, I'd be happy. But I can't do it. I'm going to have to continue to grow spiritually. Now, people will tell you the last 3 steps, 10, 11, and 12, are maintenance steps. We don't believe they are. You really can't maintain. Oh, yeah, we use the word, but to maintain means to keep as is. And you can't keep anything as is. Bill twice, once in his story and once in chapter 2, talks about a 4th dimension of existence, far beyond those normal 3. Another existence that most people never even dream exists out there. I think through the last 3 steps, you and I can get into a dimension of living that 99% of the people in the world will never experience. And you can't explain it, and you can't talk to anybody how it feels. You can only experience it. And I think the last 3 steps will do that for us. Let's look at them and see if they're not growth steps rather than maintenance steps. Joe?
This thought brings us to step 10, which suggests we continue to take personal inventory and continue to set right any mistakes as we go along. We vigorously commence this way of living as we clean up the past. We have entered the world of spirit. We have entered that world. Remember, step 5 said that was the beginning. Now we have entered that world.
We've had a spiritual awakening right here.
Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness.
Not stay where we are, but to grow.
This is not an overnight matter. It should continue for a lifetime. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear.
What step did we use to look at those in the first place? Anybody remember? Step 4, okay.
When they crop up, we ask God at once to remove them.
And what steps did we use for that? 6 and 7, right? Okay.
We discuss them with someone immediately.
And what step was that? 5, all right.
And we make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone.
And what steps were those? 8 and 9, okay.
So according to the big book, according to the textbook here, step 10 is a continuous practice of steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 on a daily basis. And, you know, if we could continue to work step 4 every day and 5 and discuss it with someone else in step 5, we would learn more and more about our character defects. And as we ask God to remove them, they will become less and less in 6 and 7. And if we continue to make amends to people as we go along, our relationship with people would grow. In other words, there's no way it could remain the same if we continue to practice those steps. And you notice that the steps we've mentioned as practicing, all of our personality development came as results of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So those are the steps that we're going to practice every day on a daily basis. We don't have to go back and take 1, 2, and 3, but we do have to go back and continue to work on the things that block us from God. Now, as we continue to practice those things, our spiritual life is going to grow. As we keep these things removed, as the things that block us from God, and our personality will continue to develop, and we'll grow into a force. We can grow and grow for the rest of our lives, practicing this step on a daily basis. And I think one of the mistakes that Charlie and I found out, you know, we have a lot of distortions around the program, and well, you're going to have distortions in the program when you're working with the program belongs to alcoholics. You know, they'll mess up everything. They use it for a while. And somewhere around, you know, what we have done is we have taken the 12 steps were first originally printed in the big book. That's where they were printed at and given to us. Somewhere along the line, we got some little cards printed, and we put the 12 steps on little cards. And we have them now on poster boards on our meeting room walls, the 12 steps. Now, that was fine, but when you do something like that, you know, somebody else comes along and does something else. A lot of people come in the program new, and they get ready they want to get into the program, they want to take the steps. And they don't use the big book. What they do is read the steps off the wall. They look up on the wall and read that step. Now, the only thing up there is that step, and they interpret, what does it mean for me to do? And then they'll go and try to apply it to their lives. And when they read it off the wall, for some reason they get the idea it means that just before you go to bed at night, see if you harmed anyone, and that's step 10. But we find out if we read it out of the book, it's altogether different. Now, what kind of step would we have, what good would that be to just before you go to bed at night to see if you harmed anybody and jump in bed? That wouldn't be a very effective step, would it? Charlie and I talk about, we don't get in trouble in bed. I don't get in trouble in bed anymore. I need something walking around out here. In the daytime, that's when I get in trouble. That's the only time I'm safe is when I'm asleep. You know, this is a living step, a growing step that we work throughout the day. Now, I learned how to do this in step 4. Again, it goes back to step 4. You know, in step 4, when I feel a resentment every day in my life, when I feel a fear, when I feel one of those things coming back in my life, I learned in step 4 what to do. I don't have to put the person's name down anymore, but this is in my mind because I went through all that process. When I feel a resentment, all I got to do is stop right that moment and say, what is this? Oh, it's a resentment. Then I say, well, I know who did. Which part of self is threatened here? What did they hurt? And I can spot it right away. And then I can look over there in that fourth column and say, now, which character defect have you got? And I can see it right away. I can discuss it with somebody if I have to. I can ask God to remove it, and I can make amends if I've harmed anybody in that situation. In a few minutes, that resentment will be gone. See, I learned how to do that in step 4. So now on a daily basis, I can apply that to my life. I can get rid of anything that comes up in my life each day. There's no need of me walking around with it all day and then just go to bed at night saying, God, forgive me, and jump in bed. Go to sleep and wake up and have another miserable day tomorrow. You know, that's kind of, but it's a cleansing process that we apply on a daily basis.
I'm the only person in the world can do this for me.
That's right.
And I've got a choice. If that happens to me at 9 o'clock in the morning, I can do something about it and get rid of it then. Or I can wait until I go to bed at night and try to do something about it. I can't have just one resentment. If I've got one at 9 o'clock and I don't do something about it, by 10 I've got another one. By 11, another one. By 1, fear has come in. By night, I'm a basket case. Why don't I just stop and do something about it at 9 o'clock and get rid of it and enjoy the rest of the day? You see, before I couldn't do that because I didn't know how to do that. Now I can do it. I've got the tools to do it. And again, if you buy into this, you buy into that responsibility again, that we are responsible for the way we feel. Now that I know how to handle this stuff, if I'm screwed up, it's because I have chosen to let myself be screwed up. You just can't foul me up if I don't want it to happen, because I can stop and do something about it any time of the day that I choose to do so. Let's face it, sometimes I want to be screwed up. There's sometimes I like anger. See, when I'm mad, I can romp and stomp and raise hell, and that gives me a comfortable feeling of superiority over other people. Sometimes I like fear, because I can rationalize with fear and use fear to not do what I need to do. And I can use fear to continue doing things I shouldn't be doing in the first place. But I can no longer do it and feel comfortable with it. Because today, every time I do it, I know exactly what I'm doing. I will do it from time to time, but I know when I'm doing it, and I really don't enjoy it like I used to. It's up to me to decide how I'm going to be, how I'm going to feel, and what I'm going to do. You can't work 10 the way the book says and stay the way you are. Character defects have got to become less and less. Your relationship with yourself and God and other people will have to become more and more, better and better, if you continue to use 10 on a daily basis. Now we've got a whole new set of promises after step 10. We always hear about those on 83 and 84. Let's see about those that are on 84 and 85. And we have ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol. For by this time sanity will have returned. Step 2, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Now, our sanity referred to believing that we could drink. Now, sanity has returned. We know we can't drink. Let's see the result of that. We will seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, we recoil as if from a hot flame. We react sanely and normally, and we will find that this has happened automatically. We will see that our new attitude toward liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes. That's the miracle of it. We're not fighting it, neither are we avoiding temptation. We feel as though we've been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. We've not even sworn off. Instead, the problem has been removed. It does not exist for us. We are neither cocky nor are we afraid, and that's our experience, and that's how we react so long as we keep in fit spiritual condition. Oh, I know me better than anybody in the world knows me. And I know if I had to fight the desire to drink on a daily basis, I know exactly what I'd do. I'd get drunk. I always did before. But I don't have to fight it. You see, God has removed that obsession from my mind. Now, how did that come about? Well, page 45 said, the main object of this book is to enable us to find a power greater than ourselves which will solve our problem. And we emphasized in it didn't say will help us solve it or enable us to solve it. It said which will solve it. Somewhere between page 45 and 85, I woke up one morning and I said, Charlie, there's something strange in your life today. And I said, what's that? And I said, you don't want to take a drink. And I said, how long has it been since you wanted a drink? And I couldn't remember. Somewhere between 45 and 85, God reached in my head and removed the obsession to drink. Now, he won't leave a hole there. It's got to be filled with something else. It can only be filled with the opposite. Today, my mind is filled with a good obsession. I have an obsession of the mind to stay sober. You see, an obsession can make you see the truth as well as can make you see a lie, depending on how you're looking at it. And I think I'm just as obsessed today with staying sober as I ever was with drinking alcohol. I found out that if I'll give just 25% of the effort that I used to put into drinking into working these steps, that I'm probably going to stay sober also. You know, I put hard work into drinking. I gave drinking everything I had. I gave it my self-respect, I gave it my money, I gave it my entire life. And if I'll just put part of that into these steps, I'm probably going to stay sober. This is the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, it's easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We're headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. There it is, one day at a time. You can maintain one day at a time, but not over an indefinite period. Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all our activities. How can I best serve thee? Thy will be done, not mine. These are thoughts which must go with us constantly. We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It is the proper use of the will. Isn't this great? Step 3, we made a decision to turn our will and our life over to the care of God as we understand Him. Steps 4 through 10, we have been removing self-will. Now then, our mind is okay, and they give our will back to us here at the end of step 10, because now we can use it properly to find out God's will in all our activities.
Okay. He says, much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction. You notice those words, directions, in there? From Him who has knowledge and power. If we have carefully followed directions, not suggestions, we've begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we have become God conscious. We have begun to develop this vital sixth sense. But we must go further, and that means more action. He says we must begin to develop this vital sixth sense. You know, we humans basically have 5 senses. You know, we can hear, see, smell, touch, feel, and taste. These are the ways that we gather data, information from our outside world. Basically, this is what we rely upon. This is self-knowledge. But he says we have a sixth sense of direction, and we do. And now that we have worked all these steps, remember it was to have a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps. As John says, a wake-up call. That's what these steps is all about, is to produce a wake-up call. Then we're ready to tap into that sixth sense of direction, and this step is how to do that and how to use that and how to find that and apply it to our lives.
Just think, if God dwells within every human being, and I think He does, and if God has all knowledge and all power, and I think He does, then that means within inside ourselves we have all the knowledge and all the power that we'll ever need to handle any problem we can ever possibly have, if we can tap into that power. We'll know we've had a spiritual awakening when we become aware of the fact we have tapped an unsuspected inner resource of strength. Now that we've cleared the garbage out of the way, now we can learn how to tap into that power. And that's what step 11 is going to do for us.
Step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. We shouldn't be shy on the matter of prayer. A better man than we have used it constantly. Have been using it constantly. It works if we have the proper attitude and work at it. This is something we have to work at, all these steps. It would be easy to be vague about this matter, yet we believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. Now here we see Bill, the writer, the author Bill, as he wrote this. I see some reluctance on him himself. He said, I wish I could be vague about this matter. I see he's reluctant to approach this subject. Now I remember now, and I think you see the book has been unchanged, but when this was written in 1938, Bill had, about 3 years of sobriety. He wasn't a spiritual giant at this time. And here he was faced with the task of writing something on prayer and meditation. He didn't know anything about it. And he was writing it, though. The real task of it was he was writing to a group, he was writing it for a group of people who were going to be spiritually bankrupt. They wouldn't know anything about it. He said, I wish I could be vague about this matter. And he did it very skillfully. Now, I really think that we were blessed that Bill didn't know a lot about spirituality. You know, for people like us, people who come here spiritually bankrupt, when usually people are knowledgeable about spiritual living, I know theologians and preachers and priests and these type of people who really are knowledgeable in that subject, and they know it, they usually spoke over my head. I could never understand those people. See, but Bill didn't have that ability, thank God, because he didn't know anything about it either. But what he did was a very, the way he gives it to us, he does not attempt to teach it to us himself because he didn't know anything about it. But the way he presents it to us, he gives us a little daily routine. He gives us a plan that we can apply to our lives. And we can apply this, see this plan and apply it to our lives on a daily basis. Then over a period of time, any individual that would use this little daily exercise, somewhere time in the future, he would teach himself a personal life of prayer and meditation. He does not attempt to teach you or tell you how to do it in the book, but he gives you a set of exercises that you can teach yourself a personal life of prayer and meditation. And what he's going to do, and it's very masterfully done on these 2 pages. You know, what's on these pages have given 2 million people a spiritual life. And what he does, he first takes the first paragraph and tells you what to do at night. If you want to. Then the next paragraph will tell you what to do in the morning on awakening. The third paragraph will tell you what to do when you have indecisions throughout the day, over at the bottom, and starting on the next page. The first paragraph on 87 will tell you how to pray. And the last paragraph, it will give you a series of little small suggestions that you might use. I call those mini suggestions that you might be able to use. It's all packed in here on 2 pages of the book. He says, begin at night. When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, afraid? Do we owe apology? Have we kept something to ourselves which should be discussed with another person at once? Were we kind and loving toward all? What could we have done better? Were we thinking ourselves most of the times? Or were we thinking what we could do for others? Or what we could pack in the stream of life? But we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or moral reflections, for that would diminish our usefulness to others. After making our review, we ask God for forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures should be taken. I think in your handout you have that final sheet of our daily review. And this is the one we do at night, not step 11. I'm not step 10. We do 11 at night. We review our day. And what we have done here is actually taken the personality characteristics of self-will, which are listed in the big book. This is not any other thing that we came up with. And the others that listed in the 12 and 12, and listed them on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, we have took the opposite of God's will. And each moment of the day, we can be living on one side or the other. We stop at night and review and just see what kind of day we've had. We can see certain patterns developed. It's not a day that we're going to be perfect. But as we go through this, we can review our day and see what corrective measures need to be taken. We can see any progress that we might be making. And this suggestion can be just doing this every night will improve your life. This is a very good, deft, and invaluable suggestion. You can get growth out of just doing this one. Next one talks about what we do in the morning. On awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. We consider our plans for the day before we begin. We ask God to direct our thinking, especially asking it to be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, self-seeking motives. Under these conditions, we can employ our mental facilities with assurance that after all, God gave us brains to use. Our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is clear of the wrong motives. Now this is what do we do in the morning. We get up in the morning. We do that at night and getting our lives together for the day. Before we do anything, we ask God to direct our thinking. I always think about this step. My sponsor I began this program, my meetings was a 7 o'clock meeting every morning, and I hated it. I had to work at night, and I hated it anyway. I just hate, even yet today, I don't like to be nowhere at 7 o'clock in the morning. And I had to be there, and I would be in a bad shape when I got down there, and he told me one morning, he said, why don't you get your life together in the morning before you come down? He said, you just like a goose. I said, what's that? He said, you just squawk and crap and say, here I come, mean old world, and run out there and get battered around all day. Stop and have some quiet time. I think many of us do that. And I think that, we as humans, that's a very important of our day. That's the beginning of a day. God gives us a day. And he gives us everything we need for that day. And it is how we prepare ourselves and use the things that we've been given. And we have some plans and designs because he gives us a day and he gives us just enough strength for each day. And sometimes we got some plans. We don't have plans, we won't use what we have that day. So we plan our day and we get up in the morning. I know we get up in the morning, probably jump in there and take a shower. We have to take care of that. Y'all have to comb your hair. I don't waste a lot of time with that, but then we men had to shave. You women's got to put your face on. We take care of that. That's important. Then we get all that done. Then we get down to the real important stuff. Those clothes. They got to match. God, they got to match. This has got to go with that. Some mornings I don't do too good a job of that. I get to work and somebody says, who dressed you this morning? I get them colors mixed up. But we got to get them all set. And then we got to, just before we leave, we got to lock our house up. We don't want anybody to rip our junk off. We don't want all that locked up. We can go around and check that house, and then we go out and get in the car and check the car and check the gas, check the air, and then take off from work, But I wonder how much time we spend on our own lives that morning. I wonder sometimes how well off we humans would be if we spend as much time on our lives as we did on our clothes. We would really be some fine people. But just to take that time and think about the most important thing in the day is our lives. Get it together and have that quiet time. That alone can change your life. Those at night, particularly coupled with if you review at night and have that quiet time in the morning, you got 2 pillars in your day. Now what about throughout the day? In thinking about our day, we may face indecisions. We're not able to determine which course to take. Here we ask God for inspiration and intuitive thought of decisions. We relax and take it easy. We don't struggle. We're often surprised how the right answer will come after we try this for a while. Throughout each day, we face indecisions. I think, we must constantly realize that we as humans, we're supposed to face indecisions. We're on this earth but for a short period of time. We're just a small dot in the whole process of this world and God's world. In the expanse of time, we're just a speckle. We're here for a short period of time and fitting into this whole picture. And we learn a few things while we're here. We experience some things. And that's the basic information that we have to run our lives off of. This is why surely we realize self-knowledge is not enough. And each day, some days we have situations that come up that we haven't experienced. And I know that I have a little computer up here in my top of my head. It's one of them little Sears and Roebuck type, no expensive one. And in this little computer, it has a bank of memory of the things that I have learned and the things that I have experienced. And when something comes up in my life, I usually go into that bank to get some information about what to do today. And as usually if I put it in and run it through, very often it kicks it back out and says, we haven't had that one. It's going to flip, this flips it right out. And I say, run it through again, and it goes through, and it said, flip, and that's frustration. Finally it says, we ain't got that. We don't have that information. Then, it says, well, relax and take it easy. Realize, I think that's one of the hardest things for we humans. It's very difficult for me. But the getting of my greatest relief when I can say, I don't know. That's so hard for me to say, hey, I don't know. And it's good when you learn to say that. That's so hard for me to say, hey, I don't know. And it's good when you learn to say that. I don't know. Then I can relax and take it easy, and I can turn it over to God. I realize that God has about 10,000 answers for every problem I have. But since he has a covenant with me, he will allow me to struggle on the basis of self. But I can let go, turn it over to God, relax and take it easy, and go, and then my mind is free from that problem. I can't deal with that one, but it's open to many other things in life that I can do. I can go cut the grass, I can go do anything, read a book, I can go do anything. But when I got that problem, I can't do nothing. I'm holding on to that. But now I can go do some other things, relax and take it easy. After a while, I start my mind up on that subject, and something says, why don't you do so-and-so, something. Or maybe my answer comes from other people, but the answer will come. I'm very mindful today of listening to other people. When I was so selfish and self-centered, running the show myself, I couldn't listen to other people. And then after a while, even to come to the program, I found out I could only listen to certain people, the ones that I knew were smart. But now I'm open to all people. I realize sometimes God speaks to me through some of the dumbest people you ever see. He likes to use them too, So I listen to all people. And I receive direction. And my book says that we have always had this, that what used to be a hunch. I've had hunches all my life. But you got to make those things work. You got to make it, say, if you practice step 11, what used to be a hunch gradually becomes a working part of the mind. We can practice this and practice this suggestion, and we can make this a working part of the mind in which we can see directions in our lives whenever we need them, not just when a hunch, when it comes. We can make this a working part of our mind. This is a very good, definite, and valuable suggestion, because we can face life successfully because we have access to answers to any problem in our lives through the use of this good, definite, and valuable suggestion. Now, the next one is going to deal with, the next paragraph is talking about how do we pray. It's very peculiar. They know he says prayer and meditation, but in the narratives, Bill did a lot of that stuff. He wrote on meditation and prayer. Now he talks about prayer. How should we pray? We usually conclude a period of meditation with a prayer that will be shown all through the day what our next step is to be, that we be given whatever we need to take care of such problems, We ask especially for freedom from self-will and are careful to make no request for ourselves only. We may ask for ourselves if others are to be helped. We are careful never to pray for our own selfish ends. Many of us have wasted a lot of time doing that. It doesn't work, and we can easily see why. And we can see that this is instructions on prayers highly emphasizes selfish prayers. You know, I realize that, you know, this is very difficult. All this is very hard, and it was very new for me not to pray selfish prayers. I had always prayed, God do this, God do that, and give me this, and give me this, and give me this. My prayers were like a list of Santa Claus. You know, just do this, and do this, and do this. But I realize I don't have to do that today. You know, we don't have to ask God for anything. God knows our every need better than I do. I realize if I went back to the beginning 27 years ago when I came into this program, you know, if I could have made a list of the things I wanted, I would have really cheated myself. Because God has given me things far beyond my imagination. And if that is true, it's still today. He has in store for me things that I can't imagine. So there's no need of me, you know, Bill said that one of the greatest things that he found in this book was in step 11. Of all the steps, he said that one of the most powerful things he learned in the whole process was the ability to use prayer and meditation to receive God's directions rather than to use prayer by itself to sway God's will and list his petty needs. And that's all I had done, use prayer to sway God's will. So we have to develop a healthy prayer life. And we pray only, step 11 says only, we pray only. We don't hear that word. For God's will and the power to carry that out. I don't want to pray for anything else. And it takes time, it takes practice to clean up our prayer life, to get off the selfish things, and to focus our prayers on the main thing we need. We people who have lost life, the essential thing that we need from God is directions and the power to carry that out. We don't need to pray for all these other things. And he said it's nothing wrong with it except it's a waste of time. You know, I always go back and talk about this. We talk over and over. Many times I talk about it, is how my prayer life began in the church that Sunday morning. There was a brother there named Brother Sanders, and I always talk about Brother Sanders, God bless him. He prayed every Sunday for morning one for us, and I was a kid in that same pew he was in. I remember I was there just as a baby, I guess. I grew up in that pew. I was there every Sunday for years. It seemed like 1,000 years, but it wasn't but 18 I was there. But I was sentenced to that thing every Sunday. And he would get up and pray every Sunday morning, and I can remember his same prayer kind of over and I heard it 18 years. He would start off and he would ask God for everything on the place, you know. He'd say start off with the president, help the president and his wife, and he'd come on down and he'd say bless the preacher and his wife and their kids, bless the sick and the poor and the shut in, the ladies' aid and the Boy Scouts, stop the war, and do this, and do. He just said, God, do this, help the Red Cross, do so-and-so, do this, give us this, do everything. And then after about a half hour, he got through, he said, Lord, he finished, get ready to stop every Sunday. He always ended with the same thing. He would say, Lord, that in haste which we have omitted, please grant us that also. In other words, if we left it out, we still want it, you know. And you know, you get into that, and you do a lot of that, but then we come to AA, and it's real hard. They say, don't ask for nothing. I said, well, hell, how is he going to know what I want? It's hard when you've been doing that for years. Don't ask for nothing. It's a waste of time. And I think that this is a very vital thing, that we don't clutter this communication with God with junk, personal junk, and things that we can take care of if we have God's will and the power to carry that out. Now then we come to we're going to get through here, some small mini suggestions, as I call. These are powers, and these others we can scatter throughout the day, and they become very useful in your life. If circumstances warrant, we ask our wives or friends to join us in meditation. That could help us. That could help. If we belong to a religious denomination that requires a definite morning devotion, we'll attend to that also. That could be helpful. If not members of a religious body, we sometimes select and memorize a few set prayers which emphasize the principles we are discussing. That could be helpful. There are many helpful books also. There are other great books they can read to help us on this subject. That could be helpful. Suggestions may be obtained from one priest, minister, or rabbi. Be quick to see where religious people write. Make use of what they have to offer. That could be very helpful. As we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful. We ask for the thought directions, the thought actions. That can be helpful. We constantly remind ourselves we're no longer running the show. Humbly saying many times each day, thy will be done. That can be excellent. They're very helpful. Now, once we do these things, if we use those things on a daily basis, we're then in much less danger of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, foolish decision. We become much more efficient. We do not tire so easily, for we are not burning up energy foolishly. We did. We're trying to arrange life to suit ourselves. It works. It really does. We alcoholics are undisciplined, and that's an understatement. So we let God discipline us in the simple way we have just outlined. Through these morning meditation and night, through prayer, through these simple suggestions, we can receive God's directions in our lives, and this will discipline our undisciplined lives. But this is not all. There's action and more action. Faith without works is dead. The next chapter is entirely devoted to step 12.
It would be impossible to use step 11 the way the big book says and stay the way you are. It's got to be a growth step. Even the step implies that, to improve our conscious contact with God as we understand Him. Let's look at step 12 very briefly. Step 12 is another multiple part step. It's got 3 parts to it. The first part, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. It's probably the greatest promise in the big book. I think that's a promise to me that if I will apply these first 11 steps to the best of my ability, I will have a spiritual awakening as the result. Not a result, not some result, as the result, singular. That's what I can expect. Now, what is a spiritual awakening? A personality change sufficient to recover. Bill tells us in the 12 and 12 there's many different kinds of spiritual awakenings. There are people in AA, but they've all got certain things in common. And that is that we're able to feel, believe, and do things that we could never do before on our own strength unaided. Now, if that's the criteria, then I must have had one of some kind, because I feel things I've never felt before. Today I feel this thing called love. I never knew what it was before. I had it mixed up with sex and everything else. Today I know love is true compassion, understanding, patience, tolerance, goodwill towards your fellow man. I feel some of that today. Never did before. I could care less about you before. My philosophy of life was do unto others before the suckers do it to you. After I had what I wanted, you could have what's left, but I'm going to get mine first. I don't feel that way anymore. I believe things I never believed before. I believe that God is a kind and a loving God. I believe He stands ready to help any human being anywhere in the world the instant they're ready to turn to Him and give self back. I never believed that before because I believed He was hellfire and damnation. Today I don't think God needs to punish us at all. You know, I think we do a reasonably good job of that ourselves. I don't think God has to do that for us. I can do things that I never did before. By golly, I can stay sober. And I never could do that before. Now that I can stay sober, I find there's many things that I could never do before when I was drinking. So if that's the criteria, then surely I've had some form of spiritual awakening. Now what am I supposed to do with it? Well, the middle part, step 12, tells me that. Carry this message to others. Not a message, not some message, not the message, this message. What is this message? Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. That's the only message we know anything about. You know, some of us get to thinking we're healers. No, we're not healers. We get to thinking we're marital advisors, economic advisors. I don't know of any people in the world that screwed that up worse than we have. Yet we get to thinking we can advise other people in those areas. I tell you one thing we know, though, as alcoholics. You and I, if we're alcoholic, know more about alcoholism than anybody in the world. We are the professionals. We're the only people in the world that's ever experienced it. We know things nobody else knows. If we're alcoholic and we've recovered, we know more about recovery than anybody in the world. We're the only people that's ever done that. We know things nobody else knows. You know, most alcoholics are going to die before they ever get to AA. Never even knowing they're alcoholic. Now, they tell me 97 out of 100 of them are going to die before they get to AA. Now that leaves, that's 3%. And we know that less than half of us are recovering today after we come to AA. We're talking about maybe 1 to 2 people out of 100. And used to I said, God, why am I an alcoholic? Today I say, God, why am I not one of those that's dying? God has always worked with people, through people. Very seldom does He speak to one of us direct. It's usually through other people. And surely we can see where He used Bill and Bob and Dr. Jung and Silkworth and the first 100 and put this thing together so you and I could have it today. And if He used people in the 30s, well, it stands to reason He'd still be using people today. I don't think there's an alcoholic in this room that has not been chosen for a particular job. Now, I don't mean as a race or because we're special. But I think God saved our lives while we were drinking. There's not an alky in this room today that shouldn't be dead already. Some of us 2 or 3 times, we said the next morning, my, wasn't we lucky last night? I think luck had anything to do with it. And when we learned what God wanted us to learn, then He removed the obsession to drink. We didn't have anything to do with that at all. Now I think the only thing He's interested in is, what are you going to do with what I've given to you? I don't have any problem with God's will. You know, I used to pray for God, if you want me to live with this woman, give me a sign and let me know. And hell, if the sun came up, that was good enough. You know? Today, I don't think God's too interested in where I work, who I live with, where I live. I think what He is interested in is what are you doing with what I've given to you? Now, if you're an overeater and you've recovered from that disease, then you've been chosen for a job too, because you know things that nobody else knows. If you're a gambler, then you've been chosen for that job. If you're a drug addict, then you've been chosen for that job. If you're a sex addict, then you've been chosen for that job. There's no doubt about this in my mind at all. We are all a very unique group of people, and we all have a very unique knowledge. And we can all use that to avert death in countless thousands of people. Not too many people in this world have that privilege. I think we're the luckiest people alive. Not only can we find a way to live where we can live better than most people have ever lived before or will live after, we have been given a useful purpose in life. You know, God's always said, if you want to be happy, you need to do 2 things. First thing He said was, put no other gods before me. Now that doesn't necessarily mean idols. That can be money, power, prestige, sex, alcohol, food, or anything else. And then he said, do what you can for your fellow man. And he said, if you'll do it, then I'll give you everything you need, and you will be happy. All we got to do is get ourselves out of the way and do these things that God intends for us to do. Sure. And we will find that we are here for a purpose on earth. The third part of this step says, and practice these principles in all our affairs. My God, we've been through countless hundreds of hours of arguments over what are the principles. That's as bad as what's the difference between a defect and a shortcoming. Bill tells us in how it works, do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We are not saints. The principles we have set down are guides to progress. Now, what did he set down just before he made that statement? The 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. In the foreword to the 12 and 12, he says the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous are a set of principles spiritual in nature, which if practiced will expel the obsession to drink. Every time I've seen Bill mention the principles, it has been in connection with the 12 steps. And surely that's what he means in step 12. Practice these principles. Practice these steps in all our affairs. Now, I'm only in AA on the average probably of an hour a day, or maybe even less than that. And during that hour a day, or whatever it is, I can be pretty happy in AA. I'm not going to hurt you, and you're not going to hurt me. We love each other. But what do I do with my other 23 hours a day? It's easy to practice these principles in AA, but what do I do the other 23 hours? What do I do about this in my home? You know, I'm in my home 10, 12, 14 hours a day. Can I practice these principles with my spouse? You know, can I admit that I'm absolutely powerless over her? Can I realize the insanity of me trying to continue to control her? Now, she don't like for me to say it, but she's 55 years old. She's going to do her thing. She's not going to listen to me. Can I make a decision to turn her will and her life over to the care of God as I understand Him? Can I inventory me and see why I still need to try to control her, even knowing it won't work? Can I talk about that to another human being? Can I find those character defects and have God take them away? Can I make amends to her quickly when I've harmed her? You know, there's times I'm ashamed of me. There's times I treat absolute strangers with more courtesy than I do my own spouse. You know, if I could do these things in my own home, I could be happy there 10, 12, 14 hours a day. How about with my children? Can I realize how powerless I am over them? Can I realize the insanity of still trying to control them? The oldest one is 35, the youngest one is 23. You know, they're not going to listen to me anymore. Can I make a decision to turn their will and their life over to the care of God as I understand Him? Can I inventory me and see why I still need to control? Can I find those defects and do something about them? Can I make amends to them quickly when I've said something to them I shouldn't have said? You know, if I could do this, I could be happy when I'm with my children. But as long as I try to control them, we're blocked off from any good feelings with each other at all, and I don't enjoy being around them, and they don't enjoy being around me. You know, I could be happy there another hour or two a day with my kids if I could practice these principles. How about on the job? How about with my coworker? Can I realize how powerless I am over those people that work around me? Can I realize the insanity of trying to control them? Can I make a decision to turn their will? And, you know, if I could do that on the job, I can be happy 8 hours a day there. Hell, I'm up to about 23 hours a day now. Only got 1 hour left to go. How about the supermarket checkout line? I'm in the express lane. I've got 3 items. This little old lady in front of me has got 32 items. She oughtn't to be in this damn lane to start with. And I'm in a hurry, and they're adding up her little old items, and they finally get them added up, and I breathe a sigh of relief, and then she reaches in her purse and pulls out her coupons. Another 10 or 15 minutes to get that figured out, and then she reaches in and pulls out her checkbook. very meticulously writes a check, and I'm in a hurry, and she oughtn't to be in this lane anyhow, and I wish she'd get out of the way. And they take her check, and then damned if she don't stand there and balance her checkbook, and me wanting to go. If I would work these principles there, I'd be happy there too, couldn't I? You see, I think what we're saying is this. It's really up to us, isn't it? It is really up to us. I have a way that I can live and be peaceful and happy and free as long as I want to be that way, if I am willing to make the effort to do so. Now, God won't do this for me, but God will help me do it if I'm willing to do my part. The reason the 12 steps work is because they are a design for living that's been known to humankind for thousands and thousands of years. Every successful treatment program in the world today, every successful spiritual program that's based on truth, you'll find these same 12 steps at the core of them. You'll find them in the Bible, you'll find them in the Quran, you'll find them in the Torah, and you'll find them in every successful spiritual program. And the reason they're there is because they do work. They put us back together like God intended for us to be in the first place. Let's go to page 164, and we'll close with the last two paragraphs. Our book is meant to be suggestive only. We realize we know only a little. God will constantly disclose more to you and us. Ask Him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who's still sick. The answers will come if your own house is in order. But obviously you cannot transmit something you haven't got. See to it that your relationship with Him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is the great fact for us. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. And we did that in steps 1, 2, and 3. Admit your faults to Him and your fellows. And we did that in 4, 5, 6, and 7. Clear away the wreckage of the past. And we did that in 8 and 9. Give freely of what you find and join us, and we'll do that in 10, 11, and 12. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you until then. Thank you all for letting us be here. We love you.
Thank you.
You need to put your earrings.
I think we got a great talk going on here. Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with, and it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs, long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst and one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, oop, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.